Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pod with 8
You're
high.
right. If it's ace of pot, clears the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's going to win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they are.
Another good fold.
So you definitely want to target just full colors with the quads as you play a decent frequency at a time. And he does call. Couldn't just show the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river,
Oh,
that's not good.
and I feel, but no, yeah, he does fold.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Rounders tonight from Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. It is I, Rude. Rudy Herrera is in here, in your ear. And tonight we've got action from the Memorial Day Open, the $150,000 guarantee. And joining me tonight will be Victor Reyes, a.k.a. Seven Deuce Jammer. What's up, Jammer?
What's up, Rudy? How's it going?
It's going great, going great. Happy to have you here. Thanks for joining me, helping me out here. It's going to be a long haul tonight. We are joining the action, Victor. They just came back from break. And what we've got is we've got a feature table that we're looking at on. Looks like that shove is going to get through. We've got a feature table. We still have 45 people remaining of 1,422 entries of this tournament. We had 11 day one flights, Victor.
Sounds good. Looks like we've got a lot of poker left to be played.
Yep.
Pretty fun place in a tournament right now to navigate.
Yeah, so we've got
right outside of final three table, so it should be action packed from here on out.
So we've got about 45 people left. As I mentioned, this is a very large field that these guys who we're looking in on have navigated their way through. Over 1,400 people paid the entry price of $200 to create a prize pool of over $150,000. Rounders is guaranteed we stipulated that first place was going to get a guarantee of $30,000. So the way that they've broken it down now, first place is going to be awarded $38,400. This is not the final table, by the way. This is just a feature table. So we've still got some poker to be played.
What did we end at prize pool wise? 217, you said?
I did not say that. I don't have that number. I'm not sure what our total number was. I was looking on the Poker Atlas. It just has the guaranteed amount. So I'm not sure what the total prize pool is.
Yeah, no, it smashed the guarantee. I think it was right at like 217. Hold on, let me double check. A good field, good turnout.
Yeah.
Sorry, 227. 227.
27 is the total prize pool. That's great.
So smashed it. Is that a 1.5x? Yeah, that's a 1.5x.
Yep. 1.5 plus. So Victor, you and I are going to be here at the manning the booth, talking about the action, and also a little bit later we're going to be joined by our very own ACR crush, Drew Gonzalez, better known as Bet on Drew. Drew is out in Vegas. He's there for the WSOP, and he's going to be there for the duration, for a couple of months. As we look in on Danny in seat 8, making the call with jacks,
The jiggities.
is elected to limp in. Jacob in seat 5 has a nice chip stack. He also has jacks. He's got over 2 million chips. It's going to be interesting to see what Danny does here. I guarantee you Jacob is raising. Jacob makes it 150 to go. Danny, who's limped with jacks.
It'd be interesting to see if the limp jam.
Yep, that's exactly what he does. He does a limp back jam. Danny's gonna. He's got
He's in
a.
a bad spot.
Well, he's got a lot of chips though, so I
Yep.
don't think that he.
He's gonna lay it down. Oh, never mind. It's kind of a like I like limp jamming
Yeah,
with
good
like
call.
tens because you put jacks in like a really
on their
bad
backs,
spot a lot
guys.
of the times.
Oh, whoa. Jacks versus
We're
Jacks.
gonna need a cooler to get anything out of this.
Red versus black.
Red or black, Rudy?
I got black.
Well, it's
Nope.
easy to say when the flop is out. One away from Cooler City. We're at
All right.
50K blind level right now.
Yeah, 2550 and a 25. We say 25,000. It says 25,000, 50,000 small blind, big blind, and then 25,000 ante. So the big blind, the way that we do it at Rounders, is we have you'll pay the small blind plays the small blind amount, which is 25,000 in this case, 50,000 for the big blind, and then the ante is going to be the amount of the small blind that is paid by the big blind, and everybody takes a turn paying the ante.
All right, guys. We're still at 25.
So what do we got? David with 60 bigs, Joe with
JD's our
40.
short stack on the table with 465. So, but he's
So was that 9 bigs?
a little over 9, just over 9 bigs. Danny had 6 big blinds.
Ooh. Very disciplined.
King 9 suited under the gun. Let's that one go. He's got there's Trey. Trey's going to join the feature table. Trey's one of our regulars on the cash stream that we have every Thursday. A lot of you guys will be very familiar with Trey's playing style. I suspect I haven't played any tournament. I have 0 tournament time with Trey. I suspect his game is going to be unrecognizable from his cash game.
Always interesting to see a tournament or cash game player hop into the tournament streets.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. I was there at the room this afternoon for a few hours playing, walking around, just checking on the chip stacks and people who were left in the field. And one of our biggest crushers in the room in San Antonio, Uchon, is still in the tournament. So it'd be cool to see him on the feature table or final table and see if he can.
Once you see those
He hardly
flash,
ever
if I don't
plays
say anything, then
tournaments.
y'all are good to go.
Got Happy in the box starting us off. The first down, Drew Gilmore.
Maybe Uchon caught the tournament bug right before the WSOP.
Yeah, maybe so.
Lots of suited connectors here going into the muck. Suited gappers.
You going, Doug?
Clint raises with 5s. He's got about 11 big blinds, just a little bit more. Actually, about 12, I guess, when he started the hand.
I gotta walk.
Joe is going to 3-bet with ace four suited wheel cards from the small blind. Taken right from the playbook of some of the best tournament crushers.
Would like to see a jam here from Joe. I mean, he's got everybody covered. He's blocking a lot of ace holdings.
That may be what Clint's thinking about. He's taking a little inventory of his chips here, trying to decide how he wants to respond to this 3-bet.
How much?
He does go all in. I love this move by Clint.
If you're gonna jam here, I would prefer the open jam as opposed to the small raise and then
685,000.
just max pressure on everybody.
I agree that in this particular situation, Joe is pretty much in a really bad spot with his ace four. He's got, as I mentioned, suited wheel cards, so he's likely to have an overcard, but he could also be dominated once Clint jams here. So he may be facing ace queen, suited ace king, something like that. Obviously, he's got lots of pairs that are going to be in his range as well. And any pair that he has, Joe's only going to have 3 overs. So this is he's just taking a little bit of time so that the table doesn't think he's just doing this, mildly doing this 3-betting. He's gonna fold. As I say that, he puts the money in. It's a tough spot for ace four, man. I'm really surprised he called. What? Yeah. Clint has 3 overs. He has to fade.
Oh.
My God, he just flops the nuts.
He's got a boat draw. There we go.
Oh, there's the boat. The boat comes in on the turn.
7 of diamonds, please.
Spicy,
Woo!
spicy. Straight flush.
Wow.
Oh.
Man,
Sure
let's get right into it, huh? Let's get the action. That's a great pickup for Clint.
Yeah,
guys-
he told me he used to work at Six Flags. That explains why he sends people on roller coasters in the
The
box.
roller coaster, huh? Man, I'll tell you what. Clint is one of those guys that has puts a lot of time in the tournament duty, and he's made a couple of final tables on our stream. What are your thoughts on that call with the ace four? Cameron?
You got to hit one of those. No, that took a lot.
Personally, just
You
like,
guys
for
drove
both
it,
sides,
right?
I'm just pure jamming.
You're ready for that.
What are your thoughts on the call with the ace four?
Yeah, I mean it's a mid click back. I think I'm
Popping nuts.
committed at that point. I'm just calling.
There's one.
Another all in with ace queen off here.
All in. C2.
Trey.
Hard to bluff down there.
Jason's all in with ace queen. Trey's all in with jacks. Trey's got Jason covered.
Table them, guys. Jackson, ace queen.
Pretty standard flip here.
Coin flip here. Trey's in the lead. I don't recall seeing any aces or queens folded.
Ace in the
There's an ace
window.
Right in the window. Oof.
Super dead.
He hit both. Well. All right. Jason's going to double up. Trey's knocked down to about 10, 11 big blinds.
Nothing you can really do about that one.
No, that's just a unfortunate run out for Trey. That Jacob is going to move into second place there. 2.3 million. David is in seat 9. He's got just under 3 million. It's a nice chip stack.
Yeah, I think he's rocking what, 60 bigs there, 50,
60 bigs, yeah.
57, 58 and change. Solid stack. 45 away.
Thank you.
Well, this is
Oh,
fun.
big stack. Jacob, seat 5. He's in low jack with aces.
Wakes up with the Rockets.
Raise 135.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Joe to get away from. Oh, he does. Better man than me, I definitely... Oh, no, he called. Never mind. Let's say, on the cutoff there, it's hard to get away from a pair.
Yeah, it's just 2 point, what is it? 2.2x?
I'm not
2.4.
sure I'm not sure I'm fully the big blind there with 7-6. Have to go look. Do you know how close we are to a pay jump?
I don't. I mean, it's hard for us to know exactly because this happened 10 minutes ago, so we're not really sure how many players are left at this moment.
Yeah, if they're around 45, then they just cleared a pay jump. Next one's at 37th.
Jack pairs the board. Joe's happy to get to showdown. The way this is played, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make this call. Little 230,000 chip bet. He like almost 4.5, 5 to 1 on the call. I would venture to say 8 people were surprised to see aces show up there, turn up at the end.
You kind of have to think about going for it there if you're in Joe's position. You know, I know he's open in front of you, but you have a lot of jacks there.
Yep, that probably works every time, but the last.
We have all the queen jack, king jack, ace jack suited, jack 10 suited. You've got like all the
Yeah.
jacks.
That definitely would have put Jacob in an awkward spot. Kyle, early position, ace jack offsuit.
Raise 125, baby. Let's go.
It's a 2.5 sizing. I think it's a little bit too early to be using this big of a sizing, especially that. Especially from +1. I think I'm just min clicking. Yeah, I'm definitely just min clicking.
It's okay.
Top pair for Joe. Oh, wow, look at this. Kyle just instantly ships it. He's got 2 overs.
I mean, if you're Joe, like, what flop did you call
Yeah.
with
7,
10-9?
yeah, 7-8 is not in your range. You've got a 9, so he doesn't have 9s. Could have overpair, but is that gonna be the way that you play an overpair, like queens?
I think it more depends on, like, your history with the player here. In theory, probably not, but in reality, you see a lot of people get scared of the flush draws and just rip it for like max protection. But if you called with
Ooh.
10-9 and you have the 9 high flop and you hit like this is kind of the gin flop.
Yep. Yeah, not a bad flop for your hand. I mean, there are better, you know.
Pretty hard to beat 9 high.
6, 7, 8 comes to mind.
That would just be the super nuts.
Yep.
And, you know, it could also be you've seen this from him before when he does have.
Oh wow, they gave up. Jeez. They're blocking. No.
So now he does it with
You over
overpair
80.
blockers, and you're like, hey, I've seen him do this with queens. I've seen him do this with jacks.
Oh, it's spreading.
Man, look at that table in the back.
Okay,
Trey,
cool.
Jimmy.
Yep.
Not sure what I saw.
You know my bad. You look better. Raise 100,000.
Joe with the mid click.
Jason on the button. Just get a jam. 1.2, just playing, betting with a sledgehammer here. Clint wakes up with 8s and the all in front of you. He's got him covered, but not by much. If he misses, he would have 4 big blinds left.
Yeah.
This is where I got to look around the room and do I have an edge here? Is it worth
How-
a flip?
How many players are left? Was a pay jump?
Not necessarily how many players are left, but who is left. I'm looking table to table to see specifically like who is left. If it's a tough lineup,
I'm sorry.
we're flipping. I think I've got an edge.
Yeah, we
I'm
still
going to
got-
take the lower variance line.
There's still 6 tables left. No, not 6. Where are we at? 40, about 43 left.
What are you trying to make it?
You started.
Yeah.
Yeah, be about
I
5
don't remember
tables, a
who
little
they
less.
were like. Linko likes to do tough games and
The whole like
see who can
first
fold on
2
the
hours, they were just shooting
you
it
know
for
whatever
$5 a
line,
shot or
close to the
something.
lines.
It was pretty entertaining. Someone
And then I dunked it in
Yeah.
on the free throw line.
Yeah, I pointed out pretty late that I thought it was odd that nobody was betting on who was going to get it or not.
Or etiquette in the tournament. It's got to be a cash game, side prop bet.
That's fair.
You know, in all this action, we've had several all-ins. We just started. We just went online about 20 minutes ago.
I'm saying is we got to get that in now.
Red.
As we see Jacob raising with ace-5 suited here. JD in seat 6 has yet to play a hand. Taking his time. No reason to...
Survival is a skill.
Yep, no reason to force the action yet. Oh, Jason's just been running hot here. Kings now. Facing a raise. He's going to 3-bet his kings in position. Makes it, what is that? 575.
It's a chunky 3-bet there.
It is.
Was that 10, 11,
That-
11.5 big blinds? So you went from 3 to 11.5. It makes it pretty easy for Jacob to fold here.
Yeah, that ace queen jam was pretty big too.
Yeah, that just screams aces or kings.
Yep. There you go. No action there. With all this action, I've been remiss in welcoming everybody to the stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Everybody in the chat, I see you now. I had that little window closed, but hello AMTT. Sormil Agrosa. Ghosty, of course. Hi, Ghost. Our buddy Preston. P Daddy, Preston Fox. Lorianne. Hey, Lorianne.
What up?
Good
What up?
evening.
Good card.
JD's
Happy
looking at
Memorial
Clint
Day
there.
to everybody. Thanks for joining us on this for this Memorial Day
Yeah, well,
Open.
I
We
was
got
looking at
here.
that
We
on
see
the break. I think
JD's jamming with fours, 440,000. Response immediately from Joe W. The tens. He's all in as well.
the OG U one, the golden U.
Now, honestly, I haven't looked at it in a minute. I don't remember what's on there. I want to say it's a Bulbasaur.
And we're heads up. Tens versus fours. JD's going to need some help.
So backdoor diamonds.
Oh, there's
Now
a.
front door
Yep.
diamonds.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, so close.
Good game, GG JD. JD is out. How many are left roughly at this moment? 38 are left. So 10 minutes ago, there was probably about 42. We are on a 10-minute delay. So I'm not sure exactly how many were left at the while we were watching live on the stream.
How long have we
But
been
roughly
streaming
40.
for? 20. We've been streaming for 20 minutes. We've lost.
John, I think you're pushing my
8.
We've lost 8. So we're losing about a person a minute right now.
Do you ever watch the stream? Or do you know Robert?
1.5 people. I don't know where the half a person goes.
Yeah. So like,
Danny under the gun.
It's okay.
Ace
It's
8. Danny only has
So we were at
9 big
9.
blinds.
Let
Let that go.
I thought to myself, I was like, well, at least there's one less.
good interaction. So I had against him like once. Yeah, so he was like on the fence very much about like calling and whatever, and he just knocks his hand sprayed and like that's why I knew exactly where your story was going. It was just
Takes it down.
Like, it's the first time I
Always happy to drag a pot with
and
jacks.
I'm like,
So total entries, I believe, was
How's that feel, man?
1,422.
How does that feel? Pretty good?
And yes, they are already in the money, Lorianne. We're getting pretty deep at this point, so
yeah, and that's
the pay jump that we're playing for at the moment is $660. We move into the 4 figures once we get down to 24 players, so coming up here soon.
Yeah. I was talking about the AC over there. That looks really nice.
The next page up is $100, followed by $140 after that.
How's that meal?
Jacob on the button raising. Suited Jack.
Takes it down. Have to be careful raising that combo, though. You know, losing chips is a big deal at this point, and that's a hand if somebody, if you're big blind or small blind or adventurous that you can't really call with. Using that bigger sizing, he's going to get himself in trouble. Hit to like open that big and then just get jammed on.
What was his raise size?
I believe he did 2.5x, and it's, you know, that 0.5 makes a difference if you're opening 0.5 all the time.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of big blinds. Losing that 0.5 a few times is effectively like losing another raise altogether.
He's got a pretty good stack. Trey's going to jam right here. His 475,000 chip stack, ace jack offsuit. Clint folds king queen in very short order. Doesn't even think about it.
I love when it's
I'd like to play a little bit more defensively out of position here and just call with the ace jack because you do want some action and you have a strong hand. And also if it goes like raise, jam, jam behind you, like, well, this is a pretty easy fold.
Yeah. Having said that, though, with 9 big blinds, it's kind of you know, not an insignificant pickup if you just get the blinds and antes, blinds and ante.
Just the amount that you're going to light on fire, like the amount. If you get called there, you're either going to be flipping or dominated, right? So you want to keep somebody in that you're also dominating at the same time.
Yeah, he does get called by a suited queen. Great situation for Trey. A pretty good lead. Very ambitious call from the queen 4 from the big blind. But he had the chips. He was the table chip leader. So
I played with him on day 1. The Hellmuth is one of his favorite hands.
Alright, blinds are up third case.
That's funny. Gumla wants to know if Drew is still in. Drew is not in the tournament at this time. He is actually in Vegas. He left. He departed the city of San Antonio on Wednesday, I believe, and headed west. And
What's the weather going to be tomorrow?
he arrived getting set up in the punter's pad with his ACR buddies and Noodles. And he's going to be joining us here in the chat, or not in the chat, in the studio. He'll be joining us for commentary in just a bit.
You see that thing hanging out of the bottom of that TV? You gotta have one of those to put a clock up on it.
Wow, I believe I saw a king queen suited go down there.
Yeah, we need. But we can't put them on that other TV because it keeps shorting out over there if we try to do the other ones.
So we're very interesting stage here. Yeah, man, look at that table back there. You've got Taco, Lambo, Trey, Jimmy. I can't see who's in 5, but man, that's a great table. Somebody is going to be heads up. When it's all said and done, someone from the table is going to be heads up.
That's SETI in seat 9, I believe. I could be wrong. Yuchon was in seat 2 when I was there, so it looks like he may have, if he didn't get moved to another table, he may have left the tournament.
Maybe saw a cash game that looked good to him.
Exited the stage right. We also saw in the background our main room. Lots and lots of action out there today. Lots and lots of people. We had 4 tournaments all day from beginning. This tournament we had a noon tournament. We've got another $20,000 guarantee going on. Then we'll have another one later tonight. When I arrived there at about 2:30, I tell you, I've never seen the parking lot more full. It was very, very full. Jason, nice pickup with 8-3 offsuit. Working it.
Little blind versus blind.
Mm-hmm.
Special there.
There you go. There's that view.
This is scary.
Lambo with that nervous energy, constantly standing up.
Don't even look.
It's hard. I mean, you've played a couple day ones at this point, 8 hours each.
It's like the guy that misses the
You're what?
shot. Yeah,
5-6 hours into another one.
yeah, dude, it's unreal.
Everyone's physically feeling the grind at this point. This is where like the most chaos happens in a tournament. People are starting to tire down, starting to wear out. And everybody we got a whiff on the cards here. Nobody with
Clint
anything.
got a walk.
Always happy to get a walk in a tournament at this stage. It's a gift. Unless you have aces, then you're
Yeah, then you feel like you got a bad beat.
yeah. I know some people are like, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. It's not gonna happen.
I apologize about the heat, guys. It's not fun for me either. A lot worse than us.
Yeah.
I apologize about
The person that might have it worse is Lamb, but that's his fault.
Good evening, Demond. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out with us this fine Monday evening for the $150,000 guarantee, which became what, 227? Did we say, Jammer?
Yes, that's correct. 227.
it.
Top pair for Clint.
30,000.
Kyle's got some backdoor possibilities and an over.
Oh, that's a small one.
30, who knows? Keep it honest.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet flop for 8-7 there. I mean, you have some backup there going turn river.
Assume the best pairing is just an 8.
You've got top pair.
It didn't matter which card you showed, you could get.
It's a great
Yeah,
flop
yeah.
when you decide to
I
get
had to
spicy
vote
with
for
the
it.
8-7 off.
Yeah. Danny in seat 8 has about 5.5 big blinds. He's going to have to make a move here pretty soon.
Not necessarily. I mean, you could take some jumps.
There he goes. Hey, speaking of jumping, we got a jumper. Danny suited connectors is his choice. Clint with ace 8 will probably be making the call. Actually, he's probably going to raise over the top.
He's going to go check out the blinds here. Yep, and he's good.
Just calling.
Yeah, you don't really want to raise and then get jammed on by the big blind. It's kind of a disaster.
Yeah. Although you also don't want to have somebody come in with a 10 jack and rather take him on my own, which is what happens here. Ace 8 versus 6-7. So Danny's going to have to connect with his little suited connectors here.
He's going to need
Still not dead. Still not dead.
He's going to need one of Clint's 8s.
There it is. Straight. Danny makes a straight to stay alive.
Spicy.
Danny with a very timely double up there. 800,000 now, more than double up.
They turned on the screen.
That's
That
what
was-
they're saying. Like they know. They're bringing the clothes over here. Yeah, but cooler bills here.
Yeah.
We had a casino flop in 2 hours, and then
Look, I put it away. See, I don't even kind of look like William.
Danny breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, that's Fred in seat 9 on that table. Isn't that Fred?
Yeah. Taco.
Yeah.
That's a great table.
Good shot again of the main room there. So many cash tables, so many tournament tables. Just the energy in the room is very electric. We even had the temporary tables still out in the middle of the hall, out in the front of the card room as you're walking in. We had poker tables everywhere. Danny's going to jam again. It worked so well the first time. Queen Jack suited. He liked those suited connectors. He's going for it again. David, the big stack at the table, wakes up with ace queen. This would be for about a third of his chip stack, though.
He's got 40 bigs right now. You can take. I think this hand's too strong to fold. You can afford to take a hit.
May not want to. He may want to. Oh, he does. He's going to make the call. I was going to say he might want to try to maintain his position on the table, relative position to the other players on the table.
Damn, guys.
So 1.7 million chip pot here for Danny, looking to make a huge move. If he can find a jack or spades. Danny is at risk. Nope, not the best flop and turn. Oh, he finds a jack on the river. Wow. This guy will not go away.
I think the R in Danny's name stands for river.
Don't you have to go somewhere? Don't you have to play AC or something?
We'll just call him Danny River from now on.
That was an under the gun jam with Queen Jack suited.
The maximum sweat there on both sides.
Wow, what a big pickup. Now, all of a sudden, he's not the shortest chip stack on the table is now Trey. Danny goes from the shortest chip stack to second. Second in chips. David goes from first to third. Virtually tied with Jason in seat 1. But Jacob in seat 5 there is now the chip leader at the table.
And Trey down at the bottom with 10 bigs. 11 bigs. He's short, but it's still maneuverable. Not ideal, but not desperate. Now David has his turn to play a hand.
Trey finds ace-10. This is good enough. He be jamming. Clint wakes up with the crabs, wondering where they came from. He'll take a moment to do a little math, do some accounting. He's got him covered. Clint feels like he needs chips. He makes the call. He's ahead right now.
Let's see him go.
I don't know how this is going to end, but it's going to be a roller coaster. So good luck, everybody.
Coin flip.
What's up? I don't know how this.
Coin flip for Trey's life.
Oh yeah.
All right, Trey's got the.
I'll make a wheel. Trey would probably be okay with that. I think.
Good luck, fellas.
No, it's
Pocket sixes flop top set there.
ace and then the 5.
There's a straight. That's it. That's going to be it for Trey.
A 3 can come on there.
Oh, yeah. GG, my boy. Good run, Trey. Good run.
You know, whoever folded pocket sixes is kicking themselves right there. Would have been almost a full triple up.
Got it in ahead in one.
Yeah. That's always fun. I could have had.
Trey gets enough stream time anyway.
Nah, that's fair. That's why you did it.
The needle.
Yeah, the needle from the dealer on the player's way out.
Kyle with a fun hand here. King 10 of clubs.
Suited Broadway cards for Kyle. The hijack seems reasonable. Action folds around to David with Motown. Let's it go. Got a player approaching the feature table. Be taking Trey's
Video
spot. Incorrect. He's moving into seat 6.
Thank you, bro.
That's going to
How you doing,
be
bro?
Tony T.
You're good,
Tony.
thank you.
Oh, dude, and Spider-Man. What's the Spider-Man with me? 3 minutes?
Can you give me a stack count really quick just so we can get that for the crowd? Like 500.
And there
We
is.
just need an exact.
Oh, I know him. What's his name?
Tony, you played PLO with him.
Yeah, no, not him. Yeah, I know Tony. G. Starts with the G. The big fella.
Can I get an L? Can I get a vowel for 500?
Yeah. Getty. I believe it's Getty. Getty just sat down at the at our second feature table. Trey got busted in 37th place for a payout of 660 buckaroos. Nice run by my boy Trey. PBJJVEP PGJJ Vep says, "Let's get him, Panchito." Oh, that must be they're shouting out Tony. Is that Tony T? Yeah, we played PLO with Tony T on Saturday. Also played with him last night. I was wondering where he was. I was playing PLO this afternoon, Jammer, and you weren't there, and neither was Tony T. And I know why Tony T wasn't there.
Rudy, I'm going to need your schedule.
Yeah.
Hey, Clint.
So you can make lots of friends in the card room. We have a hand from the PLO stream we do talk about.
Oh, God, I don't want to talk about anything having to do with that stream. Clint's turn with Jacks. Makes it 150 to go. Yvonne, this was a $200 buy-in. We had 1,422 players enter this tournament.
Clint surprised he doesn't get any action after the table's been so active all day. Looks disappointed.
Thank you. You know what the next line was?
40K, 80K next line.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So the handing question for that PLO stream, Rudy, was you're under the gun. Aces are
Yeah,
limped.
12 minutes left.
Call. There's a pot. Back to you. Aces
Oh.
into the muck.
Yeah, I know exactly which hand you're talking about, and the reason I decided to fold that hand because I remember very specifically, and the reason was because my side cards were just horrible. Ace, 8, 4.
I don't have to pay tables.
I just
can let
thought
you
that
guys
there
know
was a
that.
chance
you're
that
the
based
big
on the action, there was not an
Can you rescan?
it wasn't
Thank you.
out of the realm of possibility that Joey woke up with aces as well, and I was sure that his side cards were going to be better than mine, and I could just see them somehow coming into play. So I don't know. I just in the moment I just talked myself out of it. I set it up. I got what I wanted. I was going to back jam or back pot, and I decided against it. I was just off.
All that for that? Oh, yeah.
Andy, they were dragging
can't do
Ace
a light
King.
scan.
No,
Yep.
nobody wants to come along with him. Blind versus
Nope.
blind.
Yeah, a couple of big hands there in a row. Jacks, Ace King, no action.
Rudy, if you ever see me fold aces, please send an ambulance.
Okay.
I mean, if we're all dying.
Because I'm not.
Yeah, that's a pretty good starting hand. I agree.
Oh, shit. No, my bad. This was terrible. Don't even pay attention.
Who is your? If you had to pick one person on this table, to you want to do final
To be-
table or
Well, it'd be.
Who's
Let's see. We've got 36 players left. That means we've got 4 tables. So the most likely person maybe from this table to make the final table. Is that what?
actually, yeah, but let's do your favorite and your dog. Like, who's your dark horse and who's your favorite? So, from the guy in the middle, I don't know if he really counts, but we'll do the first half and the second half. Maybe he can go both ways. So if you're 1 through 4, 5 can play in there too, and then 5 through 9 as your dark horse.
No, 7 times 4 is 28.
I do like the way seat 5 Jacob. I like the way he's playing, navigating his stack, putting pressure on. Also, I think he's in a pretty good seat relative to some of the other players and stacks. So I like his chances of staying there, staying at the table.
My favorite probably be Clint.
Yeah, Clint's tough. Clint is tough. And this Jacob has position on Clint.
The good thing about being a PLO player is I think you're used to like pot controlling.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. We got some action here. This could be trouble for Clint. Man is all in with ace jack. Clint's on the button with ace 9.
9 bigs versus 30 bigs, 32 bigs.
I've seen Clint make calls like this, but not as deep in the tournament as we are now.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't think I'm gonna be able to call the ace-9 suited here.
Yeah, I
think he just has too many chips. If he has a little less,
right,
I could definitely
right.
call. But this is like a third of my
Yeah,
stack.
so he did it. He did it. He made the call. Kyle's got 8s. Lets them go. Probably giving Manny
I think
a lot
they're
of
right
respect.
on a page up right here. I think you just let those 8s go and just ladder.
36 players are remaining right now.
35 the next page jump, so they're right on that. Bink.
Oh, well, no.
Still got a gut shot and an over. There it is.
Oop.
There's the over. They can chop.
Nope.
They will not chop. Manny's
Eights
best
would've had
hand
the
will.
straight there.
Yep. The best hand. Yeah, you're right. Kyle had pocket 8s.
Oh, sure.
8 of spades too. Would have turned a straight, river to flush.
Big double up. Big double up there for Manny. He's now tied with Clint. 1.3 million. We've got some chip stacks that are very, very close to each other on this table. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that are within 4 big blinds of each other. 3 big blinds.
It's going to be some carnage. If they're in the fun range of player stacks, 20 to 30 bigs, where you're sending
Tony's
it
got
on people.
Yeah, Tony's got like 9.5 big blinds. He's going to have to be very judicious about his opening hands. Manny, another big hand.
Yeah, the heater continues.
150 to go.
Clint going to take a moment to shake off the loss. Tony's just going to go for it.
Tony jams with suited ace.
The one thing that's hard to hear about for Manny.
Oh, cards to their backs, guys.
He hasn't seen him play. We assume. Yeah. It's possible they came from the same table, but
also the fact that you just got those chips. You're like, oh man, am I going to lose those chips?
But jacks are too strong, and he's got him well covered. So we are going to. Oh my gosh! Look at this. Still not dead.
Got one out.
Oh, so I think someone just said they folded a 3. Did that happen?
Well, I think it's an AC thing.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that. Little helpful tip for just kind of I don't know. If you're at the table and the guy is counting on a three, one card or to stay alive, you probably don't want to announce if you had that in your hand and you folded it. It's not. It's not what the person at risk wants to hear.
Oh, no, it's not
Tony,
terrible.
Tony got 2 bad
I-
beats
I-
on that
what-
hand.
are you
One
gonna
of them
know?
was a
That's
3-3
no,
jack,
I
and
mean, I'll
the other
say
one
yes,
came from the guy
but,
next to
like,
him.
Wasn't even an attempt until I realized that's all.
But the double beat on one hand.
That should be worth 4 points. It's a $10.
That's a red card.
Bonus point. Keep forgetting about it, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Cover the O. It's an ass. Maybe block it out. Right?
I don't know that I'm opening 10-9 suited here. I think it's just too early. Ooh, man,
Look at
the
this.
Rockets.
Manny just can't thank the poker gods enough for this table change.
Now, I know red aces are the red Rockets. What do we call black aces?
I don't know. What do we call them? The Blazes?
I know aces and eights is the dead man's hand.
That is, yes, that's true. All right. Manny's 3-betting to 600. It's kind of, it's a 600. It's a pretty big 3-bet.
And we're all the way across. It was really close, but just be careful. We still do have the hard betting line.
You're the small blind?
Yeah, you are the small blind. Yeah, thank you.
So notice, aces open big.
Right. If those chips cross the
3-bet
line, it
big.
would have been a
Kings
forced
3-bet
raise.
big.
Yeah.
People aren't.
That's a hard line.
It's a hard betting line, guys. Yes. Thank you. You
They're
say
not-
raise
they're not
and put
being too
a
scared
single
to
amount across.
raise huge with their
forced.
big hands. It'd be interesting if they do that as a bluff later on, or if they continue to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though we're on the stream, we still are the hard betting line, guys.
Sometimes people change their bet sizing based on the value of the strength of their hand. That was a 3-bet. If you 3-bet a little smaller, you might get a call. Depends on what you're trying to do. You're trying to push them out of the pot, or you're trying to pull them in.
Raise the win.
I don't know where they're at. It'd be interesting to see if they're close to a pay jump as well, because then I would just start 3-betting pretty huge if we're real close to a significant pay jump, like a $500+ pay jump.
Jacob is raising. He's got suited king here on the button. So
It'd be interesting to see how the pay jumps come into play as well as we navigate this.
got 35 players left right now. Danny, who earlier jammed with Queen Jack suited, lets this one go from the
Doesn't think
big
the river's
blind.
coming.
And Joe calls with 5 deuce offsuit from the small blind. He'll be playing this hand out of position.
And-
Wow.
Wow.
What an amazing flop. Bottom 2 pair for Joe. Jacob flops the flush draw.
I think Joe's just got to go for it. There we go.
Is that a stack of 5? Those are
Are you surprised it went check so quickly on the flop? I am. I'll answer my own question. I'm shocked it went so fast. What do you think?
No. Can't ever lead there from Joe's position. Yeah, you've got King 8, but at the same time, you don't have a pair. You know that small blind range is going to be reasonably connected. He has a lot of jacks. You have a lot of other hands from the button, especially having him covered. You know, you could be opening pretty wide there.
We're gonna get you this hand in right
Well,
at
let
the
me
last
be.
second.
Let me just clarify. I'm not completely surprised that it went check check. I am surprised with how quickly it went.
30K,
They just
60K
there
on
was
this hand, blinds
no
up next hand.
thinking. It's just there's kind of I don't know. Whenever I play, I'm playing with more of a tempo. You know, I take roughly the same amount of time, especially if I'm in a tournament.
Well, thank you for letting me know to call the clock on you, Rudy.
No one calls the clock on me. That's not a thing.
You're out there playing Euroball, tanking
Yeah,
for
can you come
15
forward
seconds
on
under
my-
the gun pre-flop.
Yeah, Lori, this is how we've been doing it for years, probably 6 years. We've been doing the small blind ante being paid by the big blind. It's not uniform throughout the state, but this is just how we do it. It kind of gives us a little bit more play. You know, it allows your stack to last a little bit longer, as opposed to a
Encourages you
big
to tighten
blind
up.
ante, or the amount of the big blind being the ante.
Yeah, the small blind ante is interesting. Traditionally, you use the big blind ante because you would take an ante from everybody at the table, and just to speed it up in live poker, you just have the big blind post it. What's interesting with the small blind ante, it's effectively a half ante tournament.
Player.
Usually only see that when you're five-handed or less, like maybe on a final table where they drop the ante. You got a gutty.
Yeah, it just kind of gives us more playability that way. The blinds don't seem to be escalating so quickly.
22.
Joe falling in love with the 5 deuce.
Blinds are up, guys. 40K, 80K. That's my time for right now. We got Bert coming in the box. Yeah, he's gonna take good care of y'all.
All right, we got a blind escalation.
I'll be back.
We're at the 40,000, 80,000. You heard the man. 40, 80 now coming in. Bert's going to take over at the wheel here. We are on hand 34 of our feature table.
Rudy, what do the pay jumps look like coming up?
Well, let's see. I was looking to see exactly how many players we have remaining. What was the last number you saw? Was it 35? I think is the last number I saw. We'll know in just a moment as soon as we get some cards out. The next pay jump, I believe, is going to be at the 28th place. It'll be a jump to $760, $760. Yeah, we've got 34 players left, so we still got a little ways to go. We've got to lose 6 more people before we get a pay jump. If you make the final table in 9th place, you will have. Actually, I'm told that we're going to start the final table with 10. So if you make the final table at 10, you'll be paid $2,500. Guaranteed $2,500 if you make the final table. Poker Jesus, yes, shout out to Bet on Drew. Drew is going to be joining us shortly. He's in Vegas, getting situated to join us through the marvels of technology, doing a remote commentary session with Jammer and I. Jacob, that's the flop. David makes a call with 8s. Four clubs brings a possible flush on the board.
Whoever breathes on the pot first wins.
David wants to bet. Kind of 750 in the pot.
The chunky bet coming out there.
What did he bet? 260? Yep, 260. Third pot.
What are 100s? The green chips?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Had it backwards.
Jacob is never calling. He might. Not never.
I mean, you block a
But-
lot of like king, queen, ace, king. Like, you could go for the raise here. Just to,
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say. I was gonna say he's not gonna call. He could raise to steal it.
He's
But
watching for a reaction there. Did you notice that? He went to go
Yeah.
grab his chips and was looking
Yeah.
straight at him.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Victor. I did notice that he fingered his chips, kind of moved them to his stack to see if David was going to give anything away. Yeah, Matt San Antonio. I see that Lambo is in the background. You can see him wearing that sweatsuit. It's hot outside. It's hot at the final at the feature table too. The action is heating up. I see a beer next to Lambo. I'm quite sure it's not his.
Pretty sure that's Jimmy's.
Pretty sure it's Jimmy's.
It's Jimmy's water.
Joe Dub, he's jamming. Suited ace, the old ace 7. Ace 7.
All the intel has with MGF. Talk about that.
Good evening, KMOR Poker. Thanks for stopping in. Booth Illman, ID.
You're going back to sleep, but this is starting.
Appreciate you guys looking in on this feature table at the $150,000 Memorial Day tournament here at Rounders Card Club, where we had 1,422 players enter a $200 buy-in tournament, and we're now down to the final 34. Did
Let's
David
go.
fold his ducks? David folded his ducks. Oh, that's why he folded his ducks, because Clint and his M&Ms have waken up to a couple of ladies.
Might be a tell when you stop eating, stop mid bite to go throw chips out. The mamacitas.
The mamacitas. Clint feeling he needed a little bit of just a little bit of energy, a little M&M energy.
Okay, now I'm just feeling bad.
Opts for the peanut M&Ms.
Excuse me, second closest one.
I said earlier, you got to just get the
Victor?
flips in the air because they're just long.
Plain or peanut M&Ms?
That's a roll. We gotta flip it.
No. I'm thinking that's
100%.
the strategy, but personally,
A little added value with the peanut.
Just changes the flavor.
It does change the flavor.
Also, I associate like going to the movie theater, getting the peanut M&Ms, so some nostalgia tied to them.
Sure. Also provides some anaphylactic excitement, if that's your thing. It's not my thing, but
Yeah, not sure why
David?
we serve those in a public space.
David limping. That's fine. David limping with the suited connectors. Manny calling in position with the king queen suited. Flops a gut shot to Broadway, but Kyle is flop top pair. Sledgehammer comes out. He's all in. 600,000 to call. Manny with some backdoor hearts as well as gut shot straight draw. Nope. Not willing to go for it.
Okay, Wimby.
I'm a layup machine. I missed a layup once in '83.
Kyle is our short stack on the table now. Or he was our short stack. He's still a short stack, but he is a little healthier now.
Right. Yeah.
I think the blinds just went up. I think he's right at like 12 bigs.
Did the blinds go up?
Yeah, I think we're at 40-80 right now. So Joe's sitting right there at 20.
Yeah.
Nobody really. Everyone's in the 20 range, 20 sub 20. Nobody at that 3.2 million mark for. I'm sorry, the 2.4 million mark for 30 bigs. So there's going to be a lot of shipping it here coming up. So we've been on in what, 1 hour and 10 minutes now.
Yes. Clint gets through with his nines.
So our eliminations have slowed down at this point. The average stack in relation to the blinds.
Whole pending. Hamster.
Right at 23, so we're still pretty deep. No, actually, we're about what I would expect to be at this point. So, the entire tournament effective stack's right at 25. Lots of gappers going into the muck. Crit. Clint with a terrible hand. Kyle throwing it away. Will we see some blind on blind violence? That's the question. These have been two of the most active.
Well, they're both sharing one rank. They each have a 7. Joe's got him dominated with his jack. Joe has Jacob dominated.
First person to bet wins. I think from Jacob's perspective there, you have to lead into Joe. You're supposed to be completing a lot of your kings, your offsuit kings there. And you have him covered, so you're just trying to steal. Everybody making change over there.
80-40, brother? That still say 33? That still says 33?
32.
32?
So we're at 32 right now.
All right. Just a few more players left for a pay jump. David's turn with the 9s. Under the gun. Makes it 165.
pocket nines here for. Ooh. Dodged a bullet there. Ace nine versus pocket nines. Man, that is a fun table in the background there.
Well, yeah, they look pretty serious. It's funny, you know, the personality of the table um, from a tournament table to a cash table is completely different. The vibe is so different. You know, there's not a whole lot of conversation taking place in tournament tables typically. But yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure we've got some other interesting players out, personalities out in the field that remain out on the outer tables.
I mean, as long as you're playing poker, you're not going to be short of interesting personalities. King queen suited versus ace king suited here. I'm sorry, ace six suited here. It's a big, big chunky pot going into it.
Wow.
You got a gut shot both ways, plus the heart redraw for Joe.
Yep. Yep. 2 overs and a gut shot for Danny. Nut flush draw for Joe.
Was that like a 60% pot bet?
300, I believe is what he went with. So
Joe's been riding the roller coaster today.
yeah, they both had legitimate hands that time.
I was hoping for a huge pot there, decent sized pot.
Victor, the stack sizes are getting closer. There's nobody really running away with it here at this table. We've kind of had a redistribution of chips, but really they all are maintaining, you know, within just a few, not very many big blinds of each other.
Yeah, everybody's, you know, from the online poker community, everybody's blue lining right now, right? They're waiting for big hands, relying on showdown to win that. There's not too many people going after it, driving the action, you know, opening wide or aggressively.
It's in something like that, like huge stack, like full stacks of green.
So I think you're going to see the stacks converge in that case because it's just going to depend on showdown or hitting flops.
You know what else is converged are these 2 kings right into Danny's hand, and he's on the button. I love it when you get dealt a monster and you're on the button. You know, it's pretty much widely regarded that the button is the best place to raise from. You've got position on the other players for the hand, and just people look at you when you're raising on the button because you're supposed to. But hey, you happen to have the Cowboys in your hand this time. Love to have somebody play back at you.
Yeah, I think because we're so strong there, I think I'm just calling on the button. Like, it's kind of a disaster when the big blind folds. I kind of want them to make a move. You know, I want to be playing stacks with kings and aces there. I think I try and set the trap.
Ghosty, I think that was actually, well, yeah, that's a good question. Could be authentic Drew, but the authentic Drew is going to be joining us on commentary here shortly. I think he's getting ready. He's getting his hair coiffed, getting having that little pregame drink, maybe honey and lemon tea. Who knows? Who knows what the pros do?
I think he had to go get noodles. May have ran away with somebody's lunch. I said Noodles come running by very quickly with something in his mouth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everyone went outside and I see
Oh,
Noodles take off
hopefully,
the other direction.
hopefully it was Party's peanut butter and jelly sandwich that he took off with.
I mean, he doesn't need to take anything from Party. Party will just give it to him under the table.
What's going on here?
We got a
Clint,
boat for Clint.
anything? Yeah, look at this ace jack versus ace 10 and look what happens. This is so
Danny River here going to need a river
Danny
to pull this off.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like his chances, I'll tell you.
So you're saying there's a chance?
It's check to him. He's in position. He also checks.
Yeah, I think you just got to check it back. There's not much worse that calls you here.
Gut shot straight draw now for Manny. $125, little sprinkles, just a little tiny offering, does Clint on this paired board. No way Danny cannot avoid this price. At minimum, he'll call.
This is a great bet.
Playing it carefully, Danny just calls in position.
You want to keep those gut shots in there.
What's Clint going to do on the river? What's the sizing he's going to bring? Man, this Danny's just going to lose a lot of chips here. Danny may be wary of a 10. Yeah, this is a tiny little bet here from Clint. It's just a price that Danny can't pass up, I don't think. Not with ace jack.
Let's see a winner.
It's probably going to be good. You see people just kind of shaking their heads. They can't believe it.
Lucky you. Dang.
That river hit, and I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
Clint with a nice pickup.
So my horse is in the lead now, Rudy.
Your horse is in the lead. You're right. Clint Hartshorn now with 2.68 million chips in his stack.
Yeah, that was I really like that turn, the 1.5 big blind turn bet, because you keep all the gut shots in. Like, you put a lot of his hands in really uncomfortable spots because they're getting the correct price to keep going.
Yeah.
But they're drawing dead. Like, they're literally at best drawing to a 3-outer or 2-outer.
Suited 10-9. Clint shows that he can lay down an ace. All right, we are still at the 40,000, 80,000 level.
He was
trying to circle you out there.
Yeah.
I thought that Drew was the only one that was going to put 6 hands out, but I guess it's just the flop of it for the streamer dinner.
Or at least build the anticipation.
Clint is from Wright, Wyoming. I didn't know that, Josh. Kyle with ace jack. He says all in. That's all he needs. It's good enough. He's going to jam over the top of Jason's opening.
You said we're coming back to 100, right?
Nope. He gets away from it. Kyle's staying alive. Timely pickup there for Kyle. Kyle's over 1 million chips now. Oh, that's funny, Josh. You guys are just come from the metropolis of Wyoming, huh? A couple of large metropolitan areas there in Wyoming. Like 1,000 or so people and some buffalo.
I hear the No Limit Omaha games are amazing in Wyoming.
Hmm.
Like, at least 5 different people have told me, if you like playing No Limit Omaha, like looking at them
No
like,
Limit Omaha.
do you think I'm missing a chromosome? Why would I play No Limit Omaha?
It sounds like suicide.
It sounds like a good time until you flop a wrap plus a flush draw versus a set, and then just everybody's all in on the flop.
Yeesh.
We got A7 diamonds here versus, spicy flop. And we got a
Wow.
3 trip
Jacob
threes.
flops a set of threes. David with top pair, backdoor flush potential. He leads. No, he doesn't. Check, bet. Jacob will take his time. Yep.
So we got a
10 of clubs.
I think if Jacob raises here, David may get out of this because Ace 10 is a very likely card.
Jacob's first to act, so he's just going to lead out. Puts a little 250,000 bet offering out there. David calls in very quick fashion. Deuce pairs the board. This could be trouble. This could give David a little bit of confidence, make him comfortable that maybe he feels that they're both sharing the 10 as a kicker if Jacob happens to have an ace in his hand. In reality, Jacob has an unlikely boat. He's checked his hand twice before acting here.
Do you send it or do you go small? You send it. It's either one big blind or your whole stack there.
I like the bet. I don't know that I would do it, but I do like it.
I think personally I'm going one big blind because it just looks super weird, and if you're against a stronger ace, they're just going to send it back at you. But there's nothing wrong with just going for it right now because it looks like you may have a like ace 5, ace 4. I'm sorry, ace 4. Yeah, ace 5, ace 4, ace 6, even ace 8, ace 9. That's just hoping for a chop.
Yeah, and he's trying to move him off of the chop with this, maybe.
Does he have a 2, really? Like, at this stage in the tournament, I kind of have to take all his deuces and 3s off. He's been so tight so far.
Right. Yeah, we can see the clock there in front of Bert. They're about 30 seconds left at this level.
So what are you worried about here? You're worried about ace 3, you're worried about ace deuce, you're worried about ace 10, you're worried about king deuce. Did he trap ace king? No, probably not. He's played that pretty aggressively. Could be a missed flush. He could have like floated the flop, turned a gut shot plus a flush draw, and is now trying to bail that out.
What? Keep doing it too.
David takes a look at the. I think Lambo may have won a pot. Somebody's celebrating in the background.
Just wait a couple. Just wait a second. We'll hear about it.
Well, that we just. I think we just did. That's what I was.
The hand history, the details.
David's still in the tank here. There.
In terms of like, I think because of ICM here, you have to let this go. I mean, he hasn't shown. Jacob hasn't shown that he's gotten out of line at any point, and surviving is worth. Folding is plus EV in this situation.
Players are on break right now, and David is not much nearer a decision. A couple of minutes
going
into
through it right now.
Yeah, he's really. This is a tough spot for him.
This is what tournament poker is all about.
And let me point out that a couple of players haven't even left the table. They're very interested to see how this plays out, because this could, if whoever takes this pot down is going to have a significant stack.
He'll be sitting right at 40 bigs, which at this stage of the tournament is really important. You're able to survive you're able to take some hits, no problems. I mean, there's only 700 bigs in total left in this tournament. So having 40 of them, you're right at, what, 5% of all the chips in play? A little bit more, a little like 7.5% of all the chips in play. So you're closing in on a final table stack if you win this. If you lose this, you're done.
Oh, I was going to say, I think he's going to make the fold, and he does.
That was a good laydown.
Wow. Big hand there to finish out, to close out that level there, Jammer. And we're going to go on break now. The players are on break, so we're going to step away from the mic for a bit and just get our get some stuff together. We'll be right back with you.
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it. Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have the 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
yeah, and you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to, a hand like King Jack with a King of Spades, Queen Jack with a Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he
God.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah. And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. And not going to get anyone to
play. Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair. and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind. That's...
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
She might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start
she
me off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Then you got a fucking headset.
500. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue ball.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, phone.
She missed. He had 2 pairs.
What do you mean
You
you're
see what
not
I'm
supposed
saying?
to phone? You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6-10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Let her
supposed
off.
to
Save
pee.
your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, it's okay. Show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense. Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull the
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you have to walk around,
$50
like,
bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man. And
somebody's
Guam.
leading out into him.
That was
He
actually
checked
a more recent one, but.
Must be good. The check raise is always
Y'all
high.
remember
Well,
that one?
Mike getting a
So
little
they
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously, Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was that the fold? Rocket?
I don't remember it offhand.
Oh,
I know I've seen them all.
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here. Well, no, 'cause now the draws get there.
It said like Chasley Gill.
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like.
This Chasley, I think.
Was it? Yeah, Chasley. And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like
gamble with him?
molested.
Spades?
Good read. You didn't even know?
Once or
Oh,
twice.
he does.
Because I was with like month over month.
That's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw.
And I
Flush
didn't
draw,
like-
straight draw.
Oh, that
Pink.
had to help.
Got there both ways.
I was playing like a bunch of
He
Made
got
the
there
straight
both
and
ways.
made the flush.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I gotta play.
No, and if people can shoot it, that was fun.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3 bet.
And he's dominated.
Chaz with a
that
pair.
position.
Chaz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
set.
Got straight draw for Rolex Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky Rogers, have you ever been
Got shot.
We're gonna see that. Chaz with the
Backdoor.
How'd you get that name?
oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there though.
Yeah.
Got a set.
He's all in.
Oh,
Quads.
just that's it.
4 fours.
Just a little old quads. 4 4s.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her.
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz,
Like
you don't
ask
have to
for.
say, but how much
Get off
LBs do you think you have on Bubbles right now?
LBs? What are those?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds.
Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I'm just gonna okay. What's the line? What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique I told you.
All right. Looks like we're going to be getting back to the action here in just a moment. Oh, cards are out. We are back in the action. I want to welcome you guys back to the feature table of the Rounders Memorial Day $150,000 guarantee, which actually ended up with a purse of $227,000. First place is guaranteed $38,400. This is feature table action. We are going to stay with the action. We're going to continue. We're going to keep things here, and we are going to play down, well, to a winner. We're here for the duration, baby. Hang with us. If you're about it, be about it. Hang out with us. I am Rude, coming at you live. I've got my partner, Victor. Seven Deuce Jammer is taking a little break right now. He's stepped away from the booth. He'll be back shortly. And also, momentarily, we'll be joined by my buddy, your buddy. You know him. You love him.
Pretty bad on my glasses.
Bet on Drew. He's going to be joining us to call the action as well.
We were talking like during that last level. I was like, I wasn't going to say anything because I'm sure it's more annoying for you to do those glasses.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
I'm thinking about going to get my. I meant to grab my sunglasses because I think these sit on my face. The other ones don't as much. Like there's no space.
Yeah, or they can just turn the AC towards the screen table. Everybody. One call. iPhone. Or if you want to do it, Jacob.
The fuck is this shit?
Oh my god.
Dude, oh, fuck you guys. Y'all got all this. Playing the fan toy deal. That's crazy. I'll point it off to y'all. You on bet, Lambo? You on bet it was pointing the check up there?
Lambo to check.
We're gonna have a little.
The air.
We've got a little fight over the fan.
Hey, blame the system. Don't blame me. I'm not blaming you, but don't act crazy when I say so. Blame the system.
I cannot wait for Lambo to join this table.
And we're ready to feel a difference. Just turn that in.
We have to go hand for hand on the fan.
There's our alternate table there, side table, and a great shot of our main room there. We still got lots and lots of action out there. We've got tournaments going, multiple tournaments going right now. We've got many cash tables going.
Clint just taking it for himself.
Oh.
There you go. That's an ingenuity right there.
That's engineering. Yeah, we had so many people in the room today. I'm telling you, honestly, when I tell you I've never seen more cars in the parking lot, it was really crowded. It's a lot of people come out to play today, and it was hot, really hot, and the air conditioner just overworked. Still trying to catch up.
Get used to a full parking lot, Rudy.
I'm not an idiot. No, that's what's crazy is if you take 3 steps past that full, it's like a 10-degree difference.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell
Up or down. Yeah, no,
I'll try my best.
way cooler. It's unbelievable. No, I mean it's actually unbelievable.
We went up in blinds, right? We're 100K now, so 25, 2.3, 2.3, 5, or was that 15, 13, 12, 9, and 5 bigs. So 25, 23, 23, 15, 13, 12.
Okay. Players that are spread. Folds, 3 folds.
225.
5 erases, 225.
They're gonna get mad. I don't care if we get it all.
Mine would go to touch it again. Be like, hey, 4 did it.
Or even if we just rotate it like every 5 minutes.
You gotta tell Lambo to take the jacket off if he's hot.
I wonder if he's considered taking off his. See, that's.
To try to circulate it in the room.
It'll work better like that.
Yeah, it really should be in that room by the doorway. That's where there's a cooler air coming in from the main room. That corner there can get kind of hot sometimes.
I mean, we're final 3 tables in a 1,400 person tournament. Everybody here's on a heater.
Drew is dripping sweat. Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, poor Happy was he was really hot. It was just melting in the box earlier.
I remember my first time.
We need one of them bladeless fans, you know, that they have at IKEA.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we'll have a jacket on.
Costs like $175, but damn, do they work.
Like, how does it work? I'm always like staring there looking at it.
Hey, I'm always the idiot.
Oh my
like,
god.
Oh, one of those dice. Yeah, the bladeless thing.
Oh yeah, Stito.
It's suited in the muck.
Thank you.
Good job, Stito.
Oh yeah, Stito.
MVP.
Whatever you get paid, no.
Yeah.
There, whatever Stito did, our tournament director, he handled it. They're thanking him. They're very appreciative of his efforts.
I was thinking the same thing, but nope.
This don't make sense that circulating.
Let's take off a little bit from the top, huh? Give it to Stito.
So now's the time where you got to start making moves in this tournament, right? The stacks are condensing. The top stack right now is only 25 bigs. Like you got to start making moves.
Yeah.
Like when you go shorter in a tournament, you need to be betting more. So not enough betting so far. So these guys are like going to blind out, or it's just going to be cooler versus cooler unless someone decides to go for it here. But like these blinds are huge. You gotta start stealing the blinds.
Man, he's going to take that one down. Ace 10. Good enough for a raise. Takes it down. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised, our man Bet on Drew is going to be joining us. Drew.
Hello.
Howdy. How are you?
What's up, gentlemen? How are you? What I missed so far?
Well, you missed some little pokering. I know you're out in Vegas. They got poker action going on out there. But today, here at Rounders, we've got our Memorial Day $150,000 guarantee.
Well, now I got to go get my jacket.
This is the featured table. We are down to about 24 players. 24 players left of 1,422 entrants.
Nice. I have been in and out watching as I've been getting settled here in Vegas, but it's good to see everyone. What's up, Poker Jesus in the chat? I have been listening, but this is exciting, man. I like this. Cool to kind of see before the final table everything that transpires and leads up to the culmination of who's going to win this huge tournament.
Right. We've had some pretty good action here. Clint has been making some moves. The funny thing about this this featured table, though, that we've been witnessing is
that'd be crazy, right?
there was kind of a little. The chip distribution was different. It's kind of spread out, but now it's kind of consolidated. We've got now it's kind of spreading out again. We've got Danny dropping behind. He was a short stack for quite a bit. Then he made a huge double up. He's gotten involved in a couple of other hands. Now he's the short stack once again. He's got about 5.5 big blinds. So he's got one move at his disposal. We've got 3 people at the top that are within just a couple of 100,000 chips of each other with over 2.5 million chips. They've got very healthy stacks. David's going to jam with ace deuce off. Clint finds an ace, a suited ace.
I think at this stage in the tournament, that would be classified as making a move.
925.
It's a pretty spicy jam.
Clint verbalizes a call.
That's the second time now he's called a jam with ace 9 suited.
This is a 2 million chip pot.
So it was ace 8 versus ace deuce.
2 pair.
I'm sorry, ace 8 versus ace 9. Now Clint's got 2 pair on the turn.
Yep.
Basically drawing dead at that point.
Yep. And that's going to be it for David. David is going to exit the tournament. Stage left. He's going to go out in 31st place.
GG's, David. GG's.
Frustrating place to go out in. So much potential.
Oh, 100%. I mean, no, it wasn't going to be it, but it was
760 for the cash there.
Clearly, you're not up to.
I'll say this, better than any shot that I had. It's like you're actually. I'll own up.
Let's just also make it clear that I'm shooting from downtown.
I know. I'm usually a 3-point shot myself. You're like Carl. Are you right or left-handed? The other night, 0 for 12. Whatever.
Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
So again, Rudy, your guy's in second. Mine's starting to pull away. We pick the pole position here.
Yep. Still a lot of poker to be played.
Yeah.
They may both make it to the final table.
We can only have one table captain.
Could have to survive this hand.
I don't know.
Little sneak peek in the booth there.
Pair of 4s for Joe.
Half to continuation bet there.
Joe with the call. Oh, look at this. Clint comes from behind, finds a king.
Drew, at this stage of the tournament, with some IC and pressure closing in on final 3 tables, are you just down betting the turn here, or are you ever using a bigger sizing?
With Clint's hand?
Yeah.
For sure. I think that a lot of the time we're going to be able to assume that we have now taken the lead, and whatever hands that Joe's going to have is going to only be able to call maybe 1 or 2 small streets. So I would definitely size down on the turn with the king. Not really afraid of too much.
Chippy V, it's a big bet on the turn, though.
Yeah, exploitative for sure. With the sizing, if going small.
Stream just posted. They just got to the part where I was arguing about the fan.
What's up, Miss Lorianne? Good to see you. Maybe I'll see you out in Vegas this June, potentially. I imagine you're coming out here. Oh, wait, you might live out here. You've won so many Resorts World tournaments. I was starting to believe that you live out here. Maybe you just travel out here a bit.
Sounds like
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of pictures, and I will start my summer of live poker tournaments on Wednesday with event number 3, the $500 WSOP freeze out.
Looks like we got Jason going all in here. Jacob folding an inferior ace. Boys and girls, if you're paying attention to the action on the feature table, you'll notice that when Clint returned with his bag of M&Ms and started partaking in the energy that the M&Ms give, is when he started making his move. You can see he's really loosened up with the addition of those chips to his stack.
I'm happy with the fan.
He has a commanding lead now, 4.5 million chips almost. He's got almost 4 million chips more than poor Danny, who's the low stack, short stack at the table.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Clint's also playing really well. I saw a couple of hands from him earlier. The ace-10 versus ace-9 suited. Even though that didn't work, I think that was his last low point, and he's just kind of steadily been building since.
Manny opens with 3s, gets called by Joe, who has king-queen suited, a pretty hand.
Makes the call from 30 bigs.
Similar chip stacks for these two players. Great flop. Good flop for 3s.
Yeah.
Manny's first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I literally was just like,
Snap check on the turn from Joe is definitely, I think, a sign of weakness. Let's see if Manny picks up on it. Could be a good turn card here for Manny to start turning his hand into a bluff. He did pick up a gut shot, but he could represent the ace. Now, looks like Joe is going to go ahead and actually represent the ace here. Looks like he's got about a 40% pot, 300K carved out. And Manny does release the 3s. So a couple of opportunities there, I think, for Manny to have potentially won that pot, but Joe does take the rope that he's given on the turn. Bets and takes it down. Nice hand for Joe.
Yeah, Joe's going to be a player to keep your eye on. He's made some good moves, taking a couple of pots away from the opponent who has a better hand. Got a new player joining us in seat 6.
That's all right, brother. We'll get you right now. We can't come. Yeah, we got you, brother. Don't worry about it.
Just keep adding them to your stack. That's the easiest thing.
Oh, is that Izzy? Izzy's going to join us on the feature table. Israel.
What's up there, Squand? How's it going? Good to see you in the chat. Ghost, good to see you as well. Shout out to everybody lurking, watching the stream. Thanks for tuning in today. This is a fun one we got for you. What's up there, Juan? Villa Vicencio.
Pretty close. Not bad, Drew. Not bad.
Thank you.
Vicencio. Villa Vicencio. That's an interesting last name. Can't say I've ever seen that one before. I guess we both missed.
Close, huh? I feel like a valiant efforts we gave. We got a limped pot here, Rube. +1 with the Jack-10 offsuit for Kyle. Limps. Small blind completes for Jason, and Manny checks. Manny's got top pair. He's looking at his chips, likely going to be betting now. 350K in the middle. Looks like he is going for a little over half pot, 175. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe that's 225. Kyle's got a gut shot, but he's only got $1 million in chips, so he's got about 20 big blinds. Do you think we're going to see a call here, Rude?
It's hard to say. I don't think I'm 225,000. That's a lot of his stack. I don't know. It's a quarter of his stack. That's just too much. I think if he's going to go for it, he's going to have to just really commit to it. And just jam.
Definitely a tough spot there for a quarter of his stack. And nice for Manny, who got to see this flop for cheap. Flop top pair, leads out and takes it down.
Yeah, that's a great pickup.
I love that too. Honestly, I think players do project a bit when they lead out in situations like that and say that I have top pair. And while it can, again, project their hand a bit, I think it's a good play too, because he just got 2 overs and a gut shot there to fold for a quarter of their stack after limping pre-flop. The king high even has a bit of equity. He doesn't mind getting to fold there as well. So it's a good bet by Manny, taking advantage of the opportunity given to him there.
Yeah. Also, his bet sizing was good too. It didn't necessarily commit him, but he didn't, like, if he, for instance, let's say that Kyle had pocket queens and just jams, maybe Manny decides to fold. Oh.
Right, for sure. Sizing is definitely massive there. And really our goal should be not to give, with any of our bet sizings, we don't want to give any of our opponents easy decisions. So that for sure put the Jack 10 in a very tough spot.
There's my guy, Izzy. Takes down his first hand he gets dealt.
What's up there, Izzy? Welcome to the table. So you played with Izzy before? What do you know about Izzy, Rude?
Izzy representing the PLO people, Drew. He's a man of the people. That's my boy. We go at it. We battle day in and day out on the PLO table. He's a very thoughtful poker player, especially, I don't want to say especially, including tournaments. He's made some very deep runs, several deep runs of some of our larger fields. He's a person to keep your eye on. I didn't catch his stack size, though. Did you happen to see it?
No, not yet. But it looks like, do you know anything about Gilberto, who just popped into seat 6, another one of our new players?
Can't say that I recognize Gilberto. Jason jamming again.
Yep. He's got 20 bigs jamming in the cutoff here with the ace-3 offsuit.
Kyle, king-5 offsuit, likely going to get through. Yep.
That's the first time I've seen you pull up to the jam.
You didn't have ace-9 of clubs?
Pretty late.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah. He was like, I want to think about it. How did you say that? Yeah.
Well, the king queen was real small jam earlier, and I was kind of pissed when I did it, but I never got there. Never again. Yeah, well, no.
Izzy's got just under 3 million chips, so he's got a healthy stack. Very playable.
Very nice. Let's see if he puts those chips to work. That's going to be something I love to see, and I love to do personally. Whenever I get moved into a table before anyone really has a vibe or a read on me, I kind of like to press the action a little bit and see how players are going to be responding. A little unbridled aggression from time to time, Rude. I like.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, kind of makes them wonder about you, right?
For sure. What's up there, Rafael? Thank you for the good luck in the 500 freeze out. I think it's going to be massive. Is that Lambo in the sweats over there?
It is Lambo in the sweats.
Well, man,
they were virtually having an arm wrestling contest over that fan. The guys in the corner there, it's hot. You know, the air doesn't move sometimes. And plus, like I mentioned earlier, Drew, the room was just packed. I have never seen the parking lot more full than
I love
today.
that. I love that, man. Big
So many
tournaments
people,
just
so
bring
much
people
action.
out.
Yeah, yeah.
We had a lot of people returning from day 2 of this tournament. It was almost 180 people or so. Do you remember the exact number? It was like maybe 172.
Yeah, it was a lot. I missed the exact number. Now here we got some clashing about to take place here, Drew.
So Manny's got a little over 30 bigs, opening the jacks in the hijack, and Clint looks like he's going to raise it up to 600. So a small 3-bet. I think Manny's just going to put this in a bunch, and Clint is just going to have to call with the ace-queen suited. He's not 3-betting to ever fold, I wouldn't imagine. So yes, we're going to have a big pot here likely. Unless Manny chooses to flat. Nah, actually, I'm going to wager a guess here that he's jamming. He kind of did this hand thing where it's like, did you see that?
Yeah, yeah. I think he's just counting his chips to see where he's at, how much he's already committed, what's left.
Yep.
Does he want to play jacks out of position?
Snap call from Clint. Here we go. Big confrontation.
This is what we call major clashage.
Rude, you have to win your flips, man, to win tournaments, right?
Oh, you've got to, especially in situations like this. I mean, we've got this. Think about it. How many hours have they invested in this tournament to come down to this flip right here?
Watch this, Roos. Deuce 4-7. Ooh.
You got a couple.
Backdoor hearts here for Clint. 2 overs.
Really good flop and turn for Manny.
That's a really good hand turn.
Oh.
Up a royal draw.
Manny with big double up here. 3.5 million chip pot. That's going to put Manny in first place on the table.
Huge pot, huge pot.
Wow.
Clint took it in stride. He knows what it is.
Clint still has 2.5 million chips in his stack, so he's
50 bigs. Yep.
Still got plenty.
Still really, really good situation.
But the biggest change was for Manny. Manny is a lot of playing, a lot of breathing room, a lot of playable chips. He can see what he does.
100%, 100%.
So, Drew, you're in Vegas. You left us, took off,
yes, sir.
Went west, and you've moved into the putter's pad with your buddies.
Did you move? No, it's right. This right.
You're there for 2 months.
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Yep. I am here, and I have pipe dreams of winning a trophy, a bracelet.
And you drive to the ram, get your confidence.
Well,
fade away from your seat.
I know you'll have plenty of people rooting for you.
Thanks, I hope so. I'm sure there's a fair amount rooting against me as well, which means I'm doing something right. So I take that, the good with the bad. Yeah, this is exciting, though. I was so sad that I had to leave right before this tournament because I wanted to play this. Like, this is my hometown right here. You know, my homeroom and everything. $200, 150K guaranteed.
Drew, we find Danny found a suited ace here. He's under the gun, and he's got just 3 big blinds.
Jokes, I get jokes.
3.5 big blinds.
Do you think this is time to joke?
Oh, wow. I've been looking at the big blind as 50K. I forgot it's 100K.
Yeah,
50, 100, and then we do small blind amount for the big blind ante. For those of you who did not notice yet or forgot, like me.
But we see Clint reluctantly making the call here with King 8 offsuit.
With a few people behind still, a little bit, I think, loose of a call here by Clint. We know that, now granted, Danny is under the gun. He's going to have to go 3 bigs, probably pick a pretty wide range.
Still got side action, guys.
And then Joe with the suited jack and the big blind knows he's getting a good price, decides to try and knock out the short stack as well.
I gotta say, I don't like Danny's chances here with a couple of callers. They've got a lot of board coverage.
Wow, look at this jam from Joe. Just unconcerned about Clint's range. Jams about 16 bigs.
Clint is dumbfounded.
Yep.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, because there is no side pot that he's fighting for. And Joe is going to take it down, though, so it does hold. A lot of players, Rude. How do you feel about that? Because there is I don't know if I want to call it like an unspoken courtesy, but with the short stacks all in like that, you kind of call. I think a lot of players assume that it's just going to check down. Let's see if we can knock out this short stack, right?
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like a collaboration. You know, the people who are healthy, the chips, the guys who have chips to play with, and they're calling down the guy who's all in. It's kind of a collaboration, unspoken understanding that we're just going to try to uh, make the person with the best hand knock out the short stack, so that the rest of the field will improve. Right, their position. We're going to bust somebody out. Everybody else moves up a pay step.
So it's interesting though, because now from Joe's stance,
See what we did for you, Drew.
there was about
nice
a million
to go
chips.
cool off a little bit.
It was 375, 344, more than that. There was already a million or so chips in the pot for him to just take down, hitting a pair, and he's putting his 1.6 million in the chips there, gambling that Clint didn't hit top pair, flop set, or something like that. And Joe got a nice increase to his stack. Now he's the second biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out for Joe. He actually was gonna. I mean, if Clint had made the call, he was gonna lose anyway. But you know, he kind of. I don't know if he took Clint's body mannerisms at face value, because remember when he made the call, he kind of looked like he was reluctantly making the call. So maybe he felt that he was weak, and 5 was good enough, and he was going to be good enough for him to go with.
Yeah.
He was right in that case.
Poker G's is correct. Yes. Back in November, Clint won the 2K high roller. He got heads up versus Dylan, I believe it was. And he ended up winning it for maybe 26K, if I remember.
Yeah, yeah.
I
forgot about
right.
it.
You're just crushing hearts left and right.
No.
Even when I'm not in the hand, you're breaking my heart.
No, they have like
You didn't hear it. You didn't.
Yeah.
No, I was the only person to notice. He already wasn't even trying. He got it right in the middle. Like no outline or nothing. I was just like, well, fuck.
I didn't see it. So.
Yeah. That's fair. I'm the only person who saw it. And I was like, well,
Yeah,
that's true. I mean, it's forever etched on the internet, so it happened. Like, what it is. Yeah.
If I don't have, I didn't want to raise you. I want to raise 50 years.
Get you to scan for me really
Nice
quick.
hand there. Gilberto
Really quick.
sticks it in.
Thank you.
Takes it
Appreciate
down.
it,
Boom,
sir.
boom.
Sometimes they don't scan, and I'll let you know if they don't scan. But if I don't say anything, then you're good. Thank you, sir. You're gonna raise 325.
Manny coming in for the raise here.
King Queen offsuit under the gun.
Blinds have gone up too, Rude. It looks like we're at 150K big blind now.
Oh, you're right. Yep, missed that.
Yep, just happened. And Kyle's all in for his last 800K with the ace queen. Unfortunately, Izzy has to fold the queen jack suited. I'm pretty sure nobody likes folding queen jack suited pre-flop.
800 even.
Right.
I would be surprised if Manny finds a fold here, but he did raise under the gun, and Kyle has been picking his spots here. Maybe playing conservative by some standards. It is only another 650,000 to call, but he does find the fold for another 5 bigs. Don't fault him there. It's probably going to be up against a strong range. It looks like a brilliant fold when you see the actual cards, the king queen versus the ace queen. What's up there, Ted Perendez in the chat? How's it going? Viva Mexico. Johnny Anderson, we are going to be playing through to a winner today. So final table will be today. So everybody, you're getting to watch this play down from we have 26 players, 24 players remaining. You can see in the bottom right of our screen from 1,422 players. So we will be playing to a winner today. We got a nice long stream for you. And yes, the 500 freeze out I was talking about earlier is a tournament in Las Vegas, not in Texas. So it looks like Clint is all in for, he's got about less than 20 big blinds, 13 or so, 14 blinds with the queen 10 suited. Now Jacob's got a tough decision here. He's got pocket nines, but he would have to call off 85% of his stack to make this call, and he's still got several players behind him. I don't envy his position, but he does know how strong his hand is here. See him looking behind right now, realizing how many players still left to act. I think he's going to make a good fold. I think this is a tough fold to make with the players behind.
Yeah, it's tough.
If he's in the big blind, though, Rude, a relatively easy call with the pocket nines, I would assume. Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. He's still got, like you said, players behind him. Manny has nothing to offer in terms of resistance. So Clint's going to get that through. Clint lives. On we go. 2.4 million chips is still a hefty stack.
So very, very good, yeah. And I think that the average stack right now in the tournament is 2.5 million. So I do still think that players are going to have sub 15 big blinds, still some room to like do some raise folding potentially, given what the average stacks are. Because right now, average stack is like 17 big blinds. So players aren't overly deep.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Joe's got a nice one here. He's got just under 30 bigs, or 20 bigs, 2.8 million in chips. He's got the ace jack of hearts. Raises it up to 350K. Clint in the big blind with a defendable hand, 6-5 suited.
Similar stack sizes.
Yeah.
He likes the price, makes the call.
Fair fight here.
Oh. Clint outflops Joe as bottom pair.
Joe with another snap decision on the flop. I've seen this a couple times now.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier too, Drew. There were a couple of times where I thought the action went so fast. I was just shocked at the alacrity of the and the jack on the river.
Wonder if Clint will bluff it here. I think he might just be giving up on the hand, but he knows his 5 is likely not good on this board. Oh, very nice play from Clint. Looks like he puts in about 600K, almost half pot. Putting a lot of hands in a very, very tough spot.
Look at Joe just shaking his head. Can't believe it.
I mean, what do you beat here? Even though we see that he has the best hand, what can you beat? He has no club. He does not have queen. This would be a pretty epic call, Rude. I really like Clint's play here. And the sizing. It's probably efficient. I think if he bets too small, Joe just makes an easy call.
He's going to show. Is he going to show?
No, I don't think Clint's a shower. He's
Wow.
like, you'll have to watch the stream. You'll have to watch the stream to find out.
What a beast. That was
Nice hand, Clint.
Nice. Yeah, I like it. It was first of all, the creativity, the wherewithal, the presence of mind to understand what the situation was, where he was in relation to the opponent, and then to come up with a plan and to execute it. Like, it's one thing to understand all that, and then you come up with a plan, but now you got to pull the trigger, Drew.
Yep, 100%, 100%. And I think for how
I got it for
quickly
you.
Clint processed that situation just goes
Charlie, I
to show
got it for
his
you.
experience.
Charlie's not this.
Making that for like 2 hours. How about the full beer? Nothing in there.
Jason looks down at a very pretty king queen suited 900K, easy all in situation. And with 900K, Kyle's going to be folding here in the big blind with the 10-8, and he's going to pick up 300,000 chips. Very notable for his stack.
He just picked up 30% of his stack size.
Yep. Huge pickup there.
Yeah, very good.
We're down to 23 players in this tournament, Root. Everybody has locked up $1,080 from their $200 buy-in, playing for the top prize of $38,400. And once we get to the final table, everyone will lock up a minimum of $3,300. So look at this, Root. Isn't this awesome? Right in our backyard here, $200 buy-in, 38K for first, 26 for second.
Yeah. So you gotta love it. Gotta love it. $200 turning into $38,000 for somebody today.
Sad it's so hard to make day twos, isn't it?
Oh my God, who are you telling?
Ooh, man, he's got a pretty one.
Yeah, are you happy?
Raises it up to 375 with the aces. Praying for some action, and he might get some here from Jacob. Yep. Oh, he's just going to call. From sub 20 bigs in the big blind versus a cutoff open.
That's okay.
Brilliant looking play, seeing the hands. But I think I am going to be finding a jam here a lot of the time with pocket sevens in the big blind and these stacked ups. Looks like about a half pot, little under half pot bet here. It does put Jacob in a tough spot, Rude. What do you think? Quarter of his stack, pocket sevens?
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume that he decided to just make the call and didn't 3-bet because he wanted to take a look at the flop first. He can't like the king. The 5 and 4 are great, but the king is just staring right at him. I think he's just going to, find the fold.
A nice hand there for Manny. Manny, if I was in the big blind, I would have had to hit a 7 on the turn of river there.
Yeah, you might have gotten committed to it. Would you have 3-bet or jammed?
I mean, versus a cutoff open, if I didn't assume that they were just an extremely tight player versus a cutoff open in the big blind with, I believe he had 16 or 17 bigs. It's just a very easy jam.
Just
because you know what's going to just because honestly, versus a late position open, we are going to get them to fold, pick up the chips in the middle, which are so impactful to our stack at that depth.
Right.
And when we do just defend a pair like that, we're going to a lot of times see overs and then just let it go to a C-bet. So the profitability of just jamming their pre-flop is well worth it for me. And, you know, sometimes we run into aces and sometimes we run into ace king and win a flip and have heaps.
Right. Or in that case with ace king, you would have lost to ace king, but that's going to happen too. You know, that's
right. Yeah.
why they call it a flip.
Ace queen. Ace queen.
Ace queen. Okay. Ace queen would have worked.
Yeah. Folds to Jacob in the small blind. He raises to 325.
Gilberto just sitting there in his little, he's got his sunglasses on, the hat pulled down tight, low, brim down low, his jacket on. Looks like a tight player, Drew.
Gilberto is vibing. He's got 20 bigs. He looks like he's going to definitely be picking his spots. Understandably so. He is above average chips. Average chips right now are 2.6 million. That's true, Miss Lorianne. Perhaps Jacob has some intel. Peeked at the live stream, knows that Manny is either getting hit in the face with the deck or playing a bit more of a conservative strategy. Could very well be a thing.
Is he under the gun with an ace in his hand? I know my
He
guy.
is under the gun.
He
Yep.
will be mucking this.
It's a better position already, dude. Wow. Damn.
Kyle with a reasonable hand here in the cutoff. Queen 9 offsuit. He's got sub 10 big blinds.
21-4.
I'm gonna let it go. Depending on how players are approaching this situation, Rude, with 23 players left, especially if you're not getting hands, sub 10 big blinds, late position open. Queen 9 offsuit is not that nice, but definitely worthy hand to think about potentially jamming there just in an effort to try to stay alive and pick up some chips.
Yeah. Yeah. Can play pretty well post flop.
Pawn versus blind. Gilberto going to lead out with his open-ended. Very nice pickup there. Picking up those small pots are huge, especially when it comes to navigating a tournament. A lot of it, Rude, is staying alive, picking your spots, a bit like a well-oiled machine or boxer. You know, the way they utilize their jabs, you know, you're not always winning big pots. You're like scoring these little points here, picking up these little pots here. You stay alive and you wait for that big moment where you win a big flip, you get aces, and then you throw that big punch, that haymaker.
Yeah, that's the haymaker with the aces. But yeah, you gotta do the work. You gotta do the body blows, right?
Yep.
Gabe Cox joining us in the chat. What's up, Gabe? My other PLO brother, being Izzy regulars in the PLO table with me.
We got an all in here. 8 big blinds for Jason under the gun with King 9 suited. Probably looks like aces with 8 bigs. Jason very aware. I love what I noticed what Jacob's been doing here. Always checking behind to see what the players behind him situation is. And I think Gilberto's got a hand. He's got the card protector over his cards. Before his action, he wants to know how much. How much?
Yes, sir. 1.2.
And the thing is,
he's got 4-3 suited. Gilberto. What do we got here?
The thing is, Jacob put a read on him. He's like, this guy's asking for the count. He's making a note right now on his phone.
Yeah. Oh, that was something I'm going to do this summer, Rude. I'm going to get a little mini notepad and pull it out at the table when things happen. Sometimes I'm going to be trolling and sometimes I'm not.
3 of them.
Are you good at like paper and pencil or?
Yes. Pencil and physical notepad that I keep with
do
me.
me a favor, Drew. What I want you to do is I want you to take out your little notepad, get your pencil out, and dab the tip of the pencil on your tongue, and then start writing and look at the person you're writing about 2 or 3 times every time you jot a word down.
Well, what's going to happen, Rude, the way I envision it, is something's going to happen at the table, whether it'll likely be between me. Maybe I'll make a fold and I'll go, interesting. And then I'll pull out my tablet and then start taking a note.
But don't forget to dab the pencil on your tongue. Put the lead right on your tongue, and then
it's a very nice touch.
Yeah, you got to prime the lead.
Yep, 100%.
Everybody knows that.
I might even cross my one leg, and get very into my mode of taking a note.
Yeah, like a therapist.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a great idea. I should ask them too. I'm curious what you were doing there. We'll call the player Rude. Rudy, what were your thoughts on that hand? Would you mind sharing with me?
a little
my little notepad.
In between intra hand interview.
Yeah.
Break it down for me, would you?
Oh, that's gonna be
How
good.
about no? We've got about 22 players left, guys. The average big blind. Everyone has about 17 big blinds currently.
Players are seeming to drop at a more noticeable pace at this point.
Gilberto suited king. He'll play from the hijack.
Question is, Rude, for how much? 150K big blind.
That's a good question. 400? 350. Okay.
Okay.
I like that size.
I like Joe's hand. 9-7 of clubs, one of my favorites.
Joe's hand is a speculative hand. There's 650 in the pot. SPR of
wants to
about
play.
3. Gabe taking odds on Izzy making the final table.
Respect. I
You can
love
get 2
the
to 1 right now.
confidence.
Mm-hmm. Man, he's got an ace. His ace reg. Let's go.
And he makes a nice fold there. I think a lot of times players will see that they just have to call a blind or so with an ace there. But multi-ways, we really want to be overfolding in that situation, the big blind, especially with those weak ace X.
Jack 9-4, 2 hearts on the flop. Little c-bet from Gilberto. But Joe's going nowhere. He's flopped second pair. And he's got position on Gil. Four of hearts brings the third heart. Gilbert checking his hand just to make sure. Wondering how many hearts he has. The answer is none. They are red, though.
I like this from Gilberto. He might give some OMC vibes, like an older gentleman who might not be getting too out of line. But not only did he look at his hand here, he continued to bet. I would have expected a check here a lot of the time. I think he knows what he's doing. Gilberto is a sleeper here.
Yeah, he checked his hand to see if he had any hearts. Checked down, looked, noticed he had no hearts, and bet anyway. So he's doing a double negative. It's doing a little
putting Joe all in. Rude, look at this. He's putting Joe all in.
Oh, he did. He bet 1.2 million.
I don't know if he knew exactly how many chips Joe had, but I think he just chose big bet, and it happens to be all of Joe's chips. Because he definitely didn't look at Joe. He doesn't know how many chips he had. He just chose big bet. Gilberto just said, I'm going to win this hand.
This is for your life, Joe.
Imagine Joe making this call as well. Second pair, he hasn't given it up yet. He's definitely suspicious. This would be an epic call
here,
Rude.
This would be another epic call possible from Joe.
Rude, I'll give you odds. 5 to 1. Okay, you give me $20. If Joe makes this call, I'll give you $100. But if he folds, you give me $20. What do you think?
I'm in.
Okay, you're in?
I'm in.
Okay, cool. All right. Joe folds here. I get $20, chat. If Joe finds this epic call, I'm giving Rude $100.
I don't like it. I think he's going to fold, but that's okay. For the people.
I don't know. He's thinking long enough that I think 5 to 1 is okay. Possible. If it was at the beginning of the hand, I think it should have been like 10, 15, 20 to 1.
What did he say?
100K, 200K.
Oh, that was close, Rude. He grabbed the bottom of both of those stacks. Chat, you think he's making the call? He's in the tank here. Gilberto, ice cold.
You know what, Drew? Just put it in my ACR account right now. Those chips are going in, baby.
All right.
Oh, he called. He flipped it in. He flipped it in.
Oh my gosh. I would never be calling Gilberto
Look
here.
At him. Look at that.
What a vibe. Gilberto gave off no reads or anything.
2 pair.
9-7. 9-7.
Another heart.
Joe in beast mode, man.
Board. Yeah. No, but listen, you got to give mad respect to Gilberto.
Tell me.
I mean, both of them really, right? Both players played that hand very, very well.
Let me get an official count.
Rocket Science is in the chat, says he's just posturing. Rocket Science thought there was no
That
chance
was
he was
impressive.
calling.
No, that's
And
nice.
guess what? He made the
Yeah,
call.
he has like he had fun.
Wow.
Hold on.
That was a good call. Honestly,
Wow.
wow. Wow, indeed.
More tips, you like them? Yeah.
Oh. Then you give up.
Yeah.
Very nice hand to Joe. Very nice hand to Joe. Table chip leader now, 4.6 million in chips. Incredible hand. I just lost $100.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Joe.
No, that was a great play, though. I'll tell you what, that Joe's going to be a problem. He's been. When he started that hand, he knew he was. I think he just felt he was going to try to outplay Gilberto.
Props to Gilberto, too. I think he's going to get a lot of folds there. Gilberto, fearless in the low jack. All in with the 6 deuce of spades. Jason with the ace king. Isolates for a little bit more, 1.2 million.
Clint is not happy. He found a hand that is, kind of on the edge.
Agreed. They all have less than 10 bigs. If he happens to be live and maybe he's up against a couple of small pairs, he's flipping. Maybe he's up against an ace jack, ace queen. His cards are live. If he does, he's got to call another million in chips. It would leave him with 1.8 million behind, which is more than 10 bigs and just a little bit under average stack. And it looks like he wants to gamble.
Call's been made.
Wow, let's go. All right, we got ourselves a big pot. Things are starting. People are getting antsy, Rude. They're ready to go. Everyone's starting to
heating up. Yeah,
they're trying to set up a big stack and go for the win. I love this.
Pot, guys, 825.
What's up, Rocket? Good to see you in the chat, brother. What's up, Adrian Martinez?
Okay.
22 players left. And we got ourselves a 3.3 million chip pot. Gilberto, very live, Rude.
Gilberto is live. He's working on the straight flush.
What's up, Chris Wee?
Chris Huey. That's
Huey.
That's Phil. That's Phil's brother. He has a hat that says "I'm Phil's brother."
Oh, that's epic! I want one of those. I want to be Phil's brother.
Chris is cool. Nice guy. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
King is race offside, and King 10 covers all in the main.
Boom.
Okay, you guys have side pot. You have our main pot action over here.
Well done, Drew. Let's go.
Oh.
Everyone gets something.
Everybody.
We're back to square one.
Yeah.
With equities.
Queen. Queen only for Clint. Oh, Ace King is going to take it down. Ace King for all the chips.
And GG's Gilberto. He went down swinging. Shout out to Gilberto. You got to respect that.
Yeah, don't man, that you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't let that his slight demeanor and belie the aggression. That guy made some moves. He was here to party.
Yep, I love it.
Rocket Science calling for the 6 ball. That would have been awesome. Petro Tazalin, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate that. We appreciate you guys stopping in, joining us for the feature table action of the Rounders Memorial Day $150,000 guarantee, where we saw 1,422 entries. We are down to the final 21 players. First place is guaranteed $38K. That's green dollars, $38,000.
That's like 50,000 Canadian. That's for all my Canadian friends out there watching. Izzy got the deuces. He's going to raise it up.
Ducks for Izzy. Jason, though, The cutoff, ooh, fold sixes. Izzy's been very quiet. Hasn't played very many hands since he's been there. So he's going to get the respect. Earn that respect.
Bro. Last hand at these levels will be up next hand, guys.
Chris says that Izzy's playing too lackadaisical. I don't know. He's got that demeanor. He's pretty. Looks pretty tight.
I'm upset thinking about it.
He just picked up some blinds there with deuces. He got sixes to
Still
fold.
at 75, 150. It'll go up.
Next hand, we're going up to 100,000, 200,000.
Drew, last summer at the WSOP, I was playing in a tournament, and there was a guy who was just relentlessly just pounding and just giving everybody fits at the table. And I didn't know who he was until Lonnie Harwood, his wife, walked up to him and gave him a hug. And it was Phil Huey. I thought, this guy is not a normal poker player. Who is this person? Lo and behold, Chris Huey's brother. I was just pounding everybody, man. He's a really, really different kind of a poker player.
He's also one of the best mixed game players in the world.
Yeah.
Also,
we got action.
Yeah, we got a big hand here.
Kyle shoving with ace-6 offsuit, but Manny wakes up to ace-jack. Manny's got him well covered.
There you go. That's the way of thinking I wasn't playing it for.
Oh, six. 6 in the door.
Just a jack only. We'll slide the pot to Manny.
Oh, why y'all say
Kyle survives.
Kyle up to 2 million in chips, which is now going to be 10 big blinds. Blinds are about to go up 100,000, 200,000.
I don't know what y'all are talking about. I would never do something.
Yeah, what are you in your peak?
21 players remain.
I'm cool down. I'm
no,
cool down,
this
guys.
is we're back to normal. Get it in bad.
Gabe made me laugh in the chat.
Blinds
Gabe
are
says
guys.
Phil is a
100K,
mythological
200K.
poker player, but he meant methodical. Mythological, like a god.
Damn, even with 4.
Over. I like the strategy.
You missed it. I said I'm taking the ring toss approach from here on out.
Hey, when you buy the bucket and throw the whole bucket.
That's right. That's right.
100K, 200K, guys.
Seat open.
Lost another player, Drew,
John, tell me which seat.
on the other
Down
table.
to 21 players, 20 players probably. It's going to update in just a minute.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 20 players after that last bust out.
Yeah, John, I have a headset. I can tell. Stito.
Jason's all
Can I
in
get a count?
with 9s. Joe needs a count.
3.4.
This is a very meaty bet. Very, very meaty. 3 million chips. It's 30 big blinds. Is he shoving for 31 big blinds?
16. Blinds just went up 100, 200K.
Oh, right. Thank you. Yep.
Yep.
Right.
3,375,000.
Versus a low jack jam in the big blind with ace queen, it's just too. Oh wait.
No, he
folded ace queen. I was going to say so for me that's just too high up. Of the hands that we can receive, ace queen is just a top 4% hand, top 3% hand. It's just really, really good. I think I would be ecstatic to look down at ace queen in the big blind there and make a call. But maybe some players would choose to fade that situation and continue to.
It's pretty crazy that you're sitting here.
Maybe not get into big flips
I
like
was
that.
in your flight last night.
Yeah, it looked like
Did
he
you have
wanted.
a bag besides that? No.
Looked like he wanted to just maybe
Sure
didn't want to respond. Well, I don't
You
know.
understand
We just
what's
saw him make a
going on when
huge
you
call a
jam,
little
right?
while ago against Gilberto.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he jammed the jacks against ace king. No, the ace king. You had the ace king.
Guys, I'm going
against
to
the
step
jacks,
out
yeah.
for a bit.
You were
I'm going to
at
leave
risk.
Drew in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, 'cause
Jammer
I
is going to
was
return,
directly
and
concerned.
you guys got
And
the commentary. I'll be
the
back in a bit.
absent player had a 5K chip.
Huh?
The absent player had a 5K chip. No, I'm not criticizing at all. I'm just saying it's crazy that.
What's up, Drew? How's it going?
Went down that way, and now you're sitting here with this.
Hey, buddy. Welcome back, Vic.
That's why.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Looks like our horses did not fare very well. I had Clint, and Rudy had Jacob, who's all in right now.
Started with 1.7.
He's got a nice hand here on the button. The ace deuce of hearts with less than 10 bigs. Easy jam. Hopefully just take down the blinds in a lot of situations. Joe's got a hand he's just got to play here. Pocket sevens versus button open. And he's going to put Jacob to the test. Oh, so Jacob didn't jam. Jacob just raised. I see now. He made it 450. I prefer jam here on the button. I'm not saying sevens would have folded, but we can get a lot of stuff to fold just by jamming button here with ace deuce of hearts. And now he's in a spot where he's just likely going to be folding, but decides to make the call. And he is a pretty big dog here now. 3-1 dog. What do you think, Vic? What do you like on the button there with ace deuce of hearts? You like to raise, call off, raise, fold, jam?
Yeah, I think it's in the name. I think I'm sending it.
Yeah.
You put a lot of other aces in really bad spots, too. If you're not going to jam, I don't think you even should play that hand. You should just fold it.
And only an ace or a king. We'll see Jacob to play another hand.
Yeah.
GG's to Jacob. From what I saw, Jacob played well, and unfortunately he's going to bust out here, it looks like, in 20th place. We're approaching the final two tables. This is exciting.
I mean, I didn't. No offense to you, but the conversation on the other table was I don't know who's more in the wrong, you or him. But I guess because he's so big, from my memory, he had a pretty big stack.
Yeah, he was chip leader. He raised like 10 hands in a row.
Yeah. Oh, was it?
So what's interesting, Drew, about this, they started out the feature table pretty deep, and nobody was really making any moves. So they've all,
although
the online streets, they've all been blue lining pretty hard.
The only thing I can think of from your point of view is that you'd rather not.
They're all now within kind of like similar stack depths, despite the initial there's a huge disparity.
Yeah.
In my mind, I thought I had GoPro. He raised every hand. I have ace king.
Yeah.
Who's played the turbo, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only had like 140 at the end of the day, so it's not. It wasn't like a big raise. Maybe if I had 400, I'd fold.
So Kyle, playing conservative here in the cutoff, just decides to call the 200K from his 2 mil stack with the king-9 off. Jason had an opportunity here pre-flop to take down the pot. Decides to just check it. And now Kyle's got a gut shot. And he's going to try to realize his equity. Decides to check back in position.
With all due respect, fuck off. I think I've gotten in ahead of you at least 3 times so far, and lost all 3 times.
That first one was so sick when you flopped into nuts.
Yeah.
And I flopped that was ridiculous.
No, that wasn't the first one.
That wasn't the first one.
The first one was when I got it in 9s versus Jack 10, and you spiked your Jack on the river.
Oh.
Clint is really sharp and has like a very sharp memory. I don't think he forgot about that hand.
I doubt it. I doubt it. Clint definitely seems real sharp.
I think he brought up the second hand that he sucked out on him on purpose, just to remind him there's another one in addition to that one.
Yeah, I mean, 375 is the bet. It's just
Ooh, so this isn't.
That was the problem.
Yeah, anything. Yeah.
This bet might get called. It's too small. Kyle here playing very. I mean, he might get a fold.
I river to Jack.
But it's just he's not giving his opponent that hard of a decision. It's kind of like he could toss in the 375, be wrong, and it's not really going to change. I mean, it changed a little bit. Izzy's only got 1.7 million in chips, but you can see he's got the 375 carved out. He's doing some assessment of the potential damage of it. So maybe not a bad bet from Kyle here, though. I think it's one of those conservative player, low risk bluffs that they hope to get through. But you don't love seeing your opponent carve out the 375 right away. Yep. And he does make the call with the 4. The price is just way too small, Vic. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know that we have any third pot bets there, right? I think in theory, we're only going half pot or bigger.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, honestly, it's just not a tough decision for your opponent with that small of a bet size. And in theory, too, honestly, to that small of a bet, we're going to be calling just so many pairs there because you're getting such a good price and your opponent just needs to be bluffing that one time.
I think I'd probably even call with pocket deuces there, to be honest. Like it's just so small. It's 1.5 big blinds?
Yeah. Yep. It was, pretty much 1.5 blinds. What's up there, Ship It? Thanks for tuning in to the stream today. Devin Walsh. Hello, John Anderson. Good to see everyone. Oh, boy.
Fireworks.
Yeah, Clint's all in with 1.7 mil at the 200K big blind. Joe just sitting with aces in the cutoff. 6.4 million chips.
All in.
Now, before this hand, they just went through all the times Clint has sucked out on Joe. Are we going to add another one to the story?
It would be fitting, wouldn't it? And it actually looks like... Oh, no, he's got king queen. I thought I saw 2 kings for a second. So we will see, Vic, if this will add to the suck out stories. Oh, no, Clint's putting his jacket on. He's digging deep for this one. He's standing up. And he's got backdoor hearts, or needs to go running 2 pair.
Needs to go running. He's dead at this point. GG's.
No, we're not breaking this table, bro.
Well, no, like somebody.
Oh, a different table? Yeah, if we're down to 18, yeah.
Yep. So GG's to Clint, the 2023 South Texas Poker Championship 2K High Roller event winner. Clint's going to bust out here. It looks like in 19th place. And I do believe we are hearing right now that we're going to be combining down to the final 2 tables of this event.
Right now, yes. We're going to keep dealing because the clock is still running, guys. We're going to get tables.
So what adjustments do you make now, Drew, going from final 3 tables to final 2 tables?
Well, basically what's going to happen here now is we're going to have essentially a new table dynamics building. We're going to have 2 full tables, which it hasn't been in a minute. We're going to have the 1 table here, and then off to the in front of us here that you see, and then, of course, our feature table. And, you know, for me, I personally like to, if possible, get in there, start swinging early. Unless I know some of the players at the table, then that might determine whether or not I'm going to start raising a bit, kind of play it a bit more conservative.
Oh, I apologize. No, I thought the red means it wasn't spanning.
It'll flash green, and then when it's your action, it'll be red. So.
Looks like we're going to get maybe a hand or 2 in before we combine tables. Jason's on the button with the 7-4 suited, and Manny looks like he is all in. Looks down at an ace. Kyle has about 4 big blinds, so easy jam for Manny. What's up there, Camilla? How are you? Good to see you. Did you get to play this tournament, Camilla? Here we go. We got the new players arriving.
How you doing, brother?
Looks like we got about 2.7 million for seat 5, who is taking a seat. Looks like I still see Lambo back there on the outside feature table. I see Jimmy in seat 2. Don't recognize the other players, but I do recognize seat 3 coming in. I forget his name right now, but he plays a lot of tournaments. He has been on a final table stream before.
I got a 60.
I believe this is FedEx Chris coming in 6.
Looks like FedEx Chris has less than 10 big blinds. My eyes are looking correctly, 1.8. He might have 8 blinds or so.
They said just away from the table.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta get Chris on our PLO stream. He's a big fan of the 4-card game.
Very nice.
Please, chip count, chip stack count when you get a chance, please. An exact count.
We're down to the final 18 players, everyone. Very exciting stuff.
4,050,000. Okay. C3 has 4,050,000. Raise the 450.
Is there purple chips or the millies?
Purple chips are 500K, I believe. Actually.
500K. Okay.
Yep. Jason decides to raise it up in the cutoff with the King 8 offsuit and is going to take it down. Keeps the stack right around 20 bigs. And with our new players at the table, looks like Joe in seat 7, after winning that aces hand up to 8.5 million. He's our big stack.
Money for it, but that's okay.
Justine, Augustine. That's who it is in seat 3. Okay, Augustine's got 4.5 million.
Good luck, everybody.
Jason, who we just saw take it down, 3.8 million. And Izzy in seat 9 with 3.3.
Circle in front is the scanner. If you need to rescan the cards, I will let you know. Otherwise, you are good to go if I don't say anything. You're good to go. You folded over there, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There you go, Kamala. Looks like we have Miss Patty. She's got 2 million in chips, pocket 4. So we do have a female player down with us in the final 2 tables. Kyle with a monster here. He's got the ace-king suited. He's been waiting for a big one. And it looks like it won't be an easy decision for Miss Patty with pocket 4s here. Do you think she's going to call if it gets back to her, Vic?
I honestly have no idea. I've played a lot with Patty, and sometimes she's very tight. Sometimes she's not. Just depends on the day. Just depends what happened at the other table.
325. Okay.
All right.
Cards on their back.
She's in there. Big flip.
Suited.
First hand as tables have combined to the final 2. Miss Patty is in the lead. Slightly. Kyle needs an ace or a king or a club for hope. Spikes the king. Miss Patty's going to need a 4 now. And she does not get there. So she's got 6 bigs now, which is still plenty of chips, actually. As we come down to the final 2 tables here, Vic, average chips now are 3.5 million. So it's about 17 big blinds.
200,000.
Wow.
I have a screen I have a clock right here in the middle, guys. If you have any questions on time or blind levels or whatever.
If Patty gets chips here, it's going to be very tough to play against her.
Thank you.
Good hand. I mean,
She's going to make these guys' lives very difficult if she is able to double here or able to secure some more chips.
Sorry, sir. I just want to verify, make sure what we have in the back is the same as what you actually have.
Let's see how Miss Patty handles her stack from here. She's got 6 bigs, queen 9 offsuit.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
She's going to let it go. Izzy, 17 bigs, opens up the ace-king to a little over min.
425.
And he's got 12 bigs. He's giving me vibes here like he would jam. That confident sip from his drink and then imagine the all-in.
You really want to see Izzy make the final table? Have a deep run.
I've seen some Izzy fans in the chat, so you're not alone there. Easy call in the big blind for Joe, our table chip leader. He's got the Jack 10.
Three, see the bad news.
See how Izzy continues here. I think players like to oversee bet these situations. Not that it would be bad. Here he is going small. And I think, yep, we're going to see a raise here. And Joe is likely going to push Izzy off of his equity now.
I'm not sure. He's a four card player. I think he's going to see at least one street. Nope, never mind.
It's tough. I mean, it looked like Izzy had 2 points, maybe 15-ish bigs behind. And it's just, let's see here. What did Izzy have? 2.7 million behind. And it just puts us in a really tough spot, call with ace king. That's why I kind of like checking there a bit with the ace king, even though a lot of the times versus your average daily or local tournament player, when they just don't hit anything there, you are going to just win the pot. So it's going to be profitable. But I think c-betting into the table chip leader, c-betting a hand that you would want to call. We really don't want to fold ace king on that flop. I think with the stack depth as well, if you thought there was even an ounce of a reason that your opponent might be check raising you and putting you to a decision, I like checking back there.
So you opened that off of what, like 12 bigs, 13 bigs?
His ace king?
Yeah.
No, he opened the ace king off of 16 bigs. 16, 17 bigs he had there.
Are you ever just limping that and lip jamming?
If I have it set up, the limping strategy is, I think, a no limit hold'em is still a strategy a lot of players are digging into more, myself included. There are some cheeky spots to do it, but unless I have them a limping strategy kind of already worked in to whatever the table dynamic might be, a lot of the time I'm definitely just going to look to raise there. I don't mind if we just take down the blinds, but the last thing I want to happen with ace king in that situation is to just limp and then go multi-way, when I could just, especially from like 17 bigs, every pot you pick up at this point is really meaningful and I think notable to our stacks. Jason opening up from just under 20 bigs here with the pocket sixes under the gun. Joe's got another hand. This might be the Joe show here. Looks like he has decided to just call. I don't blame him versus an under the gun open.
Yeah, I really like calling ace queen in position. You're almost pure calling ace queen in position.
We're gonna have a four-way pot. Ace finds the way. Miss Patty is all in, and she is in trouble. You can understand her all in with so much out there. She only has 4.5 blinds behind. And then Joe with the snap call, of course. And Miss Patty's going to need running hearts, running cards to make her straight, or a 9. Otherwise, she's going to be our 18th place finisher today. Whoa. Big 9 on the turn. She needs to fade a queen or a jack for the double. Or 10.
Oh.
Wow. Counterfeited.
Wait for the reaction here.
I think she kind of just reacted a little bit. It's painful.
Sorry, Patty.
Here she goes.
She's being a little playful with Drew in the box there. How could you do that? She seems to have taken it on the chin there well, though, even though that is a painful way to go. Vic, the Joe show continues, man. He's up to 11.5 million in chips. Likely our chip leader in this tournament, if I had to guess.
Sometimes.
All right, guys.
It's your
guys,
time.
let me over here.
Yep. What's up, Bubbles? Yes, this has been a fun stream. It's been very cool. I think we've been live. Vic, what was it at start? Maybe 45 players at the start of the stream?
Yeah, I was right at 45 at the beginning. What up, Bubbles? The PLO Queen in the chat.
Yep, that is for sure our PLO Queen in the chat.
The other thing too about the way Joe's running as well, like he's built up confidence,
Quite the wall.
and that makes a huge difference as opposed to having your stack getting, taking hits, rebuilding, taking hits, rebuilding. When you're running pretty smooth and you're having a natural chip up that really helps you go for the win as well. It makes it a lot more. It makes it a lot easier to go in and take.
You just feel invincible, right? When you're just winning hands, chip leader. You're so far away from being put out of the tournament. It's an amazing spot to be in.
Yeah. I think I've heard a few people describe it as win to win, right? Your bluffs start getting through, your C bets start getting through.
Yeah.
So final two tables. What are like the common pitfalls or like common traps to avoid pre-flop? Like you see people walking into them where normally they would be a play, but because of the ICM here, you don't see that.
Well, I think really there are multiple strategies that people will consciously and subconsciously start to play.
That our screen?
Yeah.
And honestly, I would not be guessing that these players are adjusting their strategy too much and starting to think about ICM. I think that
like when you have an active hand,
players are mostly going to be taking actions connected to their cards. I do think that they're going to be consciously tightening up their ranges, but not necessarily the 3 letters ICM. I don't think would have come into their minds. I think players do know you just have to play a bit tighter here once you're starting to get closer to the money. Hope to get a double up. And Chris is all in for 925K. The ace jack of diamonds. Joe with the 7s. And Chris is relatively new to the table, so he might not know it yet, but it's got to be close to knowing that you do not want to be all in versus Joe right now, the table chip leader.
This is going to be a heat check for Joe. Pretty safe flop.
Yeah, good start for Joe.
Not a safe check.
Yep, so we see the outs there. Chris has 12 outs. And he gets there on the river, hits his flush. Chris is going to be up to 2.3 million chips now. 11 bigs. 11 bigs and a dream. So Joe can bleed as the chip leader. Fortunately for him, he really didn't lose much there. The perks of
5 bigs.
Yeah, having a big stack and being able to take hits like that and not really feel it in a sense. He's still got over 50 bigs. And like I said, likely our tournament chip leader.
How many bigs do we have in total? It was 56 million chips?
56 million chips, yep.
Okay. So wow, he's already got like a top 4, top 5% stack.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got coming up on 15-20% of the chips in play. Pocket 8s for Chris. He's going to try to spin this up now. Good hand to get it all in, 11 bigs. Nice pickup. Up to 2.7 million. What's up, Barry? Am I going with new hair color for WSOP? No, actually, I am still kind of rocking purple. I'm not sure how much longer we'll be rocking the purple for, honestly. I'm starting to come into my silver stage, it feels like a little bit. I got these silver hairs in my beard. Maybe I'll put them in on the top to match a little bit more. I'm not sure. We're getting close though, Barry.
I think we should have a prop bet for the hair color.
Can you elbow scan for me, please? Thank you, guys. Raise 600,000.
82 players lines up next hand. 125, 250.
250 big blind next hand, everyone. Price of poker is going up. Joe coming in here for a raise to 3 times the current big blind with pocket nines. And he's going to get it through.
Good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Barry.
My time, guys. Bert's going to come take good care of you. Good luck.
All right, so it looks like Drew is going to swap seats here with Bert.
I don't know if it's just the less amount of people or what.
So we're at 18 or 17. Well, let's see. You got
I think
gap
the
over
fans
there.
got set up really helped.
We're right on the edge of a pay jump here now. So it's a $400 pay jump with the next bust.
Yep, you are correct here. It looks like, Vic, we got about 17 players, did you say?
Yeah, and 15 is 2K, 16 gets 1.6. So $400 jump here.
We got a big first place prize, everyone. This is a $200 buy-in. First place today is $38,400. Second is $26,000, $17,000 for third. Fourth, you could see here, $13,000, and then $11,000 for fifth to round off the 5-figure paydays. Not too shabby for a $200 buy-in.
The difference between first place and the buy-in is so big, I'm struggling to compute what like how many multiples of the initial buy-in is first place.
It is like 100, and it's like 190x.
Nice, solid.
Yeah, massive. Massive, massive. Brian taking a spot here in the small blind fold swim. He's got the Jack 5 suited. And he has less than 10 big blinds. This is a hand, Brian, if he wanted to. He could just very easily jam. He chooses not to, though, and gets Chris in the big blind to fold an ace. Did you see that, Vic? He had ace 7.
Yeah, if I in that situation, facing that bet from him, I look down at an ace, I'm sending it right back. We're just snap jamming.
Maybe Brian's non-all-in raise there, the small raise, maybe he thought it was really strong. But I think if Brian just calls small blind, I think Chris in the big blind with the ace has presumably an easy jam. And I think if Brian jams, I would be snap calling in the big blind with an ace in that situation with those stack depths. But maybe Chris would find a fold there. Maybe some players would find folds there too. What do you think?
I think Chris is. I see him aware and looking at the pay jump in that situation. Because they're right on that pay jump.
I could see that. Definitely something to consider at this point. All right, Brian is all in. Big blind is 250K. He's on the button with the ace 7. Easy jam, very nice. And this is an important part. So, Vic, you asked earlier about kind of final two table strategy. And I think this is, everyone can feel it now. Now we're at the point, we got like 16 players left. And this is where, in my opinion, you really have to be willing to fight for it. You have to be willing to bust out final two tables in order to position yourself to make a run at the title here, to get the trophy and the 38K up top. But also, even just a jam like that, some players, I think, would have, from what I've seen so far today, either called there on the button or maybe just min-raised and then ended up folding. Whereas if you jam, you get so many other hands. You can even get like king, queen, king, jack to fold, some hands that have good equity versus you. But right now, it's about staying alive, picking your spots, understanding your opponents, and knowing where you can get chips and going after some big situations where you might have to win a flip. But if you win it, it could position you really, really well to take advantage of your current table and hopefully, charge on for the win. See, like we're seeing this right now. Chris here with the less than 10 bigs, just opening the button to 600K. Now, he may get this through, but if he really wouldn't mind just going all in here and taking down the blinds. It's a notable addition to his stack, whereas making it 600K or 500K, if you would have made it a little smaller, getting a big blind defend, we're going to miss a bunch. It's going to be difficult to navigate. So very similar stacks, back-to-back hands, very similar hands, and 2 different plays. That's the beauty of poker.
I think I would raise and leave like 100K behind.
In case somebody gets all in. That's very tournament player of you. A very high roller-esque.
It's just gonna like raising or jamming is expected, but raising to an amount that's not a jam and leaves you a chip, I think is gonna break up like the mental flow of your opponent.
I do think it adds a little bit of psychological play into the equation. Might be able to get some players to fold more.
Manny living the dream here, looking down with pocket kings, final 2 tables.
I'm just going to get some action. What's Kyle got? Kyle's got... Actually, with how Kyle's playing, I'm a little surprised to see him go with the Queen Jack here, especially so many players behind. And he's got about 7 bigs or so. 6 bigs.
What's the nickname for this? Isn't it Hawaii? If you don't play this hand for a year, you'll save enough money that you can plan a trip to Hawaii.
Queen Jack, is that a thing? That's funny.
Yeah.
Kyle sees the bad news, hits him with the nice hand. Let's see if it gives him some run good. What's up there, JR Betting? Thanks for tuning in with us today. What's up, Corey SATX? Thanks for chilling. 16 players left. Queen Jack is at risk here.
As usual, ace on the flop for the ace magnets.
Yep. And Kyle is out of his seat. He knew he needed a miracle runner 2-pair to win that pot. He's going to be our 16th place finisher. GG's Kyle. Kyle really didn't get too many big hands. He was on a short stack for a while, so it feels like he managed his situation fairly well.
So now everybody has 10x the initial buy-in. We're in the 2K payout. So 15th to 13th, 2K, and then we have a jump again, 12th to 10th. $500 jump incoming.
Very nice. Notable, right? 2.5 buy-ins.
Yeah, not insignificant.
Thank you, JR Betting, for the good lucks. I appreciate it. I just got into my Airbnb for the summer. Got my computer and whatnot set up just in time to hop on commentary here and sweat this 150K event.
This is going to be
really sad I couldn't fire this. What do you think he's going to do, Vic?
He limp or just complete? The blinds just went up. He's got 10 bigs. Oh, no, he went for it. This puts Manny in kind of a weird spot. Chris has been playing pretty strong.
Yep, definitely an interesting situation. Because, see, even if Manny just calls, almost all the flops suck. It's really
like,
yeah.
My bad. I feel like this not all in here is just like aces, kings, ace, king.
I can definitely see that perception, how that looks. for sure. Raising from less than a little over 10 bigs. Making the raise. What type of hands do they have? It definitely looks strong, and you would think that, oh dang, are they ever folding? Like if he jams his fives, is he going to be jamming into just big hands here? And that's kind of the nice thing about having a min-raise strategy still from these shorter stacks. Even though a lot of players watching probably know what the deuce is there, it's a hand that he could have just very well shoved if he wanted, because you can't really play it post flop if you were to min-raise it from that stack. But
his Rezo is a 2.5, right? It's effectively
600, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what threw him off. Is hey, this isn't like he just didn't min click it. This is actually one of his bigger bets. Oh, but everybody's sharing cards here.
So Augustine would have to call off about half of his stack, or 6 bigs. He's in the big blind with the ace-8 off versus a cutoff short stack jam. And he gives him the little peek at the ace there.
Good for Izzy, taking it down.
Yep. Every pot one at this point is worth so much more than meets the eye.
How many dollars is the blind worth right now?
You know, that's a great question. Do we have anyone in the chat who would know? I do not know. Math is not my forte. Noodles, Asian food. Let me see what else. Zelda. Those are kind of more my forte a little bit. Live reads. Ooh, I'm a live reads guy, Vic. Did you know that?
I do, as am I. White magic.
Yep, white magic is a thing. Looks like we got a raise, Augustine, and the small blind with the ace-10. And he's going to take it down. Down to 14 players, everyone. We're approaching the final table quick. So what's going to happen is when we get down to 10 players, we are going to combine to the unofficial final table. And we then will be doing a different segment for you. We're going to do some like old school EPTs where you don't get to see the hands, and we're just going to talk through the action. We're going to speculate about what our players could have once we get down to the unofficial final table of 10. And then once we break it down to 9 players, we're going to bring the graphics back up and resume normal play.
Drew, you missed it earlier. You weren't there, and in the background, you see Noodles running by. Then you see Noodles going the other direction with something in his mouth.
That's funny. Yeah, he loves it in this Airbnb. He remembers it from last year.
Yeah. Rudy said, "Did he steal that from John?" I was like, knowing John probably gave it to him.
Ooh, look at this. Blind versus blind. Brian has jammed his 10.5 blinds. King 6 suited. Perfectly fine. And as you can see, he didn't get snapped off by the ace queen of the big blind. So good jam. Because this is a slam dunk call in the big blind.
Where are we at? We have 2 missing from this table. I think they're on a pay jump, aren't they?
Let's see. Pay jump at 12? I think so. I'm checking now.
I just heard someone yell on the other table, so I'm pretty sure they're on a pay jump here. So I think he may be waiting for the other hand to finish. Not a slow roll.
Pay jump at 12, yep. $500 ladder here. Chris slightly covers. So maybe Chris is, wow, Chris folds the ace queen. So this is a brilliant jam by Brian then. If Brian happens to get wind of this fold here, he can really utilize that information in his strategy, the way he plays some pots, blind versus blind here. Vic, what do you think? What would be your reasoning for folding ace queen there?
you just don't want to flip. You'd rather be the one driving the jam. I don't personally never folding ace queen there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even care what the amount is. It's just going in.
Yeah. I mean, you could really, theoretically speaking, just like look down at the ace and then make the call right away in a blind versus blind situation.
I also don't know what the stacks are like on the other table, but if there's like multiple short stacks on the other table, yeah, I probably would have to fold that, knowing that, hey, there's 4 or 5 guys behind me that are gonna, you know, before I get to the blinds again, there's gonna be potentially a few more busts, and then these ladders are starting to get significant. It's a $500, $800, and $1,200, then a $2,000 ladder in a row.
Look at this. Chris just calls small blind ace-6 suited. Joe raises it up to 1.2 million with the king jack offsuit. I thought Joe was just going to put it all in. Me personally versus small blind limp here, I don't think that they're calling off or trapping enough. I would just go all in with the king jack and assume to take it down. But looks like Chris is playing a bit conservative here, maybe aware of the pay jumps, trying to ladder up a bit. Nice raise by Joe, though, our table chip leader.
Yeah, it looks like there's some short stacks back there from what I can see. Some really short stacks back there.
Is that Vu in seat 4?
No,
wrapped up in the hoodie?
Vu's standing to the left there.
Oh, holy crap, he is. I thought he was wearing a sweatshirt like that.
There's more than half the chips in play on this table. So there's got to be some short guys on the other side.
Jason's all in under the gun. He has a little over 10 bigs. King queen offsuit.
You know, thinking back to the ace queen, even if I am short, or even if there are guys that are short, I'm still going for it because at that point I'm playing for the win.
Yep. Hello, Miss Patty. Really unfortunate for you there with your ace-9, especially after hitting the turn. Very, very painful, but great run. Huge field. 1,422 players in this. Miss Patty, right in the chat, finishes in, I believe she busted out 16th or so. Final 2 tables, though.
Yeah, deep run, 16th out of 1,422.
Nice hand there for Jason. He's going to pick up a nice spot.
Superstar is a training site or a site you play on?
It is a clothing company my buddy started, and he opened a GP, and we're opening a brick and mortar July 20th.
Oh, cool.
In Houston.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
That was not the answer I was expecting.
Pretty sick logo there on his hoodie.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the Joker Stars merch from the Houston crowd.
So with every other club.
Poker district.
Man, you living the dream on final 2 tables. Kings,
I tell you what, man,
now
Champions
jacks.
puts on a really, really nice club out there.
They're awesome. I'm hard, too. I'm hard on people. They do a great job.
Yeah.
Looks like he's coming in for a little bit of a bigger raise. Decides to make it 3 times blind, 750K.
Well, that's what we're going to do. I do, too. Like, you can show me all the numbers and stuff, but I'm here to have fun.
Chris is working on laddering at this point.
Jason's got a good hand here.
I don't know. It's a really big open from under the gun to call.
Yep. That is very, very true. Wow. So he gets the ace-10 to fold, and as you're watching this, Vic, you know, honestly, if you see some players, you see that we have the 3x open, which is these days very non-standard, I think, in tournament play. But if you know people are just going to be folding ace-10 there in the big blind, and you think that players are going to tighten up their ranges, geez, 5 to 10%, I mean, does it at that point offset, and is it worth it to raise bigger?
So the person that I realize is the master of raising bigger is Patty. They'll be in situations where you're opening really big, and that's something I probably picked up recently. Is there's some merit? There is merit to opening pretty huge in some spots because you're just gonna be printing.
Yep, it definitely affects players' folding frequency 100%, as we just saw there. It only cost 1 extra blind.
You guys have a target date?
What's that?
You guys have a target date?
In July, after the main event.
Jason takes it down with the 4s there and a raise.
Set in stone. Whatever works best.
Best of luck to you guys.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out, watching the stream today. If you are enjoying, please do us a favor. Don't forget to hit the like button on YouTube. Lets people know that we are live so that they know to come sweat this huge final table. 38,000 for first. Second's getting 26. Third is getting 17,000. We're down to the final 13 players. We will combine to the unofficial final table at 10. Chris finds the all-in hand, 10 bigs, pocket 7s. Izzy is also in there with the ace-king suited.
Haven't we seen this before?
We have. We have indeed. Last time Joe had the 7s, lost to the ace-king. That turned a king. We'll see what happens here. Chris has been waiting for his spot. He's found it. Can he win the flip, though? King on the flop for Izzy. Chris has 2 outs, needs a 7. Or he is going to be on a very short stack. Izzy doubles up to 3.5 million. Average chips right now, Vic, 4.7 million.
So 15 bigs, average effective stack.
Yep, healthy stack for sure. Definitely can do damage with it. More room now to potentially get some raised folds through. Have that strategy.
This is where I'd like to see Joe start to pull away and just put pressure on people. Because now Chris is so short that if it folds to him and Chris is already folded, he can just, I would just pure jam any 2 cards.
It definitely it is getting to that point where people can apply a lot of pressure and get a lot of folds from their opponents. And having the big stack is just so nice. I remember, Vic, I was studying some late game final table, some ICM strategy, and man, it is so nice to be the big stack. And it is absolutely terrible and not fun to be a small and middling stack in these situations. Chris first act with the Jack-9 suited. Gets it all in for the final 4 big blinds. Looks like aces. What do you think, Vic? 4 bigs under the gun. You like this one?
No, at this point I would just ladder.
There's a ladder at 12 players, everyone. We're at 13 right now. And Jason with the kings, looking to bring us down to 12 players. 80% favorite. See what the poker gods have in mind.
Ooh.
Well then. And only a king. 2 outs for Jason to knock out Chris. Does not get there. Jason stays alive. Back up to 10 bigs.
How do you know?
How do you know? 4 bigs, man. Jack 9 suited. It looks like aces under the
He
gun.
looked down and said, "Oh, the nuts. Let's go."
John, I can look into it for you. Find out the chip counts on the other table. We will see if we can get that.
Some sorcery out of Chris right there.
Yep. In the big blind now, so nice to pick up that pot.
Sometimes you get a feeling. You got a feeling.
Yep. I'm a feel player. I feel that statement, Vic. I feel that.
You know, the person happiest for that double was Joe. Now Chris is still there. He took another big stack.
Look at this. Joe, our table chip leader, potentially our tournament chip leader, coming in for a raise to 700K. A little under 3x the big blind.
I would assume he's the
Jason to
chip
fold.
leader.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's see. Chris, press his luck. Nope. Gonna fold the ace-7.
It's like if I'm Joe, I'm going after Manny, I'm going after Augustine, and I'm going after Izzy's stack because they're the most vulnerable right now.
Yep, definitely a good strategy though. What Vic was just saying there about attacking the middling stacks essentially. And it looks like Joe is leaving the feature table, which Vic, it is confirmed here. We're down to 12 players, so we're going to be 6-handed and 6-handed, everyone.
From a viewer's perspective, Joe leaving is going to really open this game up. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch because they're just going to be shipping it back and forth. Oh, the walk with 9s.
Yep.
The worst feeling in the world. It's better to have loved and lost than never loved at all.
I know, right? Very true. Now that we see the stacks at this table, we see about 11 million in chips heading over to table number 2, which leaves now Manny as our chip leader with 3.8 million chips.
Watch the reaction to Joe's stack being on the table. See Taco?
Oh, is that Taco? I see Taco. I didn't realize Taco was over there.
Everybody did a double take. They looked at his stack, looked back to their hand and play, and looked right back at his stack. Like, what? Send him back. Send somebody else over.
See if Manny moves us along with that stack over there. Is he just calls small blind with the 8-9 offsuit? Jason, nice jam here. Identifying the small blind limp for what it is most of the time. Not a trap. Just a weaker hand wanting to see a flop. Good awareness. For those of you out there as well, if you're in the San Antonio area, we got a big tournament lined up for you this coming Friday. We're going to continue the tournament runs. We got a mystery 50, 20K guaranteed mystery bounty event. $50 buy-in gets you 20,000 chips. There are $20 rebuys and add-ons. Top bounty is $2,000, and there are multiple $1,000 bounties. So this is a fun tournament. What better way to spend your Friday night if you're here in San Antonio? Registration starts 6 o'clock and goes until 9:30. Hope to see you out here.
What was the first low stakes tournament that she final tabled?
Online or live?
Live.
Atlantic City. Atlantic City, the Showboat, I believe it is. The Showboat Casino. You could walk into the casino from the boardwalk, and then you walk basically into the poker room. It's right off. You button hook to your left. And it was the first small stakes daily tournament that I ever final tabled. And then I final tabled it 3 times in a row and chopped it 3 times in a row from that point.
Nice. Hit the honeypot.
Yep. And yeah, I don't remember what happened after that.
Where was that in AC? Taj Mahal?
No, I think the casino is the Showboat.
Showboat?
Yeah, I don't know if it's still there. It looks like we're going on a break, everyone. So we're going to come back to the 300K big blind. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Rocket? Girl is getting super cagey with the flat here. Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chaz Lee.
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like.
This Chaz Lee, I think.
Was it? Yeah, Chaz Lee. And I saw your picture and I was like, dude.
Will Mike gamble with him?
Molested.
You didn't even know? Oh, he does.
Because I was with like month over month.
It's all in.
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude,
Straight draw, flush draw. Flush draw, straight draw. Pink. Got there both ways.
Made the straight and made the flush.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I got like. No, and if people
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3 bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz with a pair. Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop. Oh, we got so close.
Set.
Got straight draw for Rolex Mike.
Got shot.
You're going to see that. Jazz with the... oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there, though.
Yeah.
He's all in. Quads.
Just, that's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm going to absolutely annihilate her.
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz, you don't have to say, but how much LBs do you think you have on Bubbles right now?
LBs? What are those?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I can't discuss the last time. Okay. What's the line? What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Alright, ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique I told you.
Alright.
You ready?
We think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
What is that? Wait, how does this work?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
I can't believe this is happening.
Jeez, I can't follow it actually close enough. Okay, she lost in this too.
Jazz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the... Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's going to have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely going to be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh, wow. That's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for... Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. Problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point, yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up. And then
Yeah, he added on right after the last hand.
yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I guess
Preston-
snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was gonna commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does.
He
Texas
does.
Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with sevens.
Sevens, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. But he's going to
out of position.
Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the
He's
call.
going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is
He's
getting
trying
tricky.
to give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or a queen. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. 3-bet pre-flop.
He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get nines or something like that to fold. But
Chaz
he's
with the
too
call. And Chaz is going to take it down with the jacks.
Oh, no, I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it.
You're about to get physically
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King Queen offsuit.
Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh.
I knew it. I was like, don't speak to now. Hold it.
We get an all-in from fours from Seti. I mean, from Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call, and I think Seti. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and Seti.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm definitely.
So she's cool with you.
He's gonna be covered.
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know, you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's gonna just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as backdoor flush, is just in this spot. When Alex calls with 2 left behind, you're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets. And Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check. I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be. Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And, oof.
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
You're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on, because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not going to float as much of a hand like ace deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
he snap calls, and those he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
16. Yeah, 1,600. Okay, so I was the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz. Yeah. Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because just I mean, Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10, and a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just going to go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings, so...
Yeah, and you know, you're drawing dead to, or close to dead, to a hand like... King Jack with a king of spades, Queen Jack with a queen of spades, Ace Jack with the ace of spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my god.
And he hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. and
the other person agreed.
not gonna get anyone to
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all. And we have
$400 in pre-flop.
no one has a suit in hand. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually gonna lead for 25. This is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often gonna get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair, and does make the call.
This fold's open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
She might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start me
she
off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Damn, you got a fucking headset and everything.
500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off with.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue ball.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, fold.
She missed. He can have 2 pairs. You see what I'm saying?
You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Better
Pistol
off.
Pete.
Save your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, it's okay. Show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of 10s.
Ah!
Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull the
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you have to walk
Rub it on my
around,
titties. It's a $50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run tonight?
The best one was
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in. I am your host, one of your hosts today, Drew, aka Bet on Drew. I'm here with 7 Deuce Jammer, and we're about to resume action in our 150K guaranteed Memorial Day event very, very shortly. We are approaching hand-for-hand play on the final table bubble. Players have locked up $2,000, and they are playing for $38,000 up top. Here are our payouts. $38,400 for first. Then you can see we go $26,000, $17,000, and $13,000. And here's the trophy that they're playing for today. 150K Memorial Day Open trophy to the winner. Vic, up to this point, what are your thoughts on the play you're seeing here? Anything come to mind?
I think everyone's well aware of the prizes to be won and the money that's up for grabs. I think it's on the front of everybody's mind. Been some good poker all the way around.
And he's dominating.
Yep. Yep, definitely been interesting. This was a $200 buy-in with 150K guaranteed that got 220K in the prize pool. So huge tournament. And we actually see Chris here with the ace-3 of spades go runner to win a big pot from Izzy. Izzy's got the ace-jack of diamonds there. You can see in our small screen. We're going to be bringing the action back up to full screen very, very shortly. But we appreciate you hanging out with us here today. And for those of you who are in the San Antonio area, just want to let you know that this coming Friday, we have a mystery 50, 20,000 guaranteed, $50 buy-in that gets you 20,000 chips. And for $20, there are some rebuys. Top bounty is $2,000. There are multiple $1,000 bounties as well to be won. If I was home and not in Vegas, I would be playing this one for sure. What do you think, Vic? What's your favorite part about these mystery bounties that are starting to become really popular?
I love when we first go into the bounty phase, and pretty much because of the value of the bounty is still at play, you're just shoving any 2 cards. That's definitely my most fun out of any tournament series format. Whatever is when the big bounty is all still there, and you're trying to go after one.
Yep, 100%. I am a mystery bounty junkie myself. 100%. So, all right, chat. The play is going to resume here very, very shortly. We see Izzy right now picking up aces. He wins a little pot up to 2.6 million. Our blinds are going to resume at the 300K big blind level, and we should be going full screen with this very, very shortly. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back into the action in just a moment.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the. Yeah, does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's going to have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely going to be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to.
Everybody's ready to go.
All right, and we are back into the action. And as we pick up, we have 11 players remaining. We are hand for hand.
Do you happen to know how much time we're running off the clock for each hand?
It looks like 2 minutes, I believe. Running 2 minutes off the clock for each hand here now that we're hand for hand. Welcome back, everybody. Time to strap back into the seats. We are here. What's up there, Lone Star Social Club? Eric Adams. Shout out to the lurkers. Almondron. I see Ghost in the chat.
So what are we, 9 hours into day 2?
Yes, we are 9 hours exactly. Yeah, into day 2.
So we've been averaging like 30 hands per hour here. So these guys for the day are closing in on anywhere between like 270 to 300 hands played today.
Long day. Tournament poker definitely tests your endurance. Augustine going to get an uncontested pot here with the king 6 of clubs. Looks like we got a rail building over there. I see Raul. I see Corey. Is that Corey over there? I saw Corey earlier. Nope, I see Vu over there as well.
Curious who they're sweating at that other table, if it's Jimmy or if there's somebody else. We see Mancha there. What do you think the average number of decisions made per poker hand? Somewhere between 50 to 20, right?
Per hand?
Yeah.
That's more than I make, I think.
I think if you break it down right, like each node that you're having to go through, it's probably like closer to 20. So like if these guys have played 300 hands. You know, they're closing in on, you know, anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 decisions they've had to make today. So that's a lot
It's
of
a
like
lot. That's a
mental
lot of
brain
thinking.
power. Yeah.
Izzy's all in here. He's got 2.1 million chips over the open of Brian. Brian opened the 7-5 suited. I like this hand. I dig it. He's trying to get one through. A good time to try to get one through, I would say. Final table bubble. You would assume players are going to be tightening up. Izzy just woke up with the ace queen here. Easy all in for him. Look at how close these stacks are, Vic. We got 3.4 million for our table chip leader. Izzy's got 3.3. Augustine with 3.1. 3.1 for Jason. 2.7 for Manny. And Brian, who just had to raise fold to 7-5 suited, is our short stack with 1.75 million.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's right neck and neck of each other. So there's a significantly more amount of chips on the other table.
All the chips. We saw them go over there. The 11 million chips that Joe had.
Yeah, there's got to be like close to 40 million chips on the other table.
Blind versus blind situation. Jason's got the king 4 clubs. Very playable. He decides to play all in. Man, he's got king 8. It's a reasonable hand in this situation. What do you start to call there, Vic? What do you think in the big blind? Take ICM aside. Just what do you think is going to be a profitable call there versus random people in the big blind? What's your worst king you're calling with?
The worst king I'm calling with. King 4. Wait,
Suited?
which which population? Like, who am I playing against? I guess is the question, because that determines.
Yeah, for sure. Just a random player. I was thinking.
King 5 off.
King 5 off. So you would have called the king 8 there in non-ICM situation.
Chip EV, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's only what 9 blinds, 10 blinds. I've already got one out there.
Yeah, if your opponent's going all in from the small blind, they're theoretically correct, then you definitely have to start calling much, much wider. There are, if you're playing online, I know online a lot of players are finding some good jams at 10 big blinds, like jamming the Jack 5 suiteds, the Jack 10 offsuits. And if you know your opponent's jamming those type of hands, you have to start considering calling the Queen 5 suited, the King 5 suited, the King 8, King 9 offsuit and better. Ship it. Yes, I am in Vegas right now.
I think though in theory you're supposed to call any ace, any king, but I'm just not.
Yep.
I'm not calling King Deuce, King 3. Like I just don't ever think I'm good there, and like the edge that you're pushing is so insignificant. I'm just.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't hate it. Trimming the edges, some of those ranges, the bottom edge. Oh, we got an all in here from Chris. He's got the ace 10 of diamonds. He's going to run into Izzy's ace king. Beautiful, right?
Living the dream in seat 9.
Wait.
Huge spot here with 11 players remaining.
Just don't want to put it back.
So we got to hold now. We got to sweat the other table.
Yep. So there's an all in and a call there. Oh, I see Jimmy. Maybe they're sweating Jimmy.
Honestly, think it could be either Jimmy or Izzy that they're sweating right now. They're just not allowed to stand by the rail.
All right. So it looks like that hand ended over there. We're going to run it out now on our table. Oh, Chris has... Oh, Izzy barely covered.
Chip in a chair.
So now Chris needs a 10 or an ace or a 6. Or running diamonds will also do it now. More outs there. 11 outs now. More than doubled his outs with that turn card 4 of diamonds. Wow. Izzy gets a painful run out. And once they count up the chips here, gosh, I felt that one, Vic.
Max pain.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do. You got it in good. You got the flop you wanted. He goes back to work.
Unfortunate. GG's there, Izzy. GG's. What's up there, Ship It? That is correct. You have heard correct. Lodge has taken ownership over Rounders here. And it will be the Lodge, San Antonio. Coming up very, very soon. You should be seeing more announcements on that. Coming up soon. And with that elimination, we are now down to 10 players, everyone. 10 players remain in our 150K guaranteed. You've got myself and Vic, Jammer, calling to action. We had Root on here earlier, but now we're down to 10 players. So what's going to happen, everyone? We're going to be taking a small break here. Players are now going to combine to the unofficial final table of 10. They're going to come over to the stream table, and we are going to go old school style, EPT style. We are going to call to action. We're not going to see the cards just for a very short period of time. And then once we get down to 9 players, we are going to get the graphics back up on stream. But we're going to have roughly I believe, a 5 to 10 minute break as players gather up their chips, put them in racks, come on over to the main table, and we are getting down to the sweaty, the very, very fun stuff. The final table is upon us, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here very, very shortly.
7? What was he on the flop? Like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's gonna jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's outs. And not going to get anyone to play.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suit in hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair and does make the call.
This fold's open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
Might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start me off with the stuff.
Won't be undersold.
Then you got a fucking headset. 500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be nice? Is he going to play nice? That's that old school right there.
Could that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue gold.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, phone.
She missed. He had 2 pairs. You see what I'm saying?
You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
2 cards that make it rougher?
6-10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Better off
Pizza
Save
P.
your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, it's okay. Show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of tens.
Ah!
Alright.
See how you
I
act.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go.
Yeah, you ready, Ted, or no?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Final table is set. The final 9 have been seated. We've got in seat
Final
1.
10.
Oh, we're at 10. We're still at 10.
Yeah, we're at the unofficial final table right now. So we're actually sitting 10 here, and we're going to be
Looks
in the
cozy.
dark, so to say,
Yep.
for just, wait, we got
We
it all
got
in.
it
So
down.
maybe we'll be down to 9, like real quick.
I mean, it's being televised, but no action footage.
We have an all in
So they're just commentating over.
We got a jam
from
from
David
seat 3.
here.
10 minutes.
Yep.
How many minutes? 10 minutes.
And we got a call. That's a call stack.
All in on a call.
So let's see what we got here now. We have, it looks like ace 5 and ace queen. We're going to get those dragged into the box here. Yep. Welcome back, Rude.
Yeah, this has been really great. Great action. Good job,
Yeah.
guys.
Yep. Definitely been a fun one. So here we go. The ace 5 is at risk, everyone, versus the ace queen. And David in seat 3 is going to need a 5, an 8, or a 10 to chop this pot. Seat 2 got the camera out for the vlog.
Ace queen is going to be good. That's it. With that hand, that's going to eliminate our 10th player. We're now down to 9. We're going to get reconfigured. Just a couple of minutes until we reconfigure. We're going to seat everybody. We're going to get back to 9.
So that is correct, Rude. And Rude, let's get in here and chat for a second. So this is pretty cool. It was only just, geez, what was that? That was one hand. We were 10-handed, and now we are 9-handed. So the payouts now, Rude, now we're getting into the juicy part here. We are everyone is locked up 3,300, 38K for first. So this is huge. I mean, this is a massive pay difference from 9th to 1st, right?
Oh yeah, the pressure is going to be on. We're gonna. I really want to take a look at the chips counts for all the players there at the table now. But the point is that your point from 9th to 1st, massive chip payout difference. So the chips are going to be flowing. We're going to have to make some moves. People are going to have to chip up.
Yep.
The blinds are going to be moving up. Yeah, this is going to be where it's going to be critical for people to start making some moves.
100%. And it's going to be really cool to see if the big stacks are going to try to exploit the middle stacks with whatever short stacks. I do believe that we are going to get to 9-handed and see the stacks. We're going to have at least 3 or 4 shorter stacks around 10-ish big blinds. We're going to see somebody sitting around 30, 35 blinds, and then we're going to have some like 15, 20-ish big blind stacks.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really advantageous for that bigger stack to pick on those middle stacks. As you can see, the payout differences here going up. It could really, if it is still Joe who was on our feature table earlier. If he still has 10, 11 million in chips, he might be able to just honestly raise every single hand, take advantage of everyone, and build a commanding stack that positions him for the win. So yeah, we're going to find out soon though.
Yeah, the blinds are going to be putting a lot of pressure on the smaller stacks, obviously. So they're going to really need to find something to make a move. Come in with some big bets, just probably jam. Just kind of depends on how they are, what their stack is allowing them to do. And then at some point, once we get a few eliminations, then what'll happen is sometimes the SPR will kind of expand again. We'll have a little bit more playability when it's going to seem that they're a little deeper.
Yep, definitely. And our players, when we get down to it all, they're battling for this trophy.
That's a beaut.
She's a beaut.
Yep, Memorial Day Open, $150,000 guarantee. That's the hardware. Yeah, we got some questions in the chat. Some ship-it's not quite understanding the payout structure. This is what was on that graphic was only the final 9 payouts. The min cash was at what was it, like 140th place or something like that. We had over 1,400 players that entered this tournament. So this is just the payouts that are listed for the final table only.
Root is correct. Yep. We had 1,422 players, and we paid out, I believe the min cash here, I'm looking at it right now, was $360. So almost 2 times the buy-in. We paid out 144 players.
Yeah, this is the nature of tournament play. When you get into these large field structures, even at the WSOP, when you get in, the min cash is going to be pretty small, maybe twice the buy-in typically, but all the money, the big money is going to be up at the top. So this really kind of creates this urgency, right? The sense of having to play for it all, and makes for some dramatic play.
Look at this, Rude. So it looks like our floor here, Stito, is making the final table announcement. Giving a thumbs up. It looks like we have our players' names and chip stacks updated, and we're going into the action. So let's do this.
All right, let's get it on. Good luck, Drew.
Good luck, everyone. And it looks like our chip leader, still Joe, who left us earlier. He's got 10.9 million in chips. We got Jimmy Luzon, 10.5 million in chips. Alberto with 9.1 million in seat 2, excuse me. We got in seat 4 there, Isaac with 7.68 million and a very nice scarf. We got Jason in seat 5, 3.5 million in chips. We have Manny in seat 6, 2.1 million. He is our short stack. We got Fred here, aka also known as Taco, in seat 3.
Taco looks like just a hoodie occupied the seat. There's my man, Jimmy. Jimmy.
Jimmy got to the hero seat there. Very comfy seat, seat 1. Taco's all in here in the big blind versus Gilberto's small blind raise. Taco's got just under 10 big blinds. Nice all in here. He's going to get a big pickup. 3.6 million in chips now. Very notable.
Yep.
So again, everyone, if you're just tuning in or tuning back in, we're down to the final 9 players in this 150K guaranteed. Here's what they've locked up, $3,300, and they're battling for the trophy and the 38K first place prize. Thanks for tuning in today.
I took care of it. I'm sorry, Isaac took care of it.
You scan your card.
So who do you know here, Rude? Who's your sleeper pick?
Sleeper pick. I'll tell you, I have played with several of the guys at the table, including Jimmy. Jimmy is an interesting guy. Jimmy is a guy who he's, how can I describe it? He really thrives in the tournament scene. He really does well. He really enjoys playing these large field tournaments. He travels around. He really does it now. But Isaac in seat 4 is a guy who I know to be a very tough player. I've played cash games with him. He can strike fear in some other players' hearts, just because he's a guy who doesn't say much at all at the table, but he's really about business. So I think that's going to be one to watch. I'm anxious to see both of those guys. And we know Fred. Fred is he plays on lots of streams. He's a very solid player. But Jimmy has a way of kind of just being there, you know?
Yep. I played a bit with Jimmy too. He's definitely mixes it up. So not easy to play against. So not surprised to see him have a big stack either coming into the final table. He likes to play for it all.
All right, looks like we've got a little blind versus blind situation going here. Got Isaac with 3 high raising. Jason with 6 high. See what he
I think this
comes
is
with his response.
I think this is supporting your notion that Isaac is a tough player. I think he probably understands the situation, and even just his raise size, he just raises a bit over minimum. He understands that Jason's stack is not going to be able to take too much pressure, and he probably just needs to raise it, and Jason might be forced to a decision. So nice by him there, clearly raising any 2.
Yeah, with that little pickup, that little move that he did, not only did he pick up the chips, but now he knows, like just for himself, he's got some confidence. Right away, that first spot that he had, 3 high, 2-3 in his hand. Very interesting. That is gonna that might open up some doors. We're gonna see how wide he can take it. He just he took it as wide as he can go right there. Is he doing some work early there? Quite impressive.
Joe's got a nice hand here. Jack 10 suited makes it 1 million. This is a bigger size than I saw Joe use prior. So I wonder if this is a product of the hand or a product of the situation here, having the chip lead at the final table. Because what could happen here a lot of the time, honestly, I think if Joe just chose some of these bigger sizings and raised, again, we talked about this just a little bit ago, but what are people going to do, really, unless they get a hand? They might just keep folding, and he just keeps building a stack.
Joe and Jimmy at the top, 11 million each.
One of them.
Jammer's back with us, so you pop in whenever Jammer, whenever you got something that looks interesting, let us know.
Sounds good. Looks like the people in the chat are trying to figure out what the buy-in is with those payouts. It's $200. So 200s, and you can be playing for almost 40K.
Jimmy with the King Jack, very playable hand. Opens to 650. Folds around to Joe. Joe is the other chip leader. The 2 chip leaders. Probably isn't a situation where you really want to get into too often.
Got to defend the Queen 8 offsuit though, in the big blind for just over a min raise, I think.
I respect that. I think they've got to really work, navigate carefully around the situation though. Jimmy likes this flop.
1.6 million in the middle. Decides to go 1.2 million. Should be plenty to get the job done here. Joe's completely missed. But Joe actually makes the call with the Queen 8 offsuit. He's got devious intentions. He's planning to take it away on later streets. So Joe could see kind of the opposite side of what you were presenting there, Rude. Like maybe not wanting to get tangled up with the other big stack, but maybe Joe does.
Maybe he does.
Ooh.
Then again, maybe he shouldn't.
Yeah, because now
This
he's in a
card
spot
right here.
He hit top pair. He checked now. How much is Jimmy going to charge him? 4 million in the middle.
This
Jimmy's
could
made
be,
his hand.
Buckle up, boys.
Love that sizing from Jimmy. That's a super milky. I think the Queen has to call that.
Queen snap calls. Jimmy bets a little over half pot there.
Nice pickup for Jimmy.
Huge pickup. Now Jimmy, if Jimmy wanted to really step on the gas and, you know, put both of his hands over his right knee and just pedal to the metal, he is in that spot now. Look at this, 15.8 mil. Then we got 8 mil.
That was a very significant development, Drew. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Joe was in first place. He's the chip leader. He is now in 5th place after that hand.
Yep, and exactly like we discussed, Rude, and we now have that exact scenario. We got a big stack. We have 4 shorter stacks who are right around 10 bigs or less, and then we have these 4 middling stacks. Now we'll see if Jimmy's going to utilize these chips, or if he's going to let the middle and short stacks kind of battle it out.
Jimmy's about to go all gas, no brakes on this. This is the worst possible thing that could have happened for the rest of the table.
Looks like you would be correct based on what I'm seeing in the chat here.
All right, good luck here.
What's up there, Bryson? Good to see you out there, buddy. Says Jimmy's about to apply pressure. What's up, John? Good to see you. Says, let's go, Jimmy. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. We see a lot of, a few people at least, rooting for Jimmy. Who's your pick, chat? Let me know. Let us know.
I think it's just going to be a runaway from Jimmy. That's my vote. Going to take some coolers to knock him off the pole position.
Isaac will pick up.
Really?
8.5 million now is Isaac.
Yeah. Well, like, you put my chips at the end. I like that.
Some of them.
More Jimmy fans rising to the surface here. I see Corey. I see Demond.
Yeah. I just told him to ignore the board. Ignore the board, guys. We're at 2-4. We're at 2-4, not 255. He's fixing our blind levels.
Both Isaac and Jimmy are very aggressive, and they're going to go
Blinds
after
are 200,
weakness. So anybody that shows, hesitation, pay jump consideration, they're just going to go after them with any 2 cards.
Jimmy here under the gun. Ace King.
1 million.
2.5x raise. Early position.
We have confirmed the big blind actually is 400,000, so the graphics will be updated shortly. Jimmy with an easy one there. Raise and take with the ace king. Even though he's got the chips, he could still get hands too.
There's the updated chip counts down below. Isaac and Gilberto virtually tied. 8.5 million for each.
Jimmy has 1/3 of all the chips in play right now.
Huge stack. Huge stack. What's up there? Gracia Bella. Rooting for Isaac. Manny's all in for, he is our short stack. He's got 1.5 million. Looks down at the ace king. And then Joe wakes up with the jacks. ISOs for 23 bigs. He's all in. And classic flip.
Manny needs this to stay alive.
Big spot. Got to win your flips, guys. Joe needs to fade an ace or a king to bring us to 8 players.
And he does just that. That's going to be the elimination of Manny, who had a great run making the final table. Manny is eliminated in 9th place for $3,300. GG, Manny.
GG's, Manny. Manny, not a stranger to making final tables here at Rounders.
He's coming.
I believe that Manny, to my recollection, has been on at least 3 final table streams here.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So shout out to Manny, no stranger to making a deep run in these tournaments. Big field tournaments, too. What's up there, Ian? Thanks for tuning in today. Good to see you, buddy. And I will be out here in Vegas during the time you're here, so keep me posted. Let me know where you're at. I'll definitely be playing a lot of the WSOP events, but I will also...
The Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, a number of other casinos.
I'll meet you at 9 o'clock.
With that elimination, that makes Augustine the short stack. He's got just under 2 million chips there in seat 9.
So now players have all laddered up. Everyone has locked up.
I have to keep dealing with tiers going on there.
Laddered from 3,300 to 4,500. So $1,200 ladder there. Next ladder is going to be worth $1,800.
Well, we're 9-handed now, guys. We're 9-handed, so we're going to refer. Well, we're 8-handed, but we're back to a 9-handed format. Okay, so
what's the number you want us?
Let me check in the back. Do you have in 4? Who's in my 4 seat? 26 and 4 seat, and then you have.
So I think the jump from 8 to 7 is the real big one, right? That's almost a $2,000 jump, and then from then on out, they're pretty huge. Be interesting to see whether or not they chop with Jimmy having such a big chip lead.
Well, with Jimmy having the chip lead, he's going to have all the power over that conversation, right?
Yeah.
I would say, look, let's just play heads up, winner take all. Play for 64,000.
I don't know if anyone's taking that. Jimmy probably could, before somebody would take that, Jimmy could probably get like 45,000 out of the deal. Yeah, he's in a great spot, though. And all eyes on Augustine, the short stack. With we're actually playing a 400K big blind right now. So Augustine has
5 big blinds.
5 blinds, yep.
Just a little less. Jimmy has about 40. 2 opposite ends of the spectrum.
Okay, you want me to send them to
Chris.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Guys, when you bust out from now on, please just go see Jack at the front desk. He's going to take care of your payout.
Gilberto limping with King 5 offsuit. Blind versus blind situation. Taco's going to take advantage of that. Pounces with a lesser hand.
You know, Augustine having such a little stack here, there's nowhere you can call. It's nice to see him fold.
I don't think he's even. Gilberto just thinking about the battle between he and Fred right now.
Are you sure that's Fred?
It's a hoodie.
Like Ian says in the chat, Rose in full ninja mode.
And he does lay it down, so Fred gets that one through. Timely pickup for Fred. Tacos at 3.8 million chips.
Where's the button? What? You're the button. You're the button. Two, you are the button.
So I wonder if it's going to be Isaac or Jimmy that takes advantage of Augustine still being at the table, punishing everybody else and stealing the blinds. The blinds are huge. I mean, they're dragging monster pots, just taking the blinds.
That gives you more away than anything else, now, Fred.
Jason, suited ace.
I play with you all day. I'm sorry. I don't pick it up. I shouldn't be right.
That's a go for 9 big blinds.
Yeah, he's looking at Augustine stacks, and I've got to wait till he goes before I can make my move.
Raise to 1 million.
Chris with 7s raises it up. Oh, Augustine folds King 10 with facing a raise.
So while you're out,
just 1 second, Jammer. We got Isaac wakes up with 8s here. He's got Chris covered, but not by a huge amount. This is going to be interesting. He likes to just call.
It's okay.
Yeah,
A little
Chris can
surprised
do
at
some
that.
damage
I'm a little surprised at that call.
We'll get a new one. That's a broken one.
With Augustine being there, it was so short. I think that I would have put some pressure back on Chris.
The problem is because of Augustine and because of the stack depths, if Chris if 4-bet jams, Isaac has to fold. He can't.
Well, I don't think that a raise and fold would be in the cards for Isaac. I think it would his response would have to be a jam because
You can't
the
jam
middle
there.
pairs. Yeah, I think that's the way to get Chris out of there.
It's suicide to jam there because Augie's so short and Chris has a big stack opening over Augie.
Well, Isaac had Chris covered.
Yeah, but if those chips are more valuable for Isaac because he has a higher likelihood of finishing first or second because of those chips. He doesn't want to lose any of those chips.
Yeah, I think that the response he's going to put the response on Chris.
Raise 1.2.
His decision's made when he jams. Now Chris would have to just let it go. So a little flesh wound for Isaac. Augie would be happy to see that any other two players just clash. Just trying to lay as low as possible.
While you're out, Rudy, we saw Chris and Isaac don't have very much history together, but Chris is prioritizing immediate equity, so his range is going to be weighted more towards pairs, especially bigger pairs as well. So he's going to remove some of the suited broadways. I don't think he has like King 5, King 4, Ace Deuce in his range. So it's more toward he's weighted his range more towards immediate equity and prioritized those bigger pairs. So he's passed up on some ace queen, some big aces, and instead
more big cards for Jimmy. Okay, that makes sense. More big cards for Jimmy. Continues his good run. Joe's going to look him up again. Jimmy versus Joe. Joe with the suited one gapper. Jimmy with overcards to the board. Got shot straight draw for Joe. Good enough for him to lead.
I think Jimmy's going to punish this.
This Jimmy's response is going to be very interesting. Oh, he folded.
Working that hand? A long night, sir.
If I catch doing a good hand.
Interesting laydown with the king of clubs in his hand. It's a good card to bluff at, especially with Joe leading into you, and you have Isaac and Jason on fumes.
And Augustine, that important player, Augustine.
I'm sorry, Augustine. Augustine and Jason on fumes.
Try this again.
Raise 1 million.
Try it again.
Taco lays down the king queen suited to a raise, min raise by Jimmy. All right, that's not min raise, 2.5x. Joe suited queen 8 again. Got him into a little bit of trouble earlier against Jimmy. This time he's got the better hand.
And you can see the reaction from C5 there, thinking, why is he calling that?
I'm surprised as well. Jimmy with a C bet.
And that's the problem with the call there is Jimmy's just going to be betting close to 100. He's just going to be pure betting there, and unless you connect well as well, you're not going to be able to call that.
Yeah,
you're going to lose a million chips.
What do you got there?
Especially at heads up.
They're most likely to triple up.
You know what's sad too about
Take a look.
the Queen 8 suited there is it's such a nice check raise candidate, but it's just not a spot to do it. You know, you've got so many good turn cards there. He could have check raised, blocking king queens, and being able to pick up so much equity on so many different turns, and to actually exploit somebody who might be over C betting in that situation. But it's just with being the two biggest stacks, it just handcuffs him. So kind of with that play missing, I also don't love calling there quite as much. Maybe even check call. You know, I like the idea of a check raise there, personally, with that Queen 8 of diamonds. I got 80% of the royal flush there. Gilberto with the raise, though. Gets the king jack suited to fold. I miss who had the king jack suited. Was that Joe? I would be surprised.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for the ladder because Augustine's in the blind and is super short. So there's no sense of him jamming there and then finishing in 8th when he just wait for Augustine to blind out.
Augustine's got a fairly decent hand for 3 bigs, 3.5 bigs.
Gilberto with a nice pickup. Up to 8.5 million now.
Back to that Queen 8, Jack 9 hand. I really don't like the call at all, though, because in the blind in that situation, the call plus the blind and then the fold, you lost 2% of all the chips in play just on that one hand. I mean, these blinds are big. Calling a million plus the ante, you're sacrificing 2% of all the chips if you whiff.
What's up there, Deuce?
Deuce, I see ya.
I see Deuce in the chat. What up, Deuce?
Fishy fish.
There we go. I see somebody in the chat. Q-Tip rooting for Joe. A lot of Jimmy fans out there.
Joe's trying to do some work. He is not backing down from the chip leader. They have battled 3 times already.
One more coming.
Jimmy getting the best of him so far, though.
Jimmy has a deceptive amount of experience in this stage of the tournament. He's played a lot of final tables in these fields. I don't know that there's somebody more experienced at this point in the tournament on the table right now.
Jimmy has made a lot of runs, even just in the 2 years that I've been in San Antonio and gotten to know him. Seems like he does make a good bit of runs in these big field MTTs.
I think he's a master at speech play and table image, getting people tilted or ego calls and then just stacking them in situations that they should never be stacking often.
Yeah, that's well said. There is something about the way he comports himself at the table, which can be very deceiving. Do not underestimate that man.
Did you say comports?
I don't
Rude,
know.
I'm not even sure if it's deceiving. I don't know how to know if it's deceiving. I don't know what that word is.
The way he handles himself, composes himself. I don't know why that happened. That's the word that just jumbled and it came out.
I dig it. I dig it. I'm going to try to use it. Comports.
How in the world did you find out about that word, Rudy?
I don't know where I don't know where it came from. It's just there. It's just some of that knowledge is useless. I got a lot of experience. I got a lot of years on you guys. Jimmy on the button.
Any two at this point.
And Fred folds at him. He mugs his cards into Jimmy. In a playful manner, I'm sure. Made up word on the fly. Well, sometimes you got to just throw something out there, see if it sticks. You know what I mean? UPI pay.
We put a lot of money into Blake.
Dan the man. You're late.
I had about maybe 15 of them. Action goes.
Jimmy's still collecting chips. He's up over 40 big blinds right now. There's Jason now, ace jack offsuit.
Augustine is Jimmy's best friend right now.
Oh, there was a straddle.
Jason all in with the ace jack under the gun for under 10 bigs, and it looks like Taco
In the middle of the
is interested.
Woof. Taco found something he likes.
How good is that? In the middle of the story, he just fucking called. Yeah. One gave that hand away.
Fuck Jimmy.
Yeah. He's telling me a story. No, fucking like, how good is that?
No Hollywood at all.
No, fucking like. I already knew you had a hand when he kept on hugging him. He didn't even. He didn't even stop.
It happened so fast. I don't even know. I was like, did he even know that he did?
Yeah, he knew. Believe me.
Taco's all in with kings against Jason and the ace jack.
Taco covers, so Jason's actually at risk here. He needs to fade an ace.
Oh, yeah. They got
Good game, brother.
similar stack sizes. That was
Hey, brother.
That's going to be
GG.
it. Yep. Jason. Jason's out in 8th place.
Finish the story and then.
Dude, so get this.
What's our payout on that, Drew?
We got right here. Good sir.
4.5K from my man Jason. Jason F.
That's why the story came out.
Exactly.
That's not
It's funny, dude. It's funny because
That's a good ending for a $200 investment.
Not too bad. And with that exit, players have now all locked up $6,300.
It was like $40, $40. Like $5. Yeah, something like that.
So notice before the king's hand, we hadn't seen anything out of Taco. We're not even sure who's there. As soon as he gets kings, you see his face. He's all out. It's FaceTime for the camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's into it. I dig it. I would be too. I'd be ecstatic after looking down at kings. You see an all in for $3 million.
And look at Jimmy.
Needing to.
Jimmy continuing this relentless pounding. 1.5 million this time with 10-5 offsuit.
Yeah, that bust was perfect for Jimmy because now, the middle stacks have continued to consolidate, and there's somebody that's even shorter now. Like the disparity between the short stacks has increased.
Jimmy now up to 18 million. That's 45 big blinds.
It didn't scan right. It scanned king 4. Can you imagine if I would have folded? I would have thought, oh, he fucking bluffed me with king 4. Right. He had fucking kings.
35% of all the chips in play, closing in on 40%.
I was thinking about folding because I said this guy's never fucking bluffing. So it's a $1,000 bet. It's never fucking bluff.
So what you're saying is table is cheap.
Well, just make sure you scan it right. If I'm going to ship it, I'm going to ask you to scan it correctly. Okay, I don't want anything misreads. I'm done with it.
The issue is these scanners are too close.
But sorry, Jimmy taking a hand off.
I was just thinking that too. Raises to 10-5, folds to 7-6. Could be a product of the chip stacks behind as well, though, in the last raise with Jimmy.
Also, maybe he's just really in tune to the universe right now. As we see Taco waking up with the ace-king. Gilberto just limping in with the king 5 suited. Taco making things easy on himself. Jams.
Man, if Gilberto gets knocked out, or Carlsen gets knocked out here, Augustine would have laddered 3 times with sub 5 big blinds.
That's pretty remarkable. Nice observation.
All right,
yeah.
last hand, guys.
All right. Gilberto finds a fold. Augustine's still at risk. Taco up to 8 million now.
Did you hear what Augustine just said? He's like, well, good playing with you guys, all in. He's basically assuming he's all in this next hand here. So I guess the big blind is on him, huh?
So when you saw it on the deal, you thought king 4.
He's standing up out of his chair now.
I remember that hand. I remember that hand.
Well, I think he's said that 3 times already.
I feel like he means it this time.
Yeah, I think he does.
I went back and rewatched that stream, and I do remember seeing that because it was like, what is he doing with king 4 off? And like, holy crap, like all this stuff, and then they're like, oh, he had king.
Right, and he thought he only had. He also thought.
Jimmy with the hand. Jimmy
Yeah,
wakes up
his
ace
back
jack.
size was off.
$1,700. There was multiple things.
Jimmy bets $1 million.
Bets $1 million? Yes, sir, 1 million. See what happens is people add on in the cash ones.
Right.
And then they don't tell us.
Augustine has not looked. Chris has a reasonable hand, but he does. He's right there looking at Augustine, who's about to be all in. Oh, he goes all in still. Wow, this is a crazy spot ICM wise.
Oh, Augustine, you've got to fold.
Augustine has to fold here now. I mean,
he's got to.
He's got most of his stack in there. But if he knew Jimmy was going to call, he should fold. You know,
that was a Hollywood from Augustine. He was folding right away. He was like the dream.
If he would have been heads up versus Jimmy, I think he doesn't even look at his cards and he gets it in. But he has to look at his cards there now that he has a chance at a $2,400 ladder. What is it? Or 7-handed? No, I'm sorry. It's a $2,200 ladder here potentially. So I mean, it's notable.
Not insignificant. Jimmy really in the blender here.
Oh, Jimmy folds.
Folded.
Yep, nice, good fold.
Yeah,
protecting the chip lead. I think it's a good fold. I mean, Chris just can't be too light there. He's not going to see ace tens. He's not going to see king queen, I don't think. Especially with Augustine, who was almost all in, pretty much all in, right? Like, how light is Chris jamming there? Maybe Chris exploited that fact.
I think what we've seen throughout this is Chris's really heavily favoriting pocket pairs in his range. So you saw the ace queen fold. You saw some bigger like suited Broadway folds.
Yep.
So eights, I think. Maybe he probably even does that with sixes. But he's really weighted towards pocket pairs at this point.
When the blinds are messed up for like 2 lows.
So Augustine has half of his stack in the small blind.
Big hand for Gilberto.
If I'm Augustine, I'm just blinding out. I'm not playing another hand.
Oh, he does keep it consistent with his limping here. Just calls with the queens.
Careful with that, man.
Yeah, but
it's going to be very... It's going to be an interesting situation here, especially with Augustine just about to be all in. Augustine's got about 1 big blind. Looks like he's saving the 75K. Oh, boy. This is a 6 spot for Augustine, man.
Damn, how do I run it to you?
Jimmy... Wait, did Jimmy raise? What's that? 7? Jimmy raised to 1.3. Gilberto jams. This is sick. Augustine didn't necessarily. I think Augustine just called the big blind. So Augustine has 75K behind, I believe.
Oh, well,
I saw him just throw in the 4 greens. It does, but I saw the 3 red chips behind. So it could be a mistake because. Oh, with the jam.
Jimmy folds again with ace king.
Okay, Augustine did call at that point. But that could have been a crazy spot. Because he did just call small blind, Jimmy raised, Gilberto jammed, then Augustine put the rest in.
There's no reason to flip for half your stack there when you're the chip leader.
Yeah.
That's
a tough
10%. 10% of all the chips in play, you're gonna flip there to that's the best situation. Ace king versus queens.
Good decision.
Could just be dead there. Could just be aces versus
Okay, so Augustine did go all in.
And I didn't want to raise a lot. I just wanted to
he is at risk here.
Augustine needs a lot of help. And there is a bit.
Wow.
That is a bit of help.
Look at that. There's 3 diamonds on the flop.
Oh, you get a lot of chips from me, buddy.
No, it's a heart. Okay.
Just saying. I'm happy for that.
All right. Set of queens. Augustine is going to be eliminated.
GG's, Augustine. Nice run.
Out in 7th.
It's like
very good work.
More. Somebody learned how to.
$6,300 from a $200 buy-in for Augustine, and now all of these remaining players, our remaining 6, have locked up $8,500. Not too shabby.
Because I want to see where you're actually going to live.
Well, I got to tell you, Jimmy had a little flurry of activity, and not all of it was good. He ended up raising and folding a couple of times that last orbit.
Really? Yeah.
You lost the min, though.
Yeah, he's still the chip leader.
Coolers.
Still just under 16 million.
Oh, yeah?
Other crew is dead on.
You dodged some bullets.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I need 100,000 more for the small one. 100 more? Yeah, 100 more. I got a full taco raise to 900.
Rude. All right. I get stuck.
Yes.
God dang. Another big hand for Gilberto. Isaac opens from the hijack, ace jack offsuit. Gilberto. 3-bet jams with kings. Isaac is covered. Gil, another pickup. Making moves at the right time, getting hot. He's over 10 million now with that pickup.
For that hand.
Easy game. Easy game.
I had a hand like that earlier. I had to walk
Jimmy,
away.
you knock out 5 more people, you can have a break, alright?
All right.
It's Isaac. Isaac is now a short stack.
Yes.
That raise and fold.
Oh, that was a very good hand.
Stacks are much closer now. Our short stack has around 15 bigs.
Yep.
So average stack depth feels a bit larger. Actually, yeah, average stack depth is now over 25 blinds. Or almost 25 blinds, over 20 bigs. For a while there, it's been hovering around 16, 17 blinds.
Collecting his money.
Now it is over 20 blinds, 24 blinds or so.
You're looking like Fred walking in.
Yeah.
Option.
Whole table needling Jimmy there.
Ace King for Gilbert, who just calls. Limps again. Blind versus blind action. Taco has absolutely nothing. Gilbert checks it over to him. Taco takes the bait.
Now, do I owe you money?
Welcome to the Gilberto hour.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just setting the trap, going for the raises.
That flop is so dry, I would just flat that.
Yep. It does seem like it would be the preferred route.
As played, I definitely feel what you guys are talking about. And Gilbert, though, did probably get max value there from the 9-4 offsuit. Extracting one bet.
How far off the game tree are we, Drew, that as played comes into play?
Well, you know what? It's interesting because Gilberto has seems like a decently constructed limping strategy. He's got the big hands in there. He's got the medium hands in there. And he has constructed a limp raising strategy. So it's interesting to see because I actually expected him to raise some of these bigger hands. When I saw him limp the King 5 suit in late position, I expected typically what we see from, I feel like, a lot of players who like to limp a bit. They will kind of limp their weaker range and raise their stronger range. But Gilberto is limping everything. So you can't just attack his limps.
He's limping everything. He really is.
Yeah, you just can't attack. His limps are protected. So shout out to Gilberto for that.
Hey, limping is pimping.
Limping is pimping. I'll pay for the hoodie. Let's get it to Gilberto.
Nice. Nice.
Can I get a more rake is better?
For sure. You got it, buddy. I'll put in the meme hoodie orders shortly. I actually want to get a hoodie with the meme hand rankings. I like playing meme hands.
The Robbie, the Helmuth.
Yep. The diaper.
The hammer.
Jimmy raising with the diaper now.
Yep.
Gilberto in a bit of a spot here, trying to just determine this is a hand that he would normally limp with, I'm sure.
Of course.
But he's facing a raise.
So I don't know what his strategy looks like.
How do you respond? Yeah, with if you're limping strong hands.
This is a cash game hand right here.
Joe, King Jack offsuit, the big blind. He's all in. Jimmy can't call.
Joe, fearless. Fearless here.
Regretting his action. This is going to be a nice pickup for Joe here. This will propel him into second place if he can get it through, and he does. Gilberto found himself in an awkward spot.
Out of all the aces, ace 9 is my least favorite. It's just strong enough to get you into trouble.
Next hand,
True.
Muppets hand. We're up next hand.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6,
Very,
handed.
very fair. Nice hand by Joe there. Good jam. Willing to risk it all.
That pickup puts Joe at 29 big blinds. So that was a nice pickup there. Taco finds an ace.
Nice. Chris makes the call. I wasn't sure if he was going to make the call here, but it is just a min raise.
Taco pairs his ace. Taco assuming the pose of a fugitive.
All right, blinds are up, guys.
With his hoodie.
250,000, 500,000.
You heard the man. Blinds are up. 250,000 small blind. 500,000 big blind.
This is trying to get real now, right, boy?
What are the? Does anyone know the rules at the WSOP on wearing like a mask or helmet or anything like that? Like, could you just sit there with like a Darth Vader helmet on and be playing?
Well, you've seen the pictures of the guy with the Jack-in-the-Box head, right?
No, somebody really
Yeah.
did that.
Yeah, he plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays year after year with the Jack-in-the-Box head.
I think there was some clarification that went out from the WSOP this year in regards to face coverings. They've definitely, coming into this summer, changed a few things.
If you can't remember if you ordered, no, I already.
They outlined it. They posted it on their Twitter. I don't know if it might be on the website.
Finish the keg.
But they have defined some lines, even for recording at the table, phone usage.
We see a big blind versus under the gun battle. Jimmy's got a certain presence about him at the table. And what you're going to see, I just noticed there, people tend to show him hands and tell him what they had, what they folded, what they raised with, more than normal.
That's a skill, honestly, I would say, especially for live players who are aware of it. If you can get that info for free, whether or not players are showing him cards because they don't want him to fight back at them. And I think when a lot of players show one card like the 10, essentially what the message is, oh, I wasn't messing with you. If I'm betting, please don't fight back. I have it.
Right.
You're just watching Jimmy in his element on a final table.
And I don't think that Joe got that memo about the Jimmy respect, though. Joe is there because he's doing his best. He's battling for himself, repping the New York Yankees. I mentioned earlier when we still had multiple tables to go, that Joe is going to be a person to watch. I like his game.
Yeah, since Joe won that big hand, I believe it was final 2-3 tables, got up to 10 million in chips. He really hasn't looked back. I mean, he did have that one hiccup there. He got knocked down to 8 million chips playing a pot versus Jimmy, or maybe 6 or 7. He got knocked down a bit, but he's back up to 12 million in chips. Blinds are now 250,500 with a $250,000 big blind ante.
So
And we're six-handed.
100 bigs left in the tournament. 56 million chips total, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 56.8 million. Jimmy makes the call with the king 10 suited on the button. Taco on the big blind with a suited queen. Getting a pretty good price. He's got 14 bigs, though. He does make the call.
Multi-way action. Top pair for Chris. Not much else for anyone else. Chris does check it. Jimmy seizes the opportunity.
Blocking ace king.
Tries to take control of the hand.
Let's see what type of trap Chris has set here. A check, get it all in on the flop, or a check call down?
SPR 1.
What's that, brother?
I don't know if you caught that there, but Jimmy picked up one chip real quick like he was going to flick it, and watch Chris's reaction, put it down real quick. Like,
no, I didn't see that.
Because I guess, when somebody's ripping it, that's when they're probably the most vulnerable. And Jimmy quickly grabbed it, was like, gonna rip it, watch his reaction. That was like, he just did it so fast that it was hard to notice.
Well, we have a new chip leader with that little interaction there. Jimmy is in second place now. Joe has taken the lead. Jimmy's at 11.5 million chips. Joe's at 12.3.
I agree with you, UP. I do like the pace of play as well. There's not going to be much tanking here. Players kind of know what they want to do, and they just move into the actions.
Jimmy's been very active the last couple of orbits, 3 orbits or so, and here he is presenting another raise. He's got pocket 10s, though, pretty high up on the ranking. Takes it down. Assuming the chip lead once more.
I got back my mail. I'm mad at you.
His edge is back in front of Joe.
Right? Gotta make money. Nah.
UP wants to know where this is. Don't you know? This is Rounders Card Club, San Antonio, Texas. You're watching the final table of the $150,000 Guarantee Memorial Day Open. $200 buy-in is what it was. Got a field of 1,400 players that created over $227,000 in the purse. Jimmy with another big hand.
Adjusting his sizing a little bit. For the first time here, we're seeing him go to 1.2 versus he's been doing 1.5 a lot.
Yeah, Froggy, they're right.
Joe wanted to get involved, or he wanted to get a little bit of a read out of Jimmy there.
Jimmy giving nothing away. Extending that lead a little bit over Joe.
Still anyone's game. Isaac and Taco are our 10 to 15 big blind short stacks. But lots of fold equity. They can't just be called off recklessly by anyone.
Base 1.1.
This is a very fun part of tournaments to kind of like watch over this average stack of 20 bigs or less. I think there's still a lot of play in these stacks.
Isaac found one. Jimmy raising under the gun with the suited wheel cards. Ace 3 suited, turns around, takes a swig of his beer, showing how comfortable he is with the situation. Isaac finds the Ace 9 suited and jams from the button.
4 million? 4,375,000. Oh, cards on their
Quick
back.
call.
He's in there. Yep.
Jimmy's dominated.
He's got diamonds and got the low cards. This is going to be a sweat.
10 million chip pot. This would be a game changer for Isaac. Flops middle pair. It'll be tough for Jimmy to come out. That's going to seal it.
What? 4,375. 4 million.
Isaac is safe. With that double up, Isaac is going to move into probably second place, third place. We'll take a look.
Everybody's so close now. The positions are pretty much.
He just edges Jimmy now. Isaac has 9.8 million. Jimmy has 9.1 million.
Yeah, we got million.
Now there's only one short stack. Everyone now pretty much right around 20 bigs, which we're going to see here very, very shortly. Taco in Suite 3 is now our short stack. He's got 12 bigs. 12 bigs. And he's going to be second stack. No. And I'm kind of a little bit surprised, even though stack depths have shallowed out and the blinds have gone up. But we've already seen Jimmy a few times at this final table make some opens and then fold, presumably to preserve his stack.
So where do you draw the line on the suited aces there?
Well, I opened under. So Jimmy opened under the gun, and then you have Isaac there, who was. Let's see. I guess Isaac was more so cut off in that situation.
On the button, I believe.
Was when he did that one, he was on the button, but he's still jamming into one of the bigger stacks. Jimmy, who's been active, and he's opening an early position. I don't know that Isaac knows how loose Jimmy has opened some of these hands. But I might be continuing down the path. It seemed like Jimmy was on for a minute there. Kind of preserving stacks, just looking to continue to pick up pots pre-flop. Probably I'm going to be on the tighter side of calling there, I think.
Really like the way Isaac's played today. Haven't really seen any mistakes.
A lot of aces in play.
A lot of aces. And Jimmy's in a different situation. He was chip leader. Now he's middle of the pack. This is a situation versus a button open. Ace 10. I think a lot of players are going to find the jam here and just go all in. It's very plus EV. Gilberto makes it. Good fold by Gilberto.
It's okay.
We're heads up. Oh, man. This is an interesting flop. Not with their exact holdings, but just with Chris's range. Wow. Jimmy with the ace of spades.
It's kind of a cooler there for Jimmy. He can't get any value off of that.
Made up $1 million and $5.
Yeah, I don't think he knew. Obviously, he wasn't completely certain where he was. Navigating that spot. Some trepidation.
Thought he would have at least got a call on the turn there.
Yeah, I kind of thought he might get a call as well. Jimmy's still kicking.
Yeah, it's anybody's game at this point. I mean, everybody's pretty much level. What are we? 10 hours in, so 18 hours combined of poker, and it's anybody's game.
Joe coming in for the raise, makes it 1.3 million with the ace jack suited. Easy enough. I'm going to take it down. And we're going to move on to hand 162. And for those of you hanging out watching us in the chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please don't forget to hit the like button so that you can let people know that the stream is live. And for those of you who are in the San Antonio area, we have a big tournament for you coming up this Friday, May 31st. 20K guaranteed, mystery 50. $50 buy-in, get you 20,000 chips. You can rebuy an add-on for 20 bucks. Top bounty is $2,000, and there are multiple $1,000 bounties out there. So this is the second time that we will be running this event. The first was a huge success. So if you're in the area, you love tournaments, come on out and join us at the club.
250. There you go.
Very low price point to try and play one of our tournaments, and with the chance of winning some very real money, significant money. Big bounties out there.
Is this a triple treat?
With the rebuys, I believe so, yes. But this is new in the sense that our mystery bounties primarily have been free rolls up to this point, but now we're doing the mystery 50s, and it's allowing for us, I believe, to run some bigger guarantees.
Okay, so 3 add-on, 3 rebuy, in addition to the starting stack.
Yeah, we can pull that up and check and get some further clarification for anyone else who might be interested.
Should be good. Look forward to going after a 2K or 1K bounty. Apologize in advance if I get it in with 7 deuce and get there.
Which way?
7 in the muck for Taco.
It's okay. Yuli. I think Yuli.
Isaac makes the call. Blind versus blind. Deceptively strong hand for Isaac here. Flops bottom pair.
Nice spot to drag there with bottom pair. It's a pretty big one in relation to the chips in play.
Yeah.
Every time we've cut to this camera of the floor, we see more and more people start to wander in and have a pretty fun rail here building.
We're trying to get in this thing. See it open? Hang on, guys. Actually, missed the. We're good. We're good now. Fold 2, raise 1 million.
Suited king. Gilberto he folds. Taco raises his ace-10 offsuit. $1 million to go. Joe. 6-7 offsuit. He makes a call.
Thanks.
We're heads up as Chris in the big blind folds. Top pair for Taco. C bet.
Raise 2 million.
Joe just asking a question. Taco jams. Joe, I say asking a question as he raises Taco's continuation bet, but Taco immediately jams, provides the answer that Joe was looking for. Not necessarily the answer he wanted, but he got an answer.
Yeah,
Clarifies the hand a bit.
Taco's range is just going to have a ton of aces there.
Give me the big blind on this one, but yes, sir. 500 and
Taco's up.
250.
Taco's up to 9 million.
Or the poker player known as Tacos, since we can't really see him.
Yeah.
Will the real Taco please stand up?
Gilberto has 9 million and a suited ace.
Did he already order the? Hey, Isa.
Matcha, buddy. A drink, matcha? You want to buy you a drink? Okay. Then I'll buy you a drink.
Drinks on Jimmy at the final table.
I'm there.
And then whatever my stuff.
Check, check. Check, check.
And that's how I'm going to check.
Broadway. You got the nuts versus the nuts. Gilberto just making sure. I think I have the best hand known to man here. Broadway. He says he has a flush. There's no.
That was funny.
Oh, had you done
Gilberto had a double check though. He had to
Yeah.
look at the board like, wait,
He's
what?
been exposed, guys. I just exposed them. H3, boys and girls. Salute it. Oh, is that what yeah, that's what they all say. Salute it.
What are we,
I
like
can
300?
check the fucking river, right? You're greedy, dude. I don't want to get penalized.
Collusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually true. I didn't even.
That's not true no more. That's not true no more.
Did he call?
Huh?
You called?
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to raise? You can
Yeah,
still
he just
call that?
called. He went all in.
Oh.
I didn't go all in.
No.
I made it 6 million.
Well, it was
Sir. 6 million? I don't have 6 million. Oh, yeah.
So it was actually changed in the last
I'll get
TDA
done the next
rules.
one. Yeah.
If you have the nuts and just call, it used to be a penalty. It's not anymore.
When did they change that? I haven't seen that. But for those of you who don't know, that used to be a rule there, because players could collude if you don't like go all in with the nuts. So I'm curious about that. I haven't seen that, but that's what I believe Joe was alluding to and why I was asking that he didn't go all in.
That was the last update because I think the rationale was you're entitled to see that information if you want it. Like if you.
There he is.
It came up in a tournament I was playing about 3 months ago. It was a pretty escalated issue down in Florida.
Speaking of escalation, we got Gilberto about to escalate the bet. He's got jacks. Couple of guys already committed to the hand. Isaac raising his king nine offsuit. Joe calling. Gilbert jams over the 2.
Got it, my friend.
An annoying spot for Isaac, but one he can't do anything about. Obviously, Joe will let this one go as well. Gilberto on the move.
What's that, sir?
What's up there, Chelsea? Thanks for hanging out with us today. You and everybody else. Thank you for tuning in to this 150K final table live stream.
You almost called.
For me.
And with that pickup, Gilberto moves into the chip lead. He's got 12 million chips.
Jax. I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Give me Pino.
All he needs are aces, and he's had all of them.
A double.
Are you on one?
Yes, please.
Said ace king, kings, queens, jacks, tens.
Yeah, endless run of just monsters for Gilberto.
There was ever a time to run hot. Six-handed on the final table.
Is there audio?
Jimmy's got a monster on the button here, raising the 6-2 offsuit.
Everything you say is being recorded.
I mean, Jimmy has a monster, the button.
Yeah, that's right.
Raises it up.
Taco's got something he can fight back with.
Good recognition by Taco there to stick it in with the queen 10 of diamonds. I imagine at this point he's got to assume Jimmy is raising a bit wider. And he does get the snap
So
fold.
where does Chaz sit here, and where does Rhonda sit? Where does Gan sit? We need to know. Inspiring minds want to know.
Let's see. Chaz likes 1 or 9. Rhonda normally sits in 5. Yu-Chan is normally a 1 or 9 guy.
And Young Man?
Young Man's normally a 7 or 3 guy.
And Gan?
Gan hasn't played in a while. So I don't really know. I think
They're discussing
the
seat choices for some of the big cash players.
So what can I say that the next game?
Jimmy wants to be a part of the next big game.
If he ships this, he'll be in a good spot to do it.
He could do it, yeah. They were playing 10-25 yesterday.
Just give it
Jimmy's
15
gonna
minutes.
put him on notice.
Chaz laughing in the background.
You don't pass me his chips.
Sure, guys?
Like,
I like
one,
Young as well.
I'm moving on, baby.
Alright.
Isaac facing a raise from Chris. Isaac holding ace queen off suit. Slightly covering Chris.
Seen quite a few players today take the conservative route with their ace queens. I know a lot of people out there watching the stream may have played a bit more aggressively. Isaac's going to turn it on now versus Chris's check back. See if Chris defends here. When he has checked back up to this point, and he's done it fairly quickly, he has folded a lot here on the turn, but this time he does make the call.
Two winner guys. Ace, jacks, and
Chris just
fours and deuces.
hanging on, trying to get to showdown, and he does. He's able to take that pot down.
Chris is in a very competitive situation right now. He is up to 11 million in chips. He's going to be one of our bigger stacks now at this final table, six-handed. Yeah, just like that, he's competing for the chip lead. Look at these stacks. I mean, we got 11.7, 10.9, 10.4, 9.5. Joe has 8.3 million, and Isaac in seat 4 there is our short stack with about 12 bigs, but he's still got plenty of fold equity.
Yeah,
Isaac
go ahead, Jimmer.
Said if Isaac just wins the handoff of Gilberto, everybody's pretty much tied at that point.
Yeah, he's kind of been spending a little bit of time there at the bottom of the chip stack, chip lead there, but bouncing up to the midway point.
Oh, wow.
Joe gets a walk with aces.
We said at the beginning of the
I
stream,
didn't
the
see it
biggest
until
cooler you
after
can
the
get, a walk with aces.
You Yankee.
Comes up
Damn proud.
six-handed.
All right, guys, Bert's coming in.
Isaac feels like he won.
Like the Matrix.
Feels like he won that hand.
I think we've set a Rounders Tonight record now with that last hand. I believe our previous high hand total was like 168 or 169, so we've already surpassed that. I think that was the Chaz's game where we had 40K all in with 10 high versus 9 high.
Sitting here right now is capable of being a bad player and still being.
That was pretty wild. That was very wild.
I could run 10,000 to this. Oh, shit.
We're going to reset here. Got a new dealer Bert coming
He
in.
sat down next to me and said, I ran 10,000 into like 100. Forgot about that.
400.
Gilberto is a
like
chip
3 or
leader
4
right now,
all-ins
11.7
in
million.
a row.
Jimmy wakes up with aces.
One raises. One move.
Like in a
So
row. Boop, 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 boop,
somebody's
boop,
gonna
yeah.
fall for this. He's been opening a ton of hands.
Sure.
Awful hand for Joe. Oh, awful hand for Chris. This is when you don't want to get the.
Wow.
full-
I could do it too. I fucking do it too. I could do it too. What's up? Texas, motherfucker. Texas, motherfucker.
Not only aces, 2 out of 3
Whatever you
hands.
could do, I could do better.
But a walk with aces, 2 out of 3 hands. That's wild.
That's fucking crazy, right?
Someone's got to teach him how to
Misery
play
loves
aces.
company.
Yep. Got that right.
Ghost, that is the general vibe at Rounders. You know, it feels like you're just playing at your house with your buddies. Everybody's joking around. Nobody's, you know, sitting there stoic, trying to grind through you. It's a very welcoming environment.
Oh, and by the way, first place gets 38,000.
Sounds good, Dylan.
Like that.
You just leave the room with a small
You
house.
choose one.
Nah, I don't. I keep on.
I mean, that's
choosing the
Texas
wrong
poker
card.
in a
No
nutshell.
matter how much
That's
I'm
why.
I'm gonna choose the wrong card.
Yeah, I was at a table recently, and the discussion at the table was, you know, I really don't like going elsewhere to play anymore. It's just
I might have got
you're
the
so
right
good.
this time. Yeah. Yo. Yes.
Yes. Go back up.
Tell the bartender. Do not tell the dealer. Tell the bartender. He'll get you a drink. Not any dealer. You go to the floor. Shut up, Mancha. Go ahead, my friend. We'll get out your way.
Gilberto with the walk.
At what point do you think a chop becomes a realistic thing? Do the number of chips in play have to get to a certain point where it's just going to basically be a flip, or do you
Gotta
think?
get him out first, and then we'll win. Thank you.
The blinds just aren't putting the pressure on just yet. I don't know. Let's see what
Everybody
we
knows
have.
that, right?
I think the next one's 600K, and then it escalates pretty rapidly after
Fine,
that,
some
right?
don't
It
really
should be
come out
600K,
and
800K, 1 million.
You know what I mean?
I think you're right. I think those are the blind increases. So we're definitely going to see some people, some movement definitely start to happen here.
Yeah, I think maybe the next level. It seems like it's going to put more pressure on them.
Aside from Chris's all in, I don't think we've seen a pot be dragged over 5 big blinds.
And we're going to see a flop as Chris is raised King Jack suited. Taco from the big blind will call with 5s. Oh.
Ooh. Potentially some action here. Huge flop for Taco.
Chris checks it back. Set of 5s and second pair. Second pair for Chris. Set of 5s for Taco.
Taco's chosen the sizing here to get called. Bets $1 million into, I believe it was 2.5.
And the way that he, oh my gosh, this is going to cost some chips here.
Yep.
The way that Taco placed that bet out there, it looked like he was kind of asking for a question, trying to figure out where he was. Chris makes the quick call. The river brings trip kings for Chris and a full house for Taco.
I don't really see how Chris doesn't go all in here. He's all in. Taco with the snap call. Of course.
All in and call. Taco with
Looks like Taco does cover.
Wow. That is a very, very major development there. Taco looks like he's going to be up to over 20 million chips after that pickup.
Yep. Bert is just verifying right now to make sure. It looks like it must be close, but if our graphics are correct, Taco is going to be our chip leader now.
Far and away chip leader.
Yep. I think he's going to be about double second place chip stack.
Well, that's going to do it for Chris, Drew. Just like that.
GG's, Chris. GG's.
Chris is out in 6th place.
You good, man?
Yes. Congratulations, Chris.
8,500 coming his way.
Yep.
We're calling those scores, man.
Everyone has now locked up $11,000.
Say that
Pretty
again.
awesome.
Everybody's locked up $11,000.
$11,000
on a $200 tournament buy-in.
Sorry, guy.
Come get some, baby.
Let's go, baby.
Lines, please.
Hey, I did say that, right?
Blind big.
You did. You called it.
And just like that,
I'm telling my son.
there are 5 players.
500, 250.
Isaac catches an almost $3,000 ladder.
Fair enough.
Joe raising it up first act to 1.5 million.
Taco with a big chip lead.
Joe's going to get one through there with the 8-6 suited. Very nice. And I do think blinds are going to be going up here very shortly to the 600K level.
Well, let's see what how that's gonna have an effect on the average big blind right now. The player has an average of 23 big blinds right now. Since we're 5-handed. That's going to change when the blinds go up.
Jimmy's in the streets here, raising up the Jack 4 suited. Gilberto with 22 blinds, going to fold the 6s in the cutoff. Joe's got a nice hand here. I like this. He's going to defend with the 5-3 suited.
Jimmy with an automatic C-bet.
$2 million. We've seen Joe already make some big calls. He calls the 2 million with bottom pair. 7.5 million in the middle. Joe's only got 5.6 behind. Jimmy covers him with 6 million. Ooh, Joe's giving me he's going all in here vibes. He's giving me the vibes. He wants to take the lead. If he checks, he knows he's vulnerable to Jimmy continuing to bet again. Looks like Jimmy has decided to check and improves to the best hand, Jack on the river.
This is going to be tough. Tough for Joe.
Let's see. It looks like Jimmy is all in, I believe. Or no, it looks like he bet 5 million, the majority of Joe's stack. Now, Joe we saw earlier make a really, really tough call with a bottom pair on a 4 to a flush and a straight, I believe it was. Huge call earlier. Does he want to hero Jimmy here? He would be wrong in this instance. He was right in the last one. But with his pondering here, you have to think he is suspicious of Jimmy.
Mm-hmm. There's only one person with less chips than Joe, and that's Isaac. Does he feel the need to try to suss that out?
Isaac probably hoping that Joe makes the call.
No,
He does make the call.
No, me, I haven't done it. Oh, me. I'm saying me, I haven't done it. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Huge pot for Jimmy there. Huge pot.
He said, no, I wasn't asking. I was betting.
Joe is now down to crumbs. Joe has one blind remaining, it seems, 600K. And Isaac looking to ladder up here. If Joe can now bust, Isaac would ladder up 2,800 bucks. Right now, everybody is locked up 11,000. We're five-handed. Fourth pays 13.8K.
You were way ahead.
One big blind for Joe.
It's the only thing you're repping there. Yeah. Only value hand you're repping is a jack.
Do you think that call there
Nice
is
answer, nice answer.
the result of the banter between him and Jimmy going on throughout the day?
Mortimer, we're back, Mortimer.
I think that's a possibility. We also did see that it seemed like Joe definitely wanted to tango with Jimmy for one reason or another.
Yeah. He definitely showed a propensity to not back down, not defer. This is going to be interesting here. Wow. Let's see how this progresses.
I'll get out the way.
Joe is all in with ace-6. Isaac has raised with ace-jack, but Gilberto is sitting there with queens. And he jams. Back jam. Isaac will get out of the way.
This time I have ace-jack. I fold.
He has to because Joe's all in. It's a $2,800 ladder.
That's a good fold, right?
That's a good fold.
Yeah, the same situation. I'll tell you. You had ace king, you had queen. Same thing. I had ace jack. Good fold, Isaac.
Hey, Isaac, that's a fold from him.
God damn it.
Good game, guys.
No.
Alrighty, on their backs, please.
All right, big all in here. Ace-6 at risk. We did see one ace already folded. Isaac folded the ace-jack. No running flush outs for Joe. He's going to need to smack an ace or ace-6. 3 outs now for Joe.
Oh, he does hit his 6. Yep. Couple more outs.
Good game, guys.
A deuce on the river is going to seal his fate.
Great game to Joe. Joe battled. Joe played well. Made some huge calls. Made a big call there versus Jimmy, which was incorrect, but undeniable. Joe's got all the heart.
Yeah, I think I do think Joe from the other players at the table.
Blind, please. Small blind, big blind. 3,
Good
6,
game indeed for Joe.
Good game indeed. And now with that elimination, we are now four-handed. Joe walks away with $11,000, and our remaining players have locked up at least 13.8K. But I don't know. Jimmy just said, all right, guys, let's chop it up. Do you think players are going to start talking chop right now?
Hey, John boys.
Oh, again, I think that when they start feeling the effects of the blind levels, they just went up to 300, 600. I do think it's going to be likely that they're going to seriously consider it, especially if Isaac doubles up. For sure,
Isaac doubles up.
If he doubles up,
Isaac is short. Yeah.
Right now, See, in this situation, Isaac it doesn't have very many big blinds. I don't think they're going to feel the need to do that to talk. Well, here he goes right here. He's going to go all in. He's jamming with sevens. Taco has opened with the suited king queen, a beautiful hand. Obviously, he'll make the call.
Doing the shove fest now, boy.
Big flip. This basically, I think, determines whether or not players start discussing chop. They might start discussing if the sevens win. And actually, either or, because stacks will be relatively even. Taco will just be in a position of power during negotiations if he wins this flip.
Yeah, good point. Good point. They'll probably talk chop three-handed or four-handed. And it looks like Isaac is going to survive.
Huge double up there for Isaac. He's up to 10 million chips. That knocks Taco down to 15.9. And now the conversation four-handed for a chop is definitely, I think, something our players are going to consider here now.
Yeah,
that was a big moment.
I agree with you. Four-handed.
Yeah. He wants to do a chop. I need to. Okay, give me the trophy and we chop the red.
Yeah. Let's break the trophy in half.
Yeah, we all get a quarter.
That's negotiation at its finest.
Jimmy wants the hardware. I don't blame him.
I'm having a good time. You never stop me, huh?
So I was talking to Jimmy this morning.
Look, sorry, Jammer. Jimmy is having a little conversation with Raul in the background about whether or not he thinks he should chop.
Right. We all take 20 and then we'll just pay for the rest. Right.
Here it is. He's starting right now. The conversation started.
You? Yeah. Can we do that?
After the hand, they want to discuss.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
I mean, we're not going.
after the hand, after.
Oh, never mind. I'm gonna raise. 2 million. Never mind. That's out the window.
That's that.
Hey, that worked for my favor. Look, boom. Oh, y'all want to do that or what?
Also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough.
All right, guys. I think what they're doing now is they're going to just take. We're going to step away from the table.
Chaz,
they're going to
aces,
discuss a
please.
chop.
Oh, but he has the
and
other nuts.
We're
7-6
gonna
offsuit.
We're gonna be
He's
back.
up against two people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. And I'm not gonna get anyone to.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually gonna lead for 25. This is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often gonna get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
You might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on,
Uh-oh.
Chaz,
Fireworks, second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start
she
me off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Then you got a fucking headset. 500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be nice? Is he going to play nice? That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue ball.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, bowl.
She He missed. He had 2 pairs. You see what I'm saying?
You're beat.
Does he have
What, he got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was just a piece.
Save your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense.
Ah!
Alright.
See how you
I
act.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my God.
That's old school, new school.
Very good. That's a good deal. Very good.
And we're back. All right.
Oh,
So
and
the
this is all
details
for
of
a
the chop.
$3,000 chip I had there.
Drew, do we have that?
Yes, we do have the details. So we will fill you in, everyone. For those of you hanging out, watching, we are four-handed from 1,422 players, and our remaining players have decided that they're going to chop up the prize pool, and they are going to play for the trophy. So first place, who our chip leader, I believe it was Taco, is going to take 30,000, and then second is going to take 25,760. Or no, actually, it looks like Jimmy is going to take the 30K. Taco is going to get the 25,760, and then Gilberto and Isaac, who were our 2 short stacks, are going to walk away today with $20,000. So that is pretty epic, and you could actually see, I'll show you real quick the adjustments from the actual payouts for the top 4. Fourth was guaranteed 13.8, but now they're going to get 20K, which is more than third place money. So everyone locking up a very, very nice payday here today. And Gilberto with the aces takes down a pot, and now they are just battling for the trophy, everyone.
So Jimmy's getting 30,000. That's what you said, right?
Yep. I believe Jimmy had the big stack going into negotiations.
Yeah, he did. That's Jimmy's second, at least $30,000 score in a matter of a month.
So it's even more impressive about this score. Jimmy was talking to me, and he said, he hadn't bagged as of this morning. He had stayed up all night, pulled an all-nighter, played the 9 a.m. turbo, made it into this, and now shipped the thing. So he's been up for like 40 hours at this point. He's close to being up for 2 full days that he shipped the thing. So at 9 a.m. this morning, Jimmy did not have a bag. At 1 a.m. tonight, Jimmy has won the event.
That's remarkable.
That is pretty crazy. My brain does not function after 20 some hours of being awake.
It's impressive.
It looks like some of our viewers here don't think that was a great deal. What do you guys think? Like giving up 8K there, having a slight chip lead, because I don't think that Taco was too far behind Jimmy, maybe even Gilberto going into negotiations. Do you think that was a decent deal there?
I had them at, they were really close. I had Jimmy at 17.5 million, Gilberto at 15 million, and Taco at 16 million. So yeah, they're really close. But things can change in just one hand. So sometimes it's worth it to just lock it up.
Well, look, if you're on a 40-hour all-nighter right now, right? And everyone's pretty close, and you make a mistake, the difference between first and fourth is 21,000.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
would you rather give up 8,000 and secure the 30, or risk it knowing you've been up for almost 2 days.
Yeah, that's well said.
Yeah, look at that.
Patty says Jimmy was down to 10,000 at one point today.
That hair starts going like this. Look at the head. It's like a whale.
From 10,000 to 20 million.
I've been here all freaking day.
I agree with K. Bruce. It's only money.
Oh, look. Jimmy's about to tell
I
it.
paid the fucking turbo to get in.
My God. I opened it. You got here at 10. I got here at 9.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's like, holy shit, I've been here all day. Oh, yeah, me too.
Same for Taco. Taco's been there since 9 o'clock. Gilberto limping with aces. Blind versus blind. Looking for Fred to step in it.
That's the second time with aces in 3 hands.
Double gutter. No, not a double gutter.
Oh. You see that hair move? I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys. Y'all don't see it. But he's on my good eye.
Fucking shit.
Look, small blind.
I know, and I was gonna do it.
I don't know why not. I don't know why not.
I don't know why not.
Oh, look at Chip. Oh, man, get a floor. He don't know how to act.
K. Bruce said sleep is for the weak. This man's committed to his blackjack game.
Look at these guys at the table too, acting like they just locked up $20,000, $30,000 or something. Conversation, slapping fives and stuff.
Where are the shots? I'm surprised Jimmy hasn't busted out the shots yet.
I expected some drinks to be going around here too.
Sounds like half the table has been playing for 16 hours at this point.
Yeah.
And drinking for 12.
The first tournament I've ever played that I final tabled, I don't remember it, so there might be a thing to that.
I wouldn't be able to. My brain shuts off. I know my limits. I need my sleep.
I just saw my Hendon mod like a week later. I was like, hey, there's something on there.
Not a bad deal.
Was it a dream or real?
No, I was definitely there. I had the receipt. I had the form in my pocket.
It's all good. Fuck that Yankee.
Yeah, that's what that. That's
one of the first results
tournaments.
Right?
He's actually a good guy.
He's a good guy.
Gilberto making some moves now after that deal was struck. He's up to 20 million.
Get a rope. New York City.
That's the only problem.
Get a rope.
God.
I mean, he'd be okay, you know. But...
Endless string of strong hands for Gilberto. And true to form, he's limping. Jimmy, same hand. He's going to raise, though.
1.5.
Funny, he made a comment there. Jimmy said he saw a hair move when Gilberto had the aces. He said he didn't see it move, so he raised. Well, this is always a cool battle to see. A7 versus A7. So who is going to be the one to outplay? Jimmy does have the lead. They both have backdoor flush draws. The lead as in Jimmy had the betting lead on the flop.
Ooh, quick call. With the flush draw, not flush draw, pick up by Gilbert. Jimmy didn't like how quickly he called. So he checks it to him.
Jimmy quickly grabs chips. Gilberto is
Jimmy
going to win the battle of the ace-sevens. Big pot there.
Yes. Very big pot. 23 million chips now for Gilberto. Jimmy drops down to 10.
What am I buying? 300. Good, Jimmy.
There we go. There's the shot.
There's a celebratory shot. He approves.
On Cuba, I think that some players would definitely play for the trophy or want to take home the trophy for less money. We did hear Jimmy make a comment about, we could just chop it up here. I'll take the trophy, guys. And yeah, the hardware, lasts forever. The money doesn't.
Interesting hand taking place here now. Second pair for Taco. The gut shot straight draw. Gilberto is open-ended with third pair. Taco
Brad's
bets.
calling chips.
Call is made. To the river. Seven pairs the board. Each player has, it goes quick check, check.
Just some.
Pair of queens for Taco.
I wouldn't check. I wouldn't check. I mean, no. If you were, I wouldn't check. Check forward.
Taco regaining some of the chips he lost when he doubled up Isaac.
Well, we're calling everything now. Wow.
Can't buy groceries with a trophy. But you can take it to Disneyland or to the beach or dinner party. What do you think, Jammer? Trophy?
Don't know. I never care about the trophy. I'm with K. Bruce over there. I'm about securing the bag. Y'all can play for the trophy. I'm out.
And in Cuba, so I suspect it's probably Miguel. Is that you, my friend, Miguelito?
Well, it's time for him to take his medicine.
He gives the medicine.
Huffy, we got you. We'll show you payouts again before chop in just a minuto.
You know my son. Yeah.
I just want to get heads up in a tournament and just play winner take all. Just one time.
They're both my son.
Taco with a pickup there with tens.
Damn, I'm going to hell. Fuck.
Yes, my friend Miguel. It is Miguel.
All right, so we had a request for the payouts prior to the chop. So four-handed players had locked up 13-8, and then it goes 17-5, 26, and then 38,000. And the players agreed to a chop. And here it is, the actual numbers. Jimmy took 30K. Gilberto, was it Gilberto or Taco, Rude, that you said had second place chips?
So I've changed the numbers now. It was Gilberto, or was it Taco? I've forgotten. I'm sorry. I think yeah, you're right. It was one of those two. Because Taco had the lead. He was at 20 million, and then Jimmy edged him. So I think it was Taco for second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it was. So here we are.
Huh?
Gilberto.
Right here at 6 a.m. I'm down. Tomorrow. Book it for me right now. 6 a.m. Out of here. Next 4 hours.
Taco, King Jack offsuit.
I'm on it. I have to catch you in Vegas.
Jimmy's all in as he's having a conversation, making arrangements for the Vegas trip.
No snap call, you're way behind, buddy. I mean, not way behind. Way behind, not that way. Yes, you are way behind. You said way behind.
So the player's definitely interested in winning the trophy here.
Yeah,
I
the
would've
money
thought-
has already been decided, right?
Exactly. I would have thought because the money's been decided that players would be battling more.
That's the objective, right? That's why we make a deal, to move things along. But yet we see them content to raise and fold.
Yeah, I'm with you, Huffy. If I was involved in a chop here in the situation, I would have liked to have left some money to play for.
Here we go. Isaac's seen enough. He wants to get mixed
was Jody
up
looking at it? His live?
in the action.
Yeah, fix that earlier. Oh, work. We're the only ones that go, right?
See the infamous Bomba in the background lurking, offering his support. Drew, you have the endorsement from Miguel on the suggestion to chop it up evenly, and then play for that leftover $15,000 and the trophy.
It just feels, for me, a little bit like, granted, yeah, they are playing for the trophy, but it feels like play money or something right now. Like, I always want to be playing for something, even outside of that trophy. Like, and having money left to play for, I think is a bit more motivating, because now they could realistically just tighten up a bunch. There's no money pressure going on. So what's gonna push the action? Potentially, right? Like, yeah, Isaac did open the 8-3 suited there, and maybe without the ladders, maybe he doesn't open that. But now players could just wait for a hand here, and they basically have nothing to lose. And just like it could turn into a very tight four-handed match here.
It
So
has.
I was in a similar situation to this earlier this year, where we were chopping, or actually it was in the winter, where we're three-handed at a lodge tournament. I'm the chip leader, and it was taking so long that I had a flight to Vegas, like in literally like 2.5 hours, that I was like, I'm fine giving up, the 4 or 5K for first, so we can just get this over and I can like move on. Like, this is running into the next event, or this is running into what else I have going on. So I imagine it's a pretty similar situation from Jimmy's side. He wants to wrap this up. He wants to go to bed. He wants to go on to the WSOP. The guarantee was 30K for first. That's mentally what you were playing for. I'd be fine just locking it up. But then at the same time, like, I don't care about the trophy. I'm just going all in blind next hand.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm right there with you.
Hey, not even that. I was down to my
Right there.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Suited king for Taco on the button.
I won the 200K too. I had gone down to one blind. One big one.
Yeah, it don't feel too good, right? No, it don't feel too good, right? It hurts, right?
It doesn't hurt.
I'm just saying, yes.
It doesn't hurt.
Okay, then why you go?
Shut out, guys.
Come on, sucker.
I can't call this.
Another 30 minutes and another beer.
Right. It don't feel good. It don't feel good.
That was a good.
You know,
Whatever, guy.
Oh, you're gonna see it, guy.
Yeah. You're gonna see mine.
Jimmy and Fred are the two that are
I
kind of
flipped it
loosening
out.
up.
Yeah, I
They're
know.
willing to
I gotta take this
make
shit
some
off.
moves.
Yeah,
Isaac
take
also has
that
made
shit
some
off.
moves, but
Gilberto
Gilberto has
had-
not changed one iota. He's still doing his hunting with his full
I was like, you
range.
don't feel good, right?
Hey,
The
it
worker
feels a little
fucking ripped on me. I was
uncomfortable.
like,
It feels a
oh
little
my god.
uncomfortable. A little uncomfortable. What am I doing?
Little, a lot uncomfortable. Not a little, a
Just
lot.
a tad. Just a tad.
Just a tad. See? That goes to him.
Taco jams. Jimmy's got an ace. He folds.
It's a
Gilberto
fun fucking final table.
I like it. It is. I like not bad. Oh, you got green.
offers no resistance.
By the way, it's last call, and Mallory is not here. Where's Mallory? Let me close service.
There we go. This is what we wanted.
Yes,
This
please.
is exactly what we needed to move things along. One more beer for Fred.
Hey,
And now things will get entertaining. Even more entertaining, I should say.
A little uncomfortable. Little
A
uncomfortable.
lot uncomfortable.
No, a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit
I mean, they're talkative, but they're still passing the blinds back and forth.
Yeah.
It's just not quiet now while they do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Get a roll. I need one of you, please. And Fred, whatever he wants, whatever. Whoever wants to drink the drink.
I want one.
I have a tap going too.
Can you deliver?
Want drink, right? Hey, you want drink?
So we got some conversation continuing in the chat here, talking about BK2 London says that casinos don't allow this in Vegas. I do know that in a lot of situations when players chop, they have to continue to play for something. That is clearly not a requirement here. Arturo says it should have chopped 20K all around. Played for the remaining 15 at 760.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be one of the better options presented.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I'm the only one drinking.
I mean, you've been drinking.
Looks like the drinks are coming out though, so we will see potentially if our players start to move around a little bit. But again, everyone's kind of locked up their paydays.
I said to myself, I'm gonna win.
Not sure how much the trophy is going to motivate play here. We'll see. It actually has seemed like our players are playing a bit snug here, so the trophy must mean a bit.
Let's look at this hand here. Isaac flops trips. Gilberto has limped with a suited ace on the button.
Man, do you see that comment in chat, WR, that Jimmy was down to 10,000 chips at one point? He jammed King 3 offsuit for his last 10K. Under the gun had already raised 21K. Ace Jack shoved over the top, then the big blind reshoved with Ace King for 550K. Flop comes out and Jimmy flops trip threes to go from 10K to close to 85K and then goes on the run to win it from there. Not only has he been up all day, but he's also dodged massive bullets to get here. That's pretty impressive.
Wow. Timely quadruple up. No, 10K to 80 to over 80K? Wow.
It's probably a big ante that he took down as well.
Octuple up.
What? Hey, that's what me you've been playing.
That's probably like a 25K blind level. Because he would have scooped, it would have been a quintuple up to 50, right? Then a 25K. So it was like, it's pretty impressive nonetheless.
You was out over there, sucker, too. Right? You were handy with your chinny chin chin. And then Ambo came along and saved the day for you.
Yeah. I live with aces.
Lambo saved the
I
day.
think the heat was getting to Lambo.
Is that what did him in?
Sounds like he stacked off against aces, unfortunately.
Ah.
He's been playing good lately. Caught him on the Poker Go Tour, the U.S. Poker Open.
Jimmy,
Yeah, he made the final table there earlier. Was it last month?
Yeah, watch him put some moves on Eric
Jimmy number
Seidel.
1.
Yep.
You book us a flight. Jimmy number 2, you're going with him. And we're going to.
There's a lot of good tournament poker players coming out of the San Antonio, New Braunfels area, Hill Country.
Hey, Cortez is good though, right? He goes, yeah. Right? Hey, yeah, me too. Hey, Cortez is good, right? I like
Can someone just give him a free drink to go all in, just blind?
After this blind level, we're going to see the big jumps in the blinds. We're going from 300, 600 to 400, 800,000. Our chip leader will just have a little bit over 20 bigs. So I think after the next blind increase, we will see our players move the action.
Queen Jack offsuit for Jimmy under the gun. Makes the raise.
Oh.
This could be interesting. King Jack versus Queen Jack. Both players hit their jack on the turn. Isaac with a better kicker. He's betting 3.8 million, call it 4 million in the middle. 1.6 million to go. That's your asking price. Jimmy raised to 4 million. Isaac snap calls. Jimmy's going to take a hit there. With that hand, Isaac is going to move up to 16.4 million.
I haven't checked it on the turn.
Jimmy could have lost more there.
7 million now for Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't really understand how stacks didn't go in on that one.
Yeah, four-handed, it's a pretty nice situation there. Pretty dead run out.
Top pair, decent kicker.
Yeah.
Not the best, not the worst.
You got to press the button there? Yeah, you got to press the button. Okay.
There's always Boulder Station.
Oh, now I'm big blind too? You fucking cocksucker. Got me good right now. Oh, you got me double right now, sucker. If I'm not even gonna look, and I'm gonna rip it.
Just one card?
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna look.
Jimmy's a short stack. About 12 big blinds.
Funny, Jimmy gets him to fold, threatening the all-in. A very playable hand by Isaac there with the queen-8 offsuit. Jimmy had like 12 bigs.
12 bigs.
Isaac could have very well just put him all in there. Could have been a semi-standard. Could have at least called. Very interesting.
Maybe he wants the trophy.
I think if he wants the trophy, he at least calls or goes all in. That's what I would have done.
Well, yeah. But
you need chips. You need to accumulate chips in order to be the last player remaining.
But they're not. So, but that's the only thing they're playing for. There's nothing else. I don't know. I'm surprised it hasn't moved along a little faster.
Just try not to go home at this point. So much fun at the final table.
I guess you're right. Maybe they just don't want it to end. Suited 53. Isaac,
See, those are the
that's
hands
good
that
enough for a
you're
raise.
gonna go drink. See?
This is what we do here. Now he's got some chips. Now he's getting a little bit of momentum.
Oh, you want to go home, right? You got an appointment, right? No, we're gonna make you wait. Oh, drive.
I'm not sure what I just saw there. Taco just folded King Jack to that open and the 8-6 suited.
He took a couple shots in rapid succession. He maybe seen double.
Fair.
There's a trophy in there. So you don't want it. You know what? I sold for that.
There we go. Oh, come on.
Nothing for Isaac to push back with.
Jerry!
Blinds back and forth.
Jerry!
Could they do a bomb pod for the trophy?
That would be sick, actually.
Just 5-card double board bomb pot.
Let's go. Vito, you already broke? Everybody's out of town. Right?
Lorianne, thank you for hanging with us. This was a long one. I appreciate your support, and we wish you well in Vegas. We'll see you next time. I'm sure pretty sure you'll run into Drew at some point out there.
How you going?
In Vegas.
Likely. Quite likely.
Thank you, sir. Have
Good night.
Thank you, sir. Might have another.
I said eventually they're gonna call me and they're not gonna shoot. I was gonna rip it right there. I was gonna go all in. You're gonna call. It's like no.
I don't know if you can get Jimmy. Excuse me, sir. Vamos a ganar 23-7. English on the table, sir. You can get 23-7. 3-7. No, but we want to win something here. So we got 20. I mean, but I need 3,000. 23. I guess I can play like 20. I'm all in, man. I'm here. You could get more. I'm all in. If you bust me, you could get more. All right? I'll be 20. 30,000.
They're still discussing it. I'm not sure.
Why are you arguing with me? Talk to them.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe are they undoing the deal?
Hey, guys, he's got a problem. No, I'm serious. I'm like, why are you coming to me? I mean, you got more. They got more chips than me. They got more chips than me. No, they don't. That's the difference. It's all different. And they don't drink more than me.
Miguel is going out to Vegas next week. Okay, good luck, Miguel. I wish you well. I wish you well in your surgery as well.
Well, it sounds like they undid the deal. It sounds like they got frustrated.
Hey, ask William today. I got here at fucking 10 in the morning.
Yeah, we've got a different read now on the situation. For the payouts.
And I got 2 bags. I got this and
So we don't know who's getting first. We don't know who's getting what. All they've done is they've just adjusted the payouts. First place, the undetermined first place winner is going to get $30,000 and the trophy. Second place is going to get $26,000 or 25.8 to be precise. And third and fourth are going to get $20,000 each. That's the clarified information we got from our director.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I like that better than playing for nothing here, essentially.
Yeah.
Time to make some coffee.
That does kind of go along with the way that the play has been handled on the table.
Chat happy to hear that update as well, as I.
Yeah, kind of a collective thumbs up from the chat with that updated structure.
Just throw it all on first. Just winner take all. 100K. Let's go.
Isaac here betting is straight. And Gilberto going to find the fold, the ace high.
Ghost is here. Ghost is here for the duration. He's been going for 48 hours. Sees no reason to stop now. But the players are going to stop momentarily. We've got a little break for the players. So with that, we're going to step away for about 10 minutes. And invite you to join us in that time, 10 minutes. We'll see you back in just a bit. Stay tuned.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pulled a beauty contest card and you had to walk around and like walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run tonight?
The best one was Stan.
And he's
for Jungle Man. And
somebody's leading out into him.
That was actually a more recent one, but
must be good. The check raise is always nice. Well, this might get a little frisky here.
Well, Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was that the fold? Rocket?
Oh, Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here. Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chazley Bill.
You gotta leave down.
I forgot. No, it said like.
This Chazley, I think.
Was it? Yeah, Chazley. And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude.
Will Mike gamble with him?
Molested.
You didn't even know? Oh, he does.
Because I was like month over month.
That's all in.
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude,
Straight draw, flush draw. Flush draw, straight draw. Got there both ways.
Made the straight and made the flush.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I got to play.
No, and if people
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3-bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz with a pair. Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop. Oh, we got so close.
Set.
Got a straight draw for Rolex Mike.
Got shot.
You're going to see that. Jazz with the... oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there, though.
Yeah.
He's all in.
Quads. That's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm going to absolutely annihilate her.
Why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz, you don't have to say, but how much LBs do you think you have on bubbles right now?
LBs?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I can't discuss the last time. Okay. What's the line? What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Alright, ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique.
Alright.
We think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
What is that? Wait, how does this work?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
I can't believe this just happened.
Jeez, I can't follow the action close enough. Okay, she lost in this too.
Chaz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the. Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many eights here.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna have eights here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely gonna be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably gonna continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for. Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. The problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point, yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up. And then
yeah, he added on right after the last hand.
Yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I got snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was gonna commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does.
He
Texas
does.
Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with sevens.
Sevens, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. But he's going to
out of position.
Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the call.
He's going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is
He's
getting
trying
tricky.
to give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or a queen. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. 3-bet pre-flop.
He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get nines or something like that to fold.
Chaz with the call. And Chaz is going to take it down with the jacks.
Oh, no, I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it.
Oh, you're about to get physically
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King queen offsuit.
Oh my god.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh.
I knew it. I was like, don't speak news now. Hold it.
We get an all-in from fours from Seti. I mean, from Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call, and I think Seti. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and Seti.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm definitely.
So she's cool with you.
You got me covered.
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know that you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's gonna just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs.
400, 800 down. Button's gonna be on top.
All right, we are back. Action is going to resume. You are joining us for the final 4 players of the final table of the $150,000 Memorial Day Open, Rounders Card Club. This was $150,000 that turned into
Yeah, we're all the sensors have all been
$227,000,
moved,
courtesy
guys.
of $200 from 1,422 players. This
Looks
is
like
the culmination of that.
looks like we're playing musical chairs here. Rude.
Oh yeah, we got people moving around.
They
Yep.
moved him from here.
We're all still in the same order, but yeah.
Well, I rate.
Great.
How about that?
Everyone gets their own camera now. So we've colored up the cranberries. No more 25,000 chips. Looks like we got the million chips introduced. The purple chips are 500K and the green ones are 100K. Blinds are now 400,000, 800,000 with a 400,000 big blind ante.
That's fine. We're only human.
What did he say? I'll make a mistake. What did he say to me?
What did he say?
Sure. No, what did he say to me?
Isaac still in the lead, 18.5 million. Jimmy half that, 10.4
I didn't even know it
million.
was board there.
Still anyone's game.
Break this up. We're doing perfect right there. So, right?
Yes.
We're having a badass time right there.
There you go, Fred. He's achieved he's unlocked the loose lips level. Just the right amount of beer.
Fucking stood up. Good luck, boys and girls.
Gilberto jams with fives.
11.2.
Gilberto has been one of the more vocal
11,200,000.
players with the desire to move things along. He kind of wanted to go ahead and wrap up the deal, Drew. It's been a long day.
It's a good story, right?
Yep. Don't blame him. I mean, Taco and Jimmy, you would think would want to lock things up sooner as well. They played the morning turbo flight at 9 a.m. to make their way to day 2 to hopefully be here at the final table. So 2 of these players we know have been up since early morning.
They didn't even have a bag when they went to sleep last night.
Crazy run to make. Bag in early morning day 1 flight. Make the final table, and here we are. 3rd and 4th place, they have adjusted payouts. Players have agreed to adjust. So 3rd and 4th are going to get paid $20K. Whoever gets 2nd is going to get $25,760, and then the 1st place is going to get a flat $30K plus the trophy.
Ace 10 versus Ace Jack. Taco in the big blind with Ace Jack. These are the 2 larger chip stacks.
That's it.
Heads up. Both players flopping gut shot to Broadway. Neither player has a pair. Neither player has diamonds. 3 diamonds on the board.
Quick checks. Yep, quick checks by Isaac.
Taco's going to take this pot down with the Jack.
Yep.
Ace Jack versus Ace 10.
Jack's going to play.
Jack plays.
I'm right here. Oh,
Jack. I literally was going to call.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just going to throw your cards that I sent you.
Fred was in the check call mode, he says.
What? I'm serious.
Drew, is my buddy Party there at the punter's pad? Has he arrived?
When I check.
Yep. Party arrived late last night. Hannah Noodles and I got here earlier in the day yesterday, and our Airbnb wasn't open yet, so we had to wait until about 4 o'clock today to get in. And I think Party's been napping since. We got a long summer ahead of us, and a lot of us looking forward to getting a good night's sleep.
He's like a bear. He's hibernating prior to the start of the WSOP schedule of events.
A smart bear, I would say.
Give him my regards.
I definitely will. Okay, Bruce, the drive wasn't too bad. It was 18, 19 hours from San Antonio to Las Vegas, and we made a bunch of stops. We didn't just push all the way through. Made it in 2 days.
Like this number.
Which is an easy drive. I'm sure UK Bruce, being a truck driver, you put a lot of hours in on the road. For me, I like to break it up a little bit. And I just had like good energy. I just had good energy on the second day. Drove about 11 hours, and we drove roughly 8 hours on the first day.
No, I was going to shift before I called. I was going to shift.
Huh, 8 hours, K. Bruce says.
Yeah, I know, right?
Child's play.
I don't know about forever, but I'll get it. Yeah, we're getting it.
Yeah, Huffy, I do.
I'll let you guys know.
I see your comments, and I do agree and think that the payouts getting chopped up the way they did is heavily favored towards people who bust out third and fourth because they were the shorter stacks. So I think it kind of just speaks to what players were willing to not want to drop below. You know, they wanted to lock up 6K versus, you know, win that 38K up top.
Here we see Jimmy hitting his jack on the turn.
Didn't sound very confident there. When he said that word, it didn't sound confident.
I was stuttering.
No, you were stuttering. I can hear the stutter. I can hear the stutter.
No.
You were sputtering?
Shows the jack.
That's a good. Nice happening.
Shut up, Beetle. Joey. I mean, Jimmy. Touch up, Beetle. Get him, boy. I'm gonna do it.
That's true, K. Bruce. Definitely driving is different when you get paid by the mile. I remember when I was a young lad back in high school, I used to shear trees around Christmas time. And we got paid per tree that we sheared. So you better believe that I was getting work done. It was, I believe, maybe, if I remember correctly, got like 10 cents for some smaller trees and like quarter for bigger trees. So I had to keep track of everything.
Speaking of keeping track of everything, we got Jimmy going all in with 9-4 offsuit into Gilberto's ace-king offsuit. Isaac is already called with deuces. What does Gilberto do? He's the one who's been wanting to go home. I mean, I presume he's ready to go home.
Isaac was trying to see a cheap flop on the button.
Jimmy trying to have a little fun.
See him, guys.
At the wrong time.
Well, Jimmy was jamming small blind over button limp.
They're live, baby.
Let's fucking put a 4.
They're fucking live.
So Jimmy was looking to exploit the button limp, assuming that big blind could only call. It wakes up with a top 3% hand, and Gilberto did just that.
Little 9 ball? No.
Gilberto ready with the camera. He's got the video rolling.
Good. No. Sit back down. Sit back down. More coming.
And that's going to do it for Jimmy.
GG's, Jimmy. GG's. What a battle.
What a run. What a day. What a day. What a lot of poker for that man right there.
Yep. So Jimmy is going to take home $20,000. We got a rough picture here for you, everyone. But these players, when they got down to four-handed, had decided on an updated payout scale. And third and fourth are going to get 20K. Second's going to get 25,760, and first is going to get 30K plus the trophy. So now we are three-handed, and players are still guaranteed $20,000. And now Gilberto is our notable chip leader, 26 million in chips.
Good news, bad news, Drew, for Gilberto. The bad news is he doesn't get to go home yet.
Yep.
Good news is he added significantly to his chip stack and increases the likelihood that he will get closer to that $30,000 payout.
Yep.
And the trophy.
And the trophy.
Yes, sir. 400,000.
Oh boy. All right, we're still at the 400, 800 mark. Gilberto up to 25.6 milli.
That's it.
I'm really impressed with Gilberto's limping strategy.
Really?
He has it's usually a strategy that players are very unbalanced in, but Gilberto has been very balanced in his limping strategy. It is very rare to see this.
Well, it's above me. I don't get it.
I am somebody who really likes to deviate from the standard, and I have done streams in the past where I've challenged myself, and I've actually put out bets where I couldn't enter the pot aggressively. I could only enter passively. So basically, I would have to limp, and then could only raise if somebody raised over me. And I am aware of, I've got a pretty decently constructed sub 20 big blind limping strategy, I would say, from various positions. But so I respect a good limping strategy, and I am impressed with Gilberto's. It's balanced, and it's just not really balanced from a lot of players. Actually, all the players. This is the very first one I've ever really seen to have a quite well balanced and consistent. He's sticking to it.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by being like most of the time when limping is done, it's not in balance. The thing is, I just feel like it just puts a lot of undue pressure on yourself with some premium hands, and you've got to really be comfortable with post-flop play, and also you're opening yourself up with a lot more multi-way action.
Yep.
And things get kind of, a little wonky. Things can get out of control. And
100%. Very accurate assessment, I think. Very fair. I think those are the risks. It's very interesting.
Isaac has outflopped Gilberto this hand. Queen pairs the board, giving Isaac trips. Gilberto has just missed, so he'll just easily fold, right?
Potentially. You might think that Isaac would just check an ace high here and maybe make the call with a king, but does not.
Yeah.
What's up there, corn dog?
We have seen that Gilberto has been running well. The cards have been kind to him in the last 3 hour or this final table, really. So that's going to help your limping strategy when you connect all the time.
True. Okay, Bruce, yes, they can rediscuss a chop at any point that they would like. They're now three-handed. And
You're good. Thank you.
Yeah, anything can happen. Gilberto takes down another one. Thanks again for tuning in, everyone. Hope you're enjoying this coverage of the 150K guaranteed Memorial Day Open here at Rounders Card Club, San Antonio, Texas. The remaining players have locked up $20,000 on an adjusted pay scale. Everybody agreed upon, four-handed.
Gilberto completes complete blind, big blind. Taco jams. Gilberto gets away from it. I wonder if he would have called with the ace-6 there after limping, if he limped with the ace-6.
I don't know. I'd be curious too. I would definitely like to. I would like to see Gilberto at another feature table or final table to see how he handles a variety of situations with this heavy limping strategy. And he's actually not going to limp here on the button with the 9s. This is actually a very cool spot to limp by most other players' strategies and understanding of the game. Limping the button with 20 or sub 20 big blinds in a situation where maybe you don't want to raise fold to a jam. Limping can be an effective tool. And limping from the small blind is...
I'm ready to talk, guys.
Oh, wait. Gilberto just said, I'm ready to talk chop, guys.
Gilberto wants to move things along.
Let's see.
Fred, what do you want? I want a trophy. I want the trophy too.
Two guys want the trophy.
Fine. Yeah, 40. Don't need to put one of those up. And then 8. Yeah, you're good, sir. You're good. Thank you.
Good to see you, Danny. By the way, I see you in the chat. This is a great tournament. I'm sad I missed it as well.
Yeah, too bad, Danny. I'm sorry you weren't able to make it. Work.
So what was we were talking about the chop. That's right. 1.6.
Taco raising.
I should have known.
Actions on Gilberto. Gilberto wants to shake hands on a deal, I think. He wants to... He's had enough poker for the day.
I don't blame him. 2:30 a.m. in San Antonio, Texas.
What was the reason you guys don't want to shop or what?
The trophy.
Oh, the trophy. Well, we cannot play just one hand for the trophy and somebody will take it.
Play one hand for the trophy. There's something that hasn't been considered. Just
let's see, they're talking.
I mean, I would want to talk about the numbers. So we can pause the clock and talk about the numbers, guys. Just let me know whenever. Obviously not during a hand.
Gilberto's got a big hand right now.
Raise 2.8.
He's going to continue with the hand.
4. They might restructure the deal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. They're gonna discuss.
I like K. Bruce's idea. Arm wrestle for the trophy.
Ooh, I like that idea too. Great idea, K. Bruce.
Yeah, the hold up right now is.
Let's listen in.
Basically, so we're thinking.
There comes our tournament director, Stito.
What do we think? If it's possible, if we can chop 3 ways and
Chop
just
the
for
money.
trophy, go ahead and give one hand.
Fred, do you want to do like that, or do you want to play for a trophy song? I personally want to still play for it, but it's
No, but if that's the case,
what would it be
if
if
we
we chop?
play for the trophy, let's play.
Yeah, what would it be if we chop it 3 ways? What's the number?
Because I mean,
It'd be 25,200 and it'd be 25,200 and change.
Happy doing it all from the box. Quick calculations.
25,250 something.
You're gonna go to the back door. You're gonna go to the back door.
Yeah.
It'd be 25,250 something each. 25,250.
I mean, I'm good with that as long as we're gonna go ahead and play one hand for the trophy. Because if that's not the case, well, let's just go ahead and play that.
25,000.
You want to do that? That doesn't sound like a bad deal, actually.
It's not a bad deal. I mean, I don't know. The thing is,
You
that
want
I
to chop
wanna
it
hit
3
the
ways even, and then play for the trophy one hand?
Let me put my mic.
You want to, Brent? I mean, honestly, I don't care.
You don't care?
I mean, I kind of care, but I don't. It's all about the money.
Beautiful trophy. Isn't that beautiful?
All right. Yes, it is. It's very nice.
It's a handsome trophy.
It's on you, Isaac. Whatever you say.
All eyes on Isaac. Nope.
5K.
Make a decision.
Look at Gilbert.
5K is good.
That's essentially what would happen.
Right.
Because everybody would get 25K pretty much, and then we just play one fucking night of trophy. Done with it.
You want to? You're done with
I'm
it?
good with 5K.
You go with 5K and a foot for the trophy.
I guess.
I mean, how can Isaac and
There's gonna
Gilbert?
be a little asterisk on this one.
I mean,
Little asterisk.
sorry. Isaac and Taco, they've got to take the deal. Gilbert has a good chip lead.
Give a thumbs up, guys.
I'm good.
So what's the thumbs up for equal chop?
Yeah, we're gonna do equal chop and then just one hand to pay for
Equal
the fucking
chop.
trophy.
Only one hand for the trophy.
Yep.
Yeah, just one fucking
3 ways even.
Okay.
We're gonna do one hand for the
I'm
trophy.
gonna start working out the price pool. You know,
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Well, let's do our.
Go home.
I was gonna go. Though this
You want to
anyway.
go home, right?
Yeah.
You still have to
Guys,
drive
you've
to your
heard
class,
it.
right?
Going
They're going
sideways,
to
though.
chop it evenly.
Honestly, that's the only reason. I'm thinking about you.
Yeah, he's going sideways.
Yeah, it's just one hand. Yeah, we're just
I
gonna do.
wouldn't feel bad.
It's
But he's going sideways.
it's all in. I mean, there's no.
I mean, going downhill. You know what I mean?
It's
Like
a
that'd be
drag.
different.
Yeah, I can.
I mean-
Do you guys want me to like deal for the button too and everything, or do y'all want to just
Just how it is right now.
just how it is? All right, we're just gonna go how it is.
Whatever happened,
We're
happened.
gonna do one
Gilberto has had
hand.
enough poker. He wants to just end it.
It's a technicality, basically.
And who? So this is going to be a dry hand to see who wins the trophy. The money has been determined. They're going to split it up evenly 3 ways.
Yeah, that's fine.
Correct. And Jack, yes, we were misunderstanding earlier of the deal. They had renegotiated the payouts four-handed, and then we found that out, and then now they have renegotiated it again. Now they are chopping, and everybody is just all in here. Whoever wins this hand, they've all locked up 25K. Whoever wins this hand gets the trophy.
A little 5. A little 5. A 3 4.
Gilberto continues his heater with pocket threes.
All right.
I take deuce 5.
Oh, guys,
matter
get
what,
in the
guys,
chat.
I take deuce 5.
It was a pleasure, guys. honestly.
They're cheering on
Not
Gilberto.
bad.
It was a really good final pick.
You're
We
gonna have
all
to
battled.
It was.
It
was.
We all battled.
And we were having a good time like that. I felt like we were having a good time.
I take deuce.
Oh,
I still
man.
take deuce 5.
Come on, give me a nickel.
Gilberto could get.
Come on. 8.
Nickel.
Jack 10.
I love this ending.
Oh
I
my
take deuce
God.
5.
Nickel.
King.
How about if they just all chop it? What if it's an
A
8?
king. What? Oh, he had 8. There you go. 8. Ace.
These are good.
Breeze.
Breeze.
Hitting. Gilberto takes it down.
Chip leader takes it down.
There we go. That's the answer.
Congratulations to the
Congratulations,
players.
guys.
Good
Hey, it was a
stuff.
pleasure.
Gilberto is going to be our champion.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, guys.
2024 Memorial Day Open, $150,000 guaranteed. Gilberto. Congratulations, guys. Good run also for Taco and Isaac. Crazy finish indeed. What do
That
you
was
think
it.
about that?
I'm so happy with that ending. Just the fact they're like, all right, 25K, 25K. Gilberto did give up some money there with the chip lead, and fittingly on the ran it out three-handed for the trophy. Ends up getting it.
This sometimes we'll cut away and talk about break down the day, break down the action. But this is a great shot right here of Gilberto posing.
Yeah. After
Winning hand.
this here, whenever you want, Rude, you can begin the.
There he is. There's our man right there.
Before you head out,
Let's
Rudy,
go.
Drew, Rudy, it's been a pleasure. It's been a great time tonight at Rounders tonight.
All right. I want to thank you. Thanks for hanging out, Jammer. Appreciate that. There's Gilberto, our winner. Drew, oh, there you are. What do you think about this? This is a first, I think, for us to do to have a 1,422 player field, 11 day one flights, and then it ends in a dry hand for the championship. What do you think about that?
I think it was a very fun stream today. I hope that everyone enjoyed it as much as we did. A lot of fun action, different playing styles on the final table, and then multiple times the payouts there four-handed, and then payouts were redistributed. Three-handed, they go for a chop, they run the dry hand. And I don't know. It was a memorable finish to a very fun day.
Jammer, what are your thoughts?
Lots of tournament poker. It was a great stream. Really interesting from an analytics perspective. Look forward to the next one. It's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all. We've enjoyed it here on Rounders tonight.
Yeah, this was really an interesting one. I mean, we had all kinds of different things that some things to talk about. We had some aggressive play. We had a limping strategy that was employed from beginning to end on the final table successfully, and Gilbert was able to take that strategy and take it down to the championship. So that was good stuff. Well, I want to thank everybody for hanging with us in the chat. Thank you so much. Ghost, thank you. Rounders Tonight team, everybody in the background who makes this happen. The dealers did a great job. And we will see you. What is our next stream? We're going to do next Saturday. Will be our next time we're going.
Thursday for the regular Thursday stream will be our next stream. And then you can look forward to the Saturday PLO as well.
That's what you have to look forward to. So we look forward to seeing you. For the rest of the team, I want to thank you guys for joining us, and that'll be it for tonight.
Take care, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
See you in the streets.